Tehe, Vivi chuckled, pointing at her cheeks and tilting her head innocently. What did I tell you about messing with other people's emotions? But this nation is so yummy. Everyone's emotions are so heightened that we can eat all of them. The other fairies finally revealed themselves, all showing up above the players' heads. That doesn't excuse you all from interfering with other people's lives. Michael was mad at himself for letting the fairies loose on his nation. They were like a feral dog who had been caged up their whole lives, and he had just presented them with a buffet of bones and meat. No wonder they couldn't help themselves. It was also his fault that he hadn't made the roller coaster yet. Vivi and the other fairies all bowed their heads in shame once they saw Michael's disappointment in them. Sorry, Vivi muttered, with her hands behind her back. The other fairies followed suit and apologized to the baseball players for interfering with their work. It's okay, boss, said one of the players. It's just an exhibition game anyway, and they'll become Rebornian in the future, right? So that means we're family. Yeah, we're fine with it. I should even thank them. Trying to hit a wild ball like that helped me improve my game. Despite being toyed with, the Rebornian baseball players weren't all that mad upon discovering the fairies' pranks. Instead, they were quite understanding of their situation. Even though they didn't know much about fairies, they did know that they needed emotions to sustain themselves. Lolo had told them that the fairies were Michael's guests, so it was their responsibility as Rebornians to make them feel as accommodated as possible. If it meant losing a meaningless game to help them feel happy and content, then they were more than okay with it. The players then introduced themselves to the fairies, expressing their disbelief at their existence. Many thought they were just myths, but here they were in the lands of Reborn. The fairies were quite surprised at the Rebornians' reactions. They didn't know what to do. Whenever they had pranked someone for their emotions, their victims would always feel repulsed by the fairies. They would detest their actions and run away from them, or worse, try to kill them. After all, being toyed around like that wasn't a pleasant experience. It made them feel vulnerable, which is why most reactions were a fight or flight response. But for the first time in all their lives, they were being welcomed by their victims. The Rebornians were all well-adjusted and content. They knew that the fairies didn't mean any harm, and they didn't get any hurt by their actions. They all stood around awkwardly as the Rebornian baseball players tried to talk to them. However, the fairies didn't know how to. They mumbled their words, unable to say anything back. They had always stayed in the dark, never interacting with other species. But now they were in the spotlight. Even the mischievous Vivi was left speechless. What is this? She asked herself. There was something on her chest, a warm feeling. She couldn't quite understand it. As Michael watched all of this unfold, a smile washed over his face. I just thought up your punishment, he said to them. For now until I say so, you can't consume the emotions of anyone. Instead, you have to work and experience the nation of Reborn for yourself. No hiding anymore. The fairies were horrified. Don't worry. It will only last until the roller coaster is constructed. If you fail, and I'll know if you do, then I'll escort you out of our nation and you won't be able to reap the fear from the roller coaster rides. Vivi's face was like that of the famous Scream painting. Good luck, he said to them. Why don't you all start with baseball? See how hard it was to play it yourself and understand why it was so frustrating to have it be sabotaged. And so, the fairies were given an ultimatum. They couldn't consume the emotions of people until they have experienced that very emotion they would like to consume. They want to consume the emotion of someone eating pizza for the first time? Then they should eat pizza themselves first. They want to consume the frustration of a baseball player unable to hit the ball? Then they should try batting a ball too. It was an eye for an eye kind of situation that Michael hoped would teach the fairies that emotions shouldn't be toyed with. Other fairies adjusted quite easily, talking and interacting with people. Meanwhile, some found it quite hard and found themselves unable to show themselves to the public. Vivi was one of those. She loved to play pranks and manipulate the emotions of someone. However, she was forbidden to do so. Michael made sure of that by having her always follow him around. I need emotion, she said haggardly. There were dark marks under her eyelids, as if she hadn't slept in 2 days, even though Michael only implemented the rule just a few hours ago. Just follow me around and live life for yourself, he said to her. Why don't you help me with my survey for our potential customers for the roller coaster? Michael planned to scour the whole nation of Reborn for lots of demi-human varieties in the hopes of finding out what scared them. For example, he just found out that dogfolk were scared of lightning. This gave Michael an idea of adding some electrical sparks in the roller coaster to make it more scary for dogfolk. There were plenty of other demi-human species with weird weaknesses that he had yet to find out. Oh, come on, that's boring. Can't I just consume their emotions and find out from their memories? Why do I have to ask them? Vivi complained. But before Michael could answer, he saw a shadow emerge beneath his feet. It was the shadow orc chieftains, Naruto and Sasuke. What is it? He asked them. BU-2. The Golden Road Project has officially stepped foot in the Eastern Forest, boss. It had been going great ever since the fairies allowed us on their turn. Ra-ta-ta. However, another problem arose. The bandits had finally shown their hand and are planning a massive attack on our construction workers at this very moment. Michael knew this was serious. After many weeks of their failed attacks on Reborn territory, Blazel and the Bastard Bandits finally had enough. Tell our forces to suit up. We have to protect our construction workers. Even though he had given them all 35% chocolate pellets, he knew that it wasn't enough to protect themselves against a horde of bandits, especially on their territory. Not only that, but Blazel posed a very serious problem that even he was not sure he could solve. I've already done so, boss, Naruto said, slapping his own arms. I have also made sure to have my high shadows scour the area for any bandits to pick off before the confrontation starts. My high shadows are protecting the construction workers as we speak. They'll be sure to protect them while waiting for the Dragonborns, Sasuke added. Michael sat down and leaned on his knees. How many forces are we expecting? About 1,000, sir. The Bastard Bandits are a collection of diverse human and demi-human demographics. His eyebrows raised, an idea forming in his head. What if he multitasked, fighting the Bastard Bandits while experimenting on roller coaster features? One of the current problems in creating a roller coaster fit for this world was finding something thrilling enough that would scare even demi-humans. He tasked Lolo, the mayor who knew every single Rebornian citizen and tourist by name, to survey all the different species of demi-humans to find their weaknesses. As expected of the talented Yellow Hobmanki, he was able to procure a comprehensive list on everyone's kryptonite. For example, dogfolk hated lightning, lamias hated flying, while satyrs were afraid of death in general. But of course, he just couldn't simply implement those features in a roller coaster and call it a day. He needed to find out the right amount of dosage to make it thrilling but safe. He didn't want anyone to get really hurt from this roller coaster, just scared to their wits' end. One of his ideas was to get a paid, voluntary test group that would test the limits of these features. However, that would take a lot of time, something he currently did not. Just when he solved his resources problems, Blazel and the Bastard Bandits came in and basically waged an all-out war against Reborn. So, he thought that he would have to postpone the construction of a roller coaster to another time. But as fate would have it, Michael realized that this was the perfect opportunity to test his ideas. After all, the Bastard Bandits were a diverse group filled with miscreants from different groups and species. They were even more diverse than some cities, having both human and demi-human members, with the latter comprised of many different bloodlines. He first visited Sleazy back in prison to help him get a feel of all the members of the Bastard Bandits. Yeah, boss. Most of our members come from delinquents from all over the Queen's region. We don't discriminate against any species. You can practically find at least one member of every demi-human group in the entirety of the Queen's region. Sleazy was busy in art class, painting a flower as he talked to Michael. That's great. Can you tell us their positions and where they're located? Sure can, boss. I'll give the list to Mrs. Shiano later. Thanks, Michael said, patting the reformed bandits back. By the way, we need your help in fighting the Bastard Bandits. Some orcs will come for you later and transport you to the battlefield. Be prepared for them. Sleazy put on a serious face and nodded. This was what he and the other bandits had been waiting for this entire time. Although there were plenty of Bastard Bandits in the prison right now, thanks to their efforts, there was still more out there forced to work for FlareCorp. But now, they had a chance to recover all their members. We are at your service, boss. Even the other prisoners saluted at Michael. Thanks to Sleazy, Michael had a comprehensive list of every demi-human species in the Bastard Bandits, including their rank and their position within the group. And combined with the information from the Shadow Orcs, he was able to predict which demi-human groups were most likely to attack. For example, it was most likely that a group of dogfolk bandits would attack first to try and destroy the progress of the Golden Road. Now, with this information, Michael consulted one of the very finest minds in all of the nation of Reborn, Grieve. Ho, you have come to the right man, Grieve said, his jaw clicking as he laughed. True enough, Michael thought that there was no one better than to lead this fight against the Bastard Bandits other than Grieve himself. After all, the skeleton was a general in his previous life, and, at the very top of his field too, he died a 9-star general from the human emperor himself. I used to decimate a 10,000 army with just a single platoon. At least I think so. Of course, the skeleton man's amnesia could be some cause for concern, but his battle IQ was the real thing. And besides, they were just fighting a bunch of bandits with no real coordination within themselves. Grieve could defeat an army like them in his sleep. At least he thought so. Can you implement these weaknesses in your plans? Michael asked, showing him a list that Lolo compiled for him. You'll have to use lightning for the dogfolk bandits. Use spider silk too. Michael and Grieve both worked together through the night as they planned for the fight against the bandits. The nation of Reborn didn't really have an army as of yet. They only had the Dragonborns and the state troopers. That was it. In terms of numbers, the bandits definitely had the advantage. But of course, Rebornians had a few tricks up their sleeves that could turn the tides at the heat of the battle, namely the 35% concentrated chocolate pellets. As expected, the skeleton general proved himself to be quite masterful in his deployment of troops, as well as the planning of the experiments. Okay, this is pretty good for now, Michael said as he looked at a 3D topographical map of the forest east of Angora City. On the bottom right was the Golden Road, currently under construction. On the top left was a cave in between two mountains where the Bastard Bandits' hideout was located. Michael also created some mini-figurines that depicted the location of where the Bastard Bandits were most likely to strike. They were located in the middle of the map. That was where they would install the roller coaster experiments. Meanwhile, the mini-figurines of the Dragonborns were positioned on the right side, protecting the Golden Road. After all, this was the very goal of the Bastard Bandits, or Blazel, to be more accurate. Meanwhile, they were aiming to reach the Bastard Bandits' hideout, defeating groups of bandits on the way, hoping to convert them to their side. Once they reached the cave, they would finally confront the ringleader of this whole assault. Ho ho ho! I'm getting quite excited, Michael. My blood is boiling. Oh wait, I don't have blood. The very next day, Michael teleported himself onto the very edge of the Golden Road inside the forest. Construction was halted during this whole war with the bandits, so this would be their base for the entire fight. The Rebornian engineers and construction workers used their time to build a small fort within the forest, where all their forces would sleep and stay for the whole duration of this assault. They added barricades, watchtowers, and even pitfalls around the area for extra defense. Of course, Michael added his own touch of protection by adding a headquarters in the middle, where shadow orcs would report on all the things that would happen in the forest. Basically, it was the brain of the whole operation, and allowed Michael to see everything in real time, just like how modern wars were fought using surveillance cameras and drones. The Rebornians greeted him with a curt but polite nod as he walked through the concrete fort. Everyone was serious and busy for the upcoming fight. Michael felt as if he had stepped onto a real battlefield. "Oh, they're so serious," said Vivi as she buzzed around Michael's face while looking around the fort. Since she was still being punished for her shenanigans, Michael forced her to accompany him wherever he went without consuming any emotions from anyone. "Yep, of course they're serious," Michael replied. "We're all taking this very seriously." But as he got closer to the headquarters, that serious tone was quickly dissipated as soon as he heard raucous laughter within the building. As Michael and Vivi walked inside the building, they heard the sound of something that did not belong in a war. Laughter. I smell joy so yummy," Vivi muttered, sniffing the air inside the building. She could feel an intense emotion coming from the people inside, and immediately, she wanted to go over there and consume their emotions. "Wait," Michael said as he held her by the wings. "No consuming emotions," he warned her. Vivi disappointedly flew back to Michael's shoulder and pouted. Michael then walked inside and saw that the whole place was surrounded by the shadows of Reborn. Orcanine and Orcupine orcs roamed around the room as they all consulted their own shadows for information. When he designed this room, he thought of all those action movies he had seen in his previous life. He modeled this room to be like those super secret top rooms, with multiple screens that showed surveillance footage and a radar pinging every second. He hadn't invented televisions yet, so he had to use the shadow skills to create a pseudo CCTV screen on the four walls. There were also shadow orcs in their desks watching over these screens and relaying information in real time to other orcs. At the very center of the room was the 3D topographical map that he and Grieve used the other night. The two orc chieftains, Naruto and Sasuke, were currently looking over this map, discussing their plans. "This looks good," he complimented them. They did a great job in executing his designs. However, they didn't seem to hear him at all. They were too busy in their screaming arguments at each other. "Bu-2. I think that we should attack the bandits first," Naruto said, slapping his chest to assert dominance. "That is foolish, Tata. We should let them come to our fort so that we can use our defenses to whittle down their numbers." The two chieftains were once again in a battle of wits to find the best course of actions. Of course, the Orcanine chieftain would suggest an all-out attack that their group was best known for. Conversely, the Orcupine chieftain would rather stay passive and defend the fort, which their group was most adept at doing. This was one of the reasons why the two orc tribes didn't get along in the first place. Oh, a rivalry. Hate and love, friendship and hostility. Those emotions are very rare, Vivi said, flying over the two orc chieftains. Upon hearing this, Naruto and Sasuke both turned to Vivi. Love? Preposterous. There is no friendship between us. It was only now that they noticed Michael and bowed respectfully at him. But even doing so, they couldn't help but fight against each other. Naruto tried to muscle out Sasuke, and Sasuke tried to jab Naruto with his quills. Boss, great to see you here, but who is she? Naruto asked. Her name's Vivi. She's one of the fairies. Great to meet you, Vivi. But you are completely wrong. There is no love lost between us two. That, I agree with you. Vivi shrugged her shoulders. It's clear as day to any fairy that can sense emotion. You two secretly want to be buddies. What? No way. The two orc chieftains once again got into their eternal argument. At this point, even the other Orcupine and Orcanine shadow orcs were tired of this routine. Ever since they had become Rebornians, they had all let go of the hate they had for each other. It was only the chieftains who remained divided between each other. Vivi's words were like pouring gasoline on fire. The mischievous fairy couldn't hold out her laugh and chuckled as she turned around, proud of what she had done, only to see Michael looking at her with squinted eyes. Hee old habits die hard, she said, scratching her head. Don't worry, I didn't eat their emotions. Michael had to give her props. She was very good at manipulating people to show their emotions. Never mind that. Where's the Dragonborns? Where's Fudge? Why do I hear laughter in this building? He finally asked the chieftains. If they stayed here any longer, Vivi could influence the two in actually fighting each other. They're all in the next room over there, one of the Orcupine shadow orcs said. They told us not to disturb them, as they are currently busy preparing for the upcoming battle. Michael looked over to the room. He heard nothing but muffled laughter. Uh-huh, sure they are, he said sarcastically. He walked over to the room and immediately pushed the door open, revealing the Dragonborns. Hey, I told you not to disturb. Oh, Master, you're here. Bro Mike, what's up? They forced me to play. While every Rebornian was busy sharpening swords, digging trenches, these guys were all busy playing Uno. Master, come play. Of course, Fudge would be here. He was always the mastermind in getting everybody to slack off. Beside him was Zion, who seemed to be losing since he had almost a whole stack of Uno cards in his hands. And surprisingly, even Nishaya Misu was caught up in the two mischievous kids. She was the one winning, with only 2 cards left in her hand. Michael, nice of you to join us. If I beat you, will you finally give me ice cream? Even Yuna was playing. Even though he told her not to come since it was dangerous, she still came anyway. Why are you here? He asked her. Don't worry, she shrugged his concerns. Agnes is here too. And besides, I can protect myself just fine. Don't forget, I'm stronger than you, at least, physically anyway. Michael wanted to retort, but she was right. She could have been a heavenly knight, after all. Fufu, overprotective already, my son. Michael looked over to the woman sitting next to Yuna and was stunned to see his mother here, of all places. Mom, why are you here? She was even playing Uno with Fudge and the others. I'm here to introduce myself to your friends. You haven't even let me meet them before. And you haven't visited us in years. Oh, the horror. If I didn't have Michael too with me, I would simply cease to exist. Michael felt his cheeks flush as she showed everyone the wooden statue of him. He didn't even want to think about where she stored that. Oh, how cute. Eunice said. Master, he looks just like you. Fudge mentioned. I want to have one too. Amisu shyly said. Hee boss. You do look cute, Jaka said, teasing him. Shut up. Jaka laid on the side, looking like he had just woken up from his sleep, even though he had a few Uno cards in his hands. Michael didn't know what was happening. He was too stunned, seeing his mother appear in this place when he hadn't seen her in a while. How did you even get here, Mom? Oh, you know, Lilia said, waving her hands. I just used one of your Reborn taxis to Angora City. There, I met with the wonderful Yuna, who told me about what you're doing here. And so, I went with her. What about Dad? He's back at Angora City. He's fine. He's not suited to be here anyway. Michael wanted to retort that she didn't belong here too, but then he remembered. She did. There was a reason why her title used to be called the Earthen Witch of the West. Michael didn't know why, but the preparation for the battle against the Bastard Bandits became a normal game night for the Rebornian high rankings. Mom, are you sure you want to be here? We'll be fighting against bandits, you know? Oh, pish posh. I've been dealing with bandits all my life. I was an adventurer before I met your dad. Michael consoled himself on the fact that a 7-star mage like her would be a pretty strong ally to have in the fight to come. But to be honest, he didn't want her anywhere near the battlefield. Come on, honey, let's play some Uno. Just then, the door opened and Shiana came inside. She stopped dead in her tracks as soon as she saw everyone playing Uno instead of preparing like she had told them. Zion, I thought I told you to put those cards away. But sis, it's so boring here without any games to play. Shiina quickly changed her Azura expression into one of calmness as soon as she turned to Michael. I'm sorry, Lord Michael. I've been telling these no-good siblings of mine to sharpen their mithril artifacts. But unfortunately, he could see the bubbling rage seething from her teeth. It's fine, he said to her. Maybe it's good to relax once in a while so that we're all ready for a fight tomorrow. There was no use worrying about something that hadn't happened yet. So, playing some cards would be a good way to pass the time while also keeping everyone on their toes. That's right, dear Shiina. Come here and sit next to me, Lilia said, patting the ground beside her. The white-scaled dragonborn smiled meekly before going over to Lilia's side to sit down. This was a huge honor for her. Teasish, I thought you wanted us to prepare for the battle, not play some cards, Jaka teased, poking at her hypocrisy, to which Shiina just ignored. Okay, let's play some Uno. Fudge shouted, using his shadows to grab all the scattered cards on the floor and consume it inside his slimy body. Everyone saw the cards getting shuffled and neatly stacked inside his semi-transparent violet jelly before it floated back out of Fudge's stomach. Come on, give me a +4. Zion shouted excitedly, rubbing his palms together. I'll distribute the cards so that there's no cheating going around, Shiina said, grabbing the stack of cards before Zion could get to it. After another shuffle, Shiina distributed the cards evenly amongst the players. You playing? She asked Jaco, who was still laying on the floor off to the side. Yeah, deal me in. All of them were seated in a circle. In a clockwise position, the players were as follows. Zion at the top. Next to him was Shiina, then Lilia, Amisu, Yuna, then Michael, Jaco, Fudge, and then back to Zion. All in all, there were 9 players for this game of Uno. Soon enough, everyone had 7 cards in their hands, each having different colors and numbers, with a few special cards like the skip, the reverse, the +2, the +4, and the wild color. The goal of the game was to be the person who played all their cards into the pile. Of course, players could only play 1 card per turn, and the cards must correspond to the correct color or the same number of the previous card for it to be played. Ha. These are some good cards, Zion proclaimed. Oh, Miju. Fudge ominously said. To start the game, Shiina picked a card from the deck and started the pile. It was a blue 6, which meant that players could only play blue cards or cards with the number 6. The game started clockwise, so Fudge started first, putting a blue 0. Then, Shiina, who put a blue 3. Now it was Lilia's turn. Michael, honey, do you have a yellow card? Michael slapped his head, embarrassed. Mom, the game doesn't work that way. It's a competition. Well, forgive me if I just want to make sure my son had the cards to play the game, she said, putting in a yellow 3, changing the color requirement for the entire pile. Amisu played, then Yuna, Michael, and then on to Jaku, who played the first action card, a yellow +2. Fudge would have to pick up 2 cards from the deck because of this action card. However, Fudge put down his own red +2 card, allowing him to pass on the burden to the next player. Now, Zion was in trouble. He would have to pick up 4 cards from the deck. However, it turned out that he had his own +2 card. I have 1 too, he said before playing a green +2 card. Shiina grunted. She didn't have a +2 card to continue the stack, so she would have to pick up a combined 6 cards from the deck, doubling her current stack. Zion chuckled to himself and stuck his tongue out to his older sister. Blah. That's why you should have played more with us, sis. You lack Uno training. She glared at him, with her eyes almost glowing red. Michael could have even sworn she was ready to pull out of her bow an arrow. Shut up. But Zion couldn't seem to let it go. What? We're just having fun, he said, putting his hand behind his back. The problem is that while you were here, having fun, I was busy dealing with all the jobs that you had to do. That would have been fine, but you don't even practice with Miss Agnes anymore. Yuna didn't want to interject in their conversation, but Shiina was right. Her battle maid was getting quite disappointed with Zion's frequent skipping of early morning training. TSK, Zion clicked his tongue. I don't want to train all the time. I don't need to. I just need to punch some people, and everything is solved. That's exactly your problem. Shiina called out. You're overconfident in your abilities, so you don't train to become better. You could be so much stronger than all of us. As a SSS class talent, Zion truly was the most talented one amongst his Dragonborn siblings. Because of that, everything came easy for him. Training, cultivation, skills, and spells. But Zion didn't want to change. He just wanted to play. That's boring. That's your responsibility. The 2 siblings argued once again, halting the game in its tracks. Michael wanted to say something. However, he saw his mother scooting over to Yuna and whispering something to her with a smile. So what do you think? Isn't my son so capable? She said. I think so, Yuna replied. He has certainly done a great job with the Reborn company. Of course, of course. He inherited his magic talent from me and his business acumen from his father. He could even be considered the best of all the Vanderbilts. And you, Yuna, aren't you also considered the best of all the Montgomery children? Yuna awkwardly laughed. I guess so, huh? Then wouldn't it be good, great, even if you and Michael Stop. What? I'm just having a conversation with Yuna. Conversation? More like you're advertising. Somehow, he was also caught up in an argument with his mother. The game was no longer a game. It was just a big argument from both sides. While the whole group was caught up in an argument, there was one spectator among them who relished all the big emotions flowing through the room. Vivi had blended into the room, disguising herself with a bright light on the ceiling. Nobody knew she was even there. Michael would have called out to her, but thankfully, he was caught off guard by the presence of his mother that he completely forgot about his existence. This allowed her to do what she did best. Just observe the situation from a third perspective and see how people's emotions unfold in real time. Ooh, that white-scaled lizard is angry. Her emotions are like that of a mother angry at her son, even though they are just siblings. She observed Zion and Shina's argument and enjoyed what she was seeing. Being a third-person perspective like this allowed her to see the emotions displayed by each party, giving her an omniscient view, a peek behind the curtain, with all their subtle change and expressions. Even though this was the first time she met them, it felt like she knew them very intimately. It was like an X-ray. She saw all the emotions flow out of their bodies, letting her discern the real truth of their argument. For example, although Zion acted all bratty and mad at his sister, it all stemmed from the fact that he wanted to spend more time with her. That was why he always invited her to play board games and stuff. Of course, his timing wasn't really the best at times, like wanting to play games even today of all times, so Shiina would get mad and think that he was just slacking off. Shiina wasn't really mad at Zion either. She just wanted him to act more mature and be the Dragonborn she knew he could be. She thought he was the best of all of them. +4. Ha ha ha, you can make a fan out of your cards, sis. Zion teased. It was then that Shiina put down the reverse card, allowing the flow of the game to turn counterclockwise. Now, she had the chance to get her revenge. You'll see, she muttered, with a bit of a smile sneaking in her mouth. Vivi wanted nothing more than to consume their emotions and live vicariously through them. Unfortunately, that would alert them of her presence. Michael would definitely force her to stop snooping. Speaking of whom, Michael was exhibiting some interesting emotions as well. His cheeks were bright red from embarrassment, and his ears were practically steaming as Lilia continued to tease him with Yuna. You should come visit our home soon, Yuna. You'll definitely love it there. Maybe you'll even want to move there permanently. Hi. Lilia continued to pester Yuna with not-so-subtle signs of trying to matchmake her with her son. Michael wanted to bury his head in the ground. Imagine Lilia going to a globally famous artist concert and suddenly screaming out onto the stage, trying to get her to meet and date her son, who was sitting right next to her in the concert. That was what Michael was feeling right now. Mom, please, I'm begging you. Stop. But it seemed that his flustered expression spurred his mother more. Look at him getting all embarrassed. Isn't he so cute, Yuna? Yuna covered her mouth as she tried not to laugh. She had always seen Michael as this talented, sparkly, clean leader of Reborn with absolutely no flaws. But now, she was seeing a completely different side of him, one that was getting as red as a tomato. She did admit it made him seem pretty cute. You should be here often, Miss Lilia, Yuna said, peeking a teasing look at Michael. That's a great idea, Yuna. I'll take you up on your offer. Michael looked at Yuna, a look of complete betrayal on his face. He mouthed the words, "Why?" Yuna just responded with a very adorable chuckle. She mouthed her reply back to him. Revenge for the ice cream. He had to shut up with that. Her complaint was totally valid. He had always put off her request of creating ice cream because he was so busy. Come on, let's just play, he said, hoping that the teasing would stop. Unfortunately, his own allies betrayed him. It would be nice to have you here often, said Jaco. It's the only time we can have a chance of beating the boss at a game. Et2, brute? Michael thought to himself, glaring at Jaco for the betrayal. I can help clear Lord Michael's schedule for a weekly board game night. Miss Lilia, Shiina said, already scribbling something out on her notebook. Hey, I didn't approve of that. I'm busy with a lot of projects, he said to her. But she didn't seem to hear it at all. It's nice to have you here, though Missa muttered under her breath, getting drowned out by the other's words. Master Mom, I'll definitely teleport you here whenever you like, said Fudge. He expected Fudge to do it, but he didn't expect even the Dragonborns to double-cross him. It was as if his mother had taken control of them. Guys, let's stop talking about me. How about Jaco? Let's make fun of how lazy he is. How about Zion? Aren't the two of you arguing, Shiina? Everyone stayed silent for a few seconds, looking at each other. So, Miss Lilia, would you be free on the weekends? Shiina asked. Yee. More board game nights. Zion celebrated. You can't go if you don't do your training, Jaku retorted. How about you, bro? You don't do it either. I train by not moving. We're different. Of course I would be free on the weekends, Lilia replied to Shiina. Yuna, you're free too, right? Of course, Lilia. Everyone ignored Michael's plea and kept talking over him. They weren't even playing the game anymore at this point, which was quite weird since they were making plans of playing more board games in the future. He didn't understand it. Meanwhile, Vivi, who had been observing everything from the background, couldn't help but look at this whole group with a solemn look on her face. They were all arguing and speaking over each other. Yet, there was an indescribable sense of warmth that spread all around them. Right now, at this moment, everyone has the same emotion. And for the first time, Vivi didn't know what kind of emotion this was. She didn't even know this was possible. It was like humans discovering a new color for the first time. As these emotions spread around everyone, Vivi herself felt something missing from her own heart. It was aching, as if there was a hole inside of it. Somehow, watching Michael and the others play Uno made her feel injured. What's happening? Vivi thought to herself. Spurred on by curiosity, Vivi tasted the overflowing emotions in the room. But even after consuming their emotions, it wasn't enough to understand the true feeling they were going through right now. She felt even more empty. She couldn't understand it. Usually, she would feel what others felt after consuming their emotions, making her feel full and satiated. But after tasting their emotion, Vivi felt even hungrier. And no consumption of emotion would make her feel satisfied. While she was in deep thought, Michael flashed a smile. I almost forgot, he said, reaching out to the air and grabbing Vivi by her wings. You have to play with us too. You won't get away that easily, he said, hoping to divert some of the attention away from him. Michael, dear? Who is she? Holding Vivi in his hands, Michael introduced the troublesome fairy to everyone. She's Vivi, one of the fairies that were originally from this forest. Now, the usually strong and unabashed fairy turned meek as soon as everybody was looking at her. It was as if she was a completely different person, one that Michael didn't recognize. Have you played Uno before? Shiana asked. The shy fairy shook her head no. It's fairly easy. These are the rules. Shiana gave Vivi an abridged version of the rules, just enough for her to play with them without a problem. One of the rules is that you have to give up your +4 to me whenever you have it, said Jaku, holding in his chuckle. Don't believe this lazy bum, Shiana said. Sit beside me. I can guide you through it. Vivi floated down next to Shiana and Lilia, who welcomed the newcomer with warm smiles. Let's start over then, Fudge said as he used his shadows to take back everyone's cards. Hey, I was winning, Zion complained. You only wanted to do that because you were losing. I just wanted to include Cece, Bibi. You don't even know her name. And so, with 10 players all in a circle, the game continued. The usual arguments and banter would occasionally stop the game. Zion would go on and tease Shiina, which would earn him her ire. Lilia continued to pester Yuna with weird and cute facts about Michael during his childhood as a way to endear him to her. Jaku slept while it wasn't his turn. Fudge played the worst, with him not knowing the rules half of the time, and having his cards completely turned over and letting others see through his deck. Amisu emerged as the quiet frontrunner, but she failed to win because her turn would be skipped too often and she would be too shy to speak up. Vivi remained quiet, just observing everyone and everything around her. Meanwhile, something weird happened. Even though she wasn't consuming their emotions, she felt as if she was feeling something warm in her heart. Vivi, isn't my son so amazing? He must have charmed you all with his looks and talents. That's why even fairies like you followed him, right? Having Lilia brag to her about his son made Vivi feel something. Vivi, tell my sister that she's being a meanie. She doesn't want to admit defeat and let me skip my training, Zion said, trying to plead to Vivi. Having Shiina and Zion try to settle their arguments through her made Vivi feel like she belonged. It was at that moment that Vivi looked down at her chest and touched her heart. Is this what emotions feel like? She asked herself. As Vivi was having this realization, the door to their room slammed wide open as the two orc chieftains, Naruto and Sasuke, came inside and kneeled to them all. Bu Tatu, I apologize for this intrusion, but we must inform you that our mid-shadow orcs have detected movement from the bastard bandits. Ra-ta-ta. The first wave has been deployed, and they are all headed towards our fort. They are targeting the Golden Road in the hopes of destroying all our progress. Michael stood up, knowing that the fight was about to begin. Will you be able to take care of it? He asked them. Yes, boss, Naruto said. Our mid-shadows are perfectly capable of disposing of these bandits. But boss, I must warn you that they will soon find out about our preparations here, Sasuke said. Right now, the bandits still thought that the Golden Road was protected by a bunch of construction workers with no way to protect themselves. But after this first wave, Blazel would soon be aware that the entire force of Reborn was here to protect their progress at all costs. It's fine. We expected this anyways, he said to them. The two orc chieftains bowed before turning to leave. Shiina gracefully stood up and tidied her outfit. The game's over, she said. Zion, you must get ready for the fight. The youngest Dragonborn protested immediately. But we have plenty of time for another game. No, Shiina stressed. There's no time to play around. Our Rebornian brothers are fighting the good fight. We can't just stay here and play games all day. But, no buts, Shiina said. Zion looked down, pursing his lips. It looked like he was about to accept Shiina's order. But suddenly, an idea formed in his head. Wait a minute. How about this? What if we had a competition? Shiina frowned and crossed her arms. She wasn't going to entertain another one of his shenanigans. Hear me out. We'll see who can bring the most bandits out of the two of us. If you win, then I'll do as you say and be completely obedient to what you say for 1 month. I'll go to training and I'll stop playing around. If you lose, then you won't bug me about any training whatsoever for a month. And you'll let me play games whenever I want, even late at night. Deal. An eyebrow raised in Shiina's head. A month, you say? Zion smiled, taking his hand out for his sister to take. He could see her start to raise her hand, about to take the deal. A word of advice, don't take it, Lilia said suddenly. Oh, you don't know the regret I felt when I made a similar deal with Michael. He says it'll only be a while, and 2 years later, and he's still out there going off on his own adventures. After hearing Lilia's somber recollection, Shiina had a sudden change of mind and quickly took back her hand. No deal, she said. Zion despaired. He almost had it, but then he suddenly felt a warm hand on his shoulder. He looked up and saw that it was Michael. Wait a minute, Michael said. What if we make this into a better deal? Something that will involve all of us. Everyone turned to him. Boys versus girls, he said. The team that defeats the most bandits will win the game. The loser will have to do whatever the winner dictates for an entire month. His words seemed to have sent a spark of fire within everyone else. Anything I want, my son will do, Lilia said, a smile forming on her face. More board game nights, no curfew. Zion muttered. No tasks, sleeping for a whole month. Jaka dreamed. Ice cream? Finally. Yuna chuckled. Will everyone finally listen to me? Amissa muttered. One by one, they all nodded their heads, agreeing to Michael's proposition. It was now a team game, 5 versus 5. Yuna, Shiina, Amisu, Lilia, and Vivi versus Michael, Jakku, Zion, Fudge, and Grieve. The game had transformed into a hunt for the most bandits subdued. Both teams were motivated by their own desires to win. Huddle up, Michael shouted to the guys, gathering them all in a tight circle. We have to win this. It'll be embarrassing if we don't. Michael was motivated by the fact that he wanted his mother back to the nation of Reborn. This was the only way he could do it. Or else, she would have to stay here and embarrass him all of the time. Why USH? Let's do it, bro Mike. Yawn, but maybe a nap first? The boys' team screamed out with vigor. The only odd one out was Grieve, who was forcefully recruited to even out the numbers. Ho ho ho, I must have forgotten that I agreed to this. But, huzzah! While the boys and girls team were huddling up and preparing for their internal competition, Naruto and Sasuke both commanded their orcs to set out and defeat the first wave of bandits coming over towards them. "Bu to 2. Naruto shouted, slamming his palms onto his furry thighs as he greeted his men. These were all Orcanine orcs occupying different ranks within the Reborn Shadow organization. There were about 5 high shadow orcs, 13 mid-shadows, and 20 low shadow orcs in their midst, all loyal to Naruto. These were his trusted men, those that had followed him when he was just an orc chieftain in the tribe. "Bu too," they saluted back to him. "Our boss has just given us the honor of being the first ones to strike fear into the hearts of our enemies." Naruto's men smiled, each one tapping their chests lightly in anticipation. He slowly turned his head and snuck a peek at his rival Sasuke, who was busy looking over at the map. "You must all strike first and earn this honor. Do not let Sasuke's men earn this victory. Sabotage them if you have to. Go forth and prove to Reborn that we Orcanines are the superior orc species within the shadows." "Buto too," they screamed before they all turned into shadows and dispersed into the forestry around them. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the fort, Sasuke slowly turned his back away from Naruto. All around the trees around him, there were Orcupine orcs lying in wait for his instructions. There were those hanging upside down from the trees, those that were laying down on the ground with mud on their faces, and there were even those that were hiding in plain sight. Ra-ta-ta. Sasuke shouted, strumming the spikes all over his body to create a high-pitched sound. As his porcupine orcs heard this sound, they responded by shaking their bodies and creating a ringing sound from the collision of their quills amongst each other. Men, this is our chance to prove our strength to Reborn. Defend against those bandits with your very own lives. Do not let them get near the Golden Road. But most importantly, do not let them get captured by those Orcanines. Confuse them if you have to. Just make sure that this honor does not go to Naruto. Unbeknownst to each other, both orc chieftains were having their own plans and ideas outside of their normal scope. It was a competition between the Orcupines and the Orcanines to see which ones were superior. Meanwhile, in the very depths of the forest, a bush ruffled as a bandit emerged from the forest ground. His face was painted with mud, his brown outfit with leaves entangled around and blended perfectly into the environment. He looked around, and after ascertaining no other people in sight, stomped the ground lightly to signal the others. Soon after, 2 more bandits emerged from beside him, seemingly out of nowhere. The hole where they came from slowly closed back up, revealing no sign that there ever was an opening at all. This was the bandits' underground cave system, which they used to navigate through the forest under everyone's noses. This stealthy way of traversing the forest came from none other than the fairies, who blessed the bandits to help them scare more people. One of the bandits signaled with his hand to move forward, and soon, all of them did. 10 bandits emerged and walked stealthily around the bushes and the trees. Eventually, they saw a man-made fortress in the distance. The bandits' eyes widened, clearly not expecting such a large and wide construct from Reborn. There wasn't just a road, but a walled fortress as well. They all looked at their leader, clueless as to what to do next. Their mission this time was to sabotage the Golden Road by demolishing any road that they had built in the forest. They were even tasked to dilute and change the mixture of a strange liquid mixture they called concrete to destroy any chance they had of an easy construction. "What should we do?" asked one of the bandits. "We should continue our mission. Look, there's no one here to defend against us." They noticed that despite the tall walls and barricades around this fort, there was actually no one there to defend it. It was like a ghost town. "Beyuted, what's that sound?" asked one of the bandits. But judging from the confused looks everyone gave him, it seemed that he was the only one who heard it. "Beyutu to Beyutu, there it is again. It's getting louder. I think we should go. I don't have a good feeling about this." The fact that many bandits disappeared after trying to ambush the Reborn company added to the bandits' anxiety. But the other bandits disregarded his warnings. Their leader even scoffed at the man's cowardice. "Those rumors aren't true. Those bandits probably ran away because they're too afraid of FlareCorp and Blazel. Trust me, the Reborn company can't do anything to you. They're just a merchant group with absolutely no fighting power." The man was confident about his words. But just then, one of the bandits in front of him suddenly stopped in his tracks. "Hey, are you okay?" The bandit's eyes were unfocused and darting around the place as if he was sleeping and dreaming. A few seconds later, the man's eyes focused. Then, he began to shout and frantically crawl away in fear. "Ah, get away from me!" the bandit screamed before eventually collapsing on the ground. Everyone tried to help him and felt the cold sweat in his body. "What the hell is happening?" the bandit leader asked. Unbeknownst to any of them, another shadow attached itself to 3 more bandits. It didn't take long before they screamed in fear too, before collapsing into unconsciousness just like the first guy did. "Bu too." Finally, the bandit leader heard that ominous sound. It was so clear in his mind that it felt like there was a drum inside his head. "What the?" All of a sudden, a giant Orcanine orc showed himself to the bandit. "Who are you?" The orc turned into a shadow, enveloping the man's whole world into nothing but darkness. Then, his voice turned ethereal as he addressed the bandit. "We are the Orcanine orcs, and we are your worst nightmare." The bandit leader frowned and took out the knife from his waist, wielding it with the intention of fighting against his captor. "Don't you know us? We're the Bastard Bandits, and we are now part of FlareCorp. Don't mess with us if you don't want to mess with them," he said threateningly. Unfortunately for him, that was the worst response he could have said. A knife suddenly plunged into his heart, making him feel the pain of death for the first time. Gah! But a moment later, the bandit found himself uninjured, with no knife in his heart. Again, the orc's voice echoed in the darkness. "We are the Orcanine orcs. We are your worst nightmare." The bandit frowned again, taking out his knife a second time. "And we are the bastard." His words were cut off as he felt his head tumbling down to the ground. He was decapitated. The bandit was forced to experience this hellish loop until the name Orcanine Orcs was carved deep into his heart. "ARRGHH," he screamed, finally finding himself back in reality after experiencing thousands of deaths. But unlike the others, he was able to withstand the mental torture and kept himself conscious at the end of it. He crawled back, hoping to find safety. Just then, he saw a shadow latch onto his arms before his entire world was once again enveloped in darkness. Then, an ethereal voice called out to him. "We're the Orcupine Orcs, and we are." Back at the Bastard Bandit cave, Blazel was rudely awakened by a bandit with frantic news. "What is it?" she asked, with her fire almost setting ablaze the bed she was sleeping in. "Miss Blazel, our scouts have yet to return. They were supposed to return yesterday, but it has already been 2 days, and there has been no peep of them yet. I'm afraid that they've already been captured by Reborn." Blazel got up from bed and faced the bandit, who shivered in fear as soon as she got close to him. "How could that even be possible? Are you sure they're not late?" The bandit gulped. Of course he was sure, but not sure enough to risk the ire of Blazel. Just then, Wayno walked inside the room and grabbed the bandit's shoulder. "It's more than likely that they have already set up a defense system around their golden road." Blazel stared at the one-armed man. "How is that possible? They couldn't have been much faster than us. They come all the way from Angora City while we used your underground tunnels." Wayno pursed his lips. All this time, Blazel had been underestimating the strength of the Reborn Company, not knowing that they were a force to be reckoned with. Just from the rumors, the bits and pieces he heard about them, Wayno wouldn't have started a war against them in the first place. Unfortunately, he didn't control the Bastard Bandits anymore. She did. "They've been one step ahead of us this entire time. They must have anticipated your attacks once they progressed the Golden Road into the forest. And it's more than likely that they will target us next." A look of panic and worry washed over Blazel's face. But that didn't last long. She soon realized that she had nothing to worry about. It's fine. They will find it hard to progress their Golden Road. The fairies will pester them to no end. Am I right? She asked, chuckling to herself. However, Wayno didn't answer. He wasn't willing to bet on Reborn's failure at this point. In the meantime, send more troops, Blazel commanded. Meanwhile, Michael and his team named, the boys sat together in their own room inside the headquarters. "What are we doing here? Let's punch some bandits," Zion said, tapping his biceps. "My junior Zion, don't be so crass. We still need them to be recruited into our nation as prisoners. I want some more loyal Iron Maid men." "Oops, I said nothing." Fudge whistled innocently, retracting the mouth from his slime face. He was very lucky that Michael was preoccupied with something, or else he would have been cooked. "Naruto, Sasuke," he called out to the chieftains. Within a fraction of a second, the two orcs appeared simultaneously, each one bidding to be faster than the other. "Do we have any news on which bandit group is coming?" Naruto kneeled. "BU to 2. Thanks to the intel provided by Sleazy, we have discovered that the Dogfolk bandits have been dispatched to attack us." Sasuke followed along. "Ra-ta-ta. They are stationed in this part of the forest, so it is likely that they will come from this direction and attack the western point of our fort." Their numbers, just as the orcs were about to finish their report, the door to their room suddenly burst wide open as 5 angry women stared down at Michael. "You're cheating," Yuna accused, pointing at Michael, squinting. "The contract we signed clearly states that no team should ask help from other people." As a diplomat, Yuna had everybody sign a contract to legalize their game. That way, there were no backseas on the agreement. Of course, Yuna made sure the contract was foolproof. "What? I'm not cheating," he argued. "I'm just asking for help from my friends here." "It is cheating." Yuna stomped over and pushed the 2 orcs away from Michael. "You guys can't help him," she said. "Michael, I'm still proud of you, but I'm disappointed," Lilia said, sulking in the corner and shaking her head. "It's not cheating," Michael asserted. "Lord Michael, you cannot use your authority as the boss to get a tactical advantage against us," Shiana said, turning her head away from him. "Yup, I agree," Amissa nodded along. Michael couldn't believe that even they agreed that he was cheating. Lilia then prodded Vivi to come inside the room. "Come on, dear. Shout at Michael for cheating." Vivi looked around, confused, but the other girls in the room nodded at her, giving her assurance. "You're a sore loser," Vivi said, doubting her own words. The other girls gave her a thumbs up. A smile grew on Vivi's face as she gave herself a thumbs up. "We'll be confiscating the orcs. Since you got help from them this time, this means we can use them too," Yuna said, assertively pointing at the door and walking out. The 2 orc chieftains were unsure of what to do, but with just one look from Lilia, their survival instincts kicked in and they followed them out of the room. Michael sighed. Technically, he was cheating, but he didn't think they would notice. Thankfully, though, he got the information he needed from the orcs. They were about to face dogfolk bandits. What happened to our traps? Is it all set up? Michael asked Grieve as they both looked at the topographical map of the forest. Grieve nodded, with his ribs clicking as he did so. Yes, Michael. All is well. We just need to add the constructs to the layout and it will be done. Michael had instructed Grieve to prepare the landscape for their experiment. Aside from wanting to win this competition against the girls, Michael also wanted to use this time to test out the roller coaster features he was going to build in the future. Speaking of which, he wanted to see if the prototype was already constructed by Kong and the engineers. So, he briefly transported himself back to Angora City, specifically the warehouse just by the side of their department store. This was where Kong and the other senior-level engineers were working on the roller coaster prototype. Michael looked around and saw the makings of a roller coaster trailway, which was halfway constructed from the bottom as it climbed up to the apex of the ride. He saw a group of Rebornian engineers gathered in a circle as they looked at blueprints and small metal prototypes in their hands. Kong noticed his arrival and immediately greeted him. Boss, we just finished the cart prototype. As of now, it has been fitted to carry dogfolk, catfolk, lizardfolk, and other such demi-humans with human body types. In the middle of their table, he saw a large cart modified to seat 2 people in the front and another 2 at the back. It looked like a crude version of the roller coaster carts he saw in his previous life. But this one looked bulkier and thicker than the original one. It's made from Damascus steel, Michael observed. Yes, boss. This is the only metal that is lightweight, but still strong enough to withstand great accelerations. Michael knocked on the metal and nodded in satisfaction. This will do, he said. Now, how about the features? Have you finished it yet? Yes, boss. For dogfolk and other demi-humans with the canine bloodline, we have borrowed from your great wisdom and created this masterpiece. Kong and the other engineers removed the veil of their product, showing a large pillar with a donut-like shape at the top of it. Michael had seen this before. It's a Tesla coil, he thought to himself. With this object, we can summon lightning and electricity without the use of mana. Kong pushed the lever, and the coil rumbled as it started its power. Soon enough, the first electrical discharge arced through the air, almost reaching up to the ceiling. It wasn't long before arcs of electricity spewed out of the coils, demonstrating its terrifying electrical powers. What do you think, sir? It's good, right? Michael smiled. It's perfect, he said. I'll be counting on all of you to set up the experiment in the forest. Very well, boss. We're ready, Kong said, with the rest of the engineers nodding their heads. With a simple snap of a finger, the shadow underneath Michael's feet began to widen and envelop the engineers. A darkness enveloped their surroundings, lasting for just a second, before receding back into Michael's shadow. The Rebornian engineers stumbled forward, almost falling as they landed on the uneven ground of the forest soil. This is where our test subjects will be arriving. I want you to build a simple rail track starting from here, all the way up to that cliff over there. Michael gave them all instructions on where to build the experimental track. He also led the construction workers from the Golden Road and had them do all the heavy lifting for the engineers so that the construction would be finished before the bandits arrived. Meanwhile, he went back to the fort and convened with his teammates. Bro Mike, can we go out already? What if the girls already got some bandits by now? Zion said, punching the air to appease his excitement. I want to be lazy, but I agree with Zion. I need that 1 month of sleep, so we need to act now, Jaka said, uncharacteristically standing upright with no bags under his eyes. Ho ho ho, I didn't know we could win a prize. How about, Hitchum, what were we doing this for again? Master, let's get ninja, Fudge said, creating his new catchphrase. That doesn't work, he said to Fudge, which the slime ignored. But I agree with you all. It's time to play. This is what we're going to do. Fudge, you're going to lure them here, while Zion. Soon enough, an entire platoon of dogfolk bandits set off from their base camp towards Reborn's fort. They all prided themselves in their extraordinary senses, some of which were natural, and some of which came from their innate skills. This helped them get the advantage against enemies, allowing them to know their precise location even before their enemies knew where they were. Their group consisted of all the different subspecies of canines, the Labrador men, the Beagle men, and even Chihuahua men. However, they were all led by the apex of all dog folks, the Wolfman. This Wolfman was a close relative of the fierce werewolves, which was why Wolfmen were feared for their physical strength and speed that put them above all dog folks. This particular Wolfman was called Jacob, and he had a fearsome 6-star cultivation that allowed him to have a high authority within the bastard bandit group. Jacob, I smell them. Humans, one of the Bloodhound men reported. Every other dogfolk bandit raised their heads and sniffed the air, all identifying a group of humans in the distance. They could follow the tiniest bit of scent like it had a visible line that led back to the source. Let's pounce, Jacob shouted to the rest of the men. Their entire platoon, consisting of about 20 bandits, ran through the forest on all fours as they followed the unique scent of humans in the air. It wasn't long before they saw the heat signatures of a few humans gathered in a bunch. The lack of intense heat on their bodies indicated their lack of strength. These were just normal humans with no fighting ability whatsoever. And judging from the fact that they were building something with their hands, it was safe to say that they had come across some defenseless Rebornian engineers. Huh, fresh meat, Jacob said, licking his lips. Go and hunt these humans. We must avenge the disappearance of our brothers. Bark, bark, bark. In a matter of a few seconds, the pack of dog folks surrounded the group of humans without any difficulty. They didn't even seem to fight back. AWO, Jacob howled. You're Rebornians, right? The engineers nodded, raising their hands to prove their innocence. First of all, I would like to say that I'm sorry, and thank you for your sacrifice. Jacob tilted his head, unable to understand the humans' words. They should be feeling fear right now, yet there was no increased sweat production in the humans' bodies. Cuckoo, do you think that there will be anyone to save you? Jacob scoffed. There's no one here. His shout echoed through the forest. The lack of response proved his point, but instead of cowering under his howl, the human engineers just took out their pens and began writing furiously on their notebooks. Excuse me, but how many are you right now? One of the engineers asked. Do any of you have any allergies? Another asked. Are any of you related to one another? All the dogfolk bandits looked at each other in confusion. They had never experienced this kind of ignorance before. They were beginning to think these humans were stupid. Enough with these inane questions. Jacob shouted. But it's important to find out all the parameters of the experiment, one of the engineers said. Experiment? What the hell are you all talking about? We are here to find out the limits of a dogfolk's fear. The engineers answered simultaneously. The bandits turned silent for a moment before they all howled in laughter. Ha ha ha. Fear? Us. We have fought against armies. We have no fear. Don't you know who we are? Jacob asked, smiling. Don't you know who I am? The engineers shook their heads. But instead of getting intimidated, they seemed genuinely curious. We are the feared canine division of the bastard bandits. Anyone who tries to run away in the forest to escape from our protection fees is always caught by our team. You think we're going to be intimidated by a bunch of smarty pants like you? The dogfolk laughed amongst each other. Jacob wiped a tear from his eye from too much laughter. Haha, but enough of this. One of you, go and catch them, Jacob commanded. A Rottweiler man walked forward, unclenching his jaws to intimidate the engineers. You're coming with me, he said. One of the engineers raised his hand and signaled him to stop. Stop right there. Don't move any closer. And why not? The dogfolk chuckled. I'll do what I want. You can't stop me. The engineer sighed and consulted his notes. We're not done calibrating the machine, but if you insist, then by all means, go ahead. The Rottweiler man stepped forward, with the other dogfolk bandits behind him still laughing and chuckling to themselves. But as he took another step forward, they all suddenly heard a mechanical click. Everybody saw as a cart suddenly sped towards the Rottweiler man at high speeds. The cart crashed into the dogfolk bandit before the momentum allowed him to fall directly into the seats. Awoo! The Rottweiler man screamed in pain. But before he could try and get out of his cart, a seatbelt suddenly sprung into action and tied the unsuspecting man into the chair. He tried to rip the seatbelt from the cart, but realized that they were made out of thin, layered Damascus steel wires. The more he pulled on it, the tighter it became. Unable to get out, the dogfolk was helpless as the cart rolled through the grass, revealing the metal railway underneath. Whoa! He screamed as the cart picked up speed directly towards a cliff. He was going to collide. He raised his hand, preparing himself for the crash. But at the very last second, the cart swerved sideways, almost tipping the very cart itself. The Rottweiler man opened his eyes and heaved a sigh of relief. He thought he was going to die, but his troubles didn't seem to end there. He looked forward and saw that the metal railways that the cart followed continued slanting upwards as it rose through the cliffside. The momentum of the cart allowed it to scale the cliff upwards, allowing it to reach the very top. The cart slowed down as it reached the plateau. He thought it was over, but then he found that the cart continued to move and swerve to the left, effectively turning around towards the cliff itself. No, 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 the dogfolk muttered to himself. Click, 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 click. The cart slowed down at the very end of the cliff, teetering at the edge. Then it finally stopped moving. The dogfolk stopped breathing, cautious that any sudden movement could make the cart plummet down into the ground. Then, The wind breezed behind him, giving the cart the finally push as it raced down into the ground at almost a 90-degree angle. AWWWO! The dogfolk howled in fear. He couldn't help but grab onto his seatbelt for safety, hoping that it wouldn't throw him out of the cart. And just as the cart was about to hit the ground, it swerved to the right once again, allowing the Rottweiler man to escape the fall. The dogfolk bandit drooled as he tried to catch his breath. Now that it's over, he realized that he was never in any sort of danger whatsoever. This cart and track had made it seem like he was going to fall, but it had swerved away from a direct collision. Not only that, but he was a warrior in his own right. He realized that he could jump the cliff and land safely on his feet if he wanted to. What was I afraid of? The Rottweiler man said to himself. He tried to get out of the seat, but realized that the seatbelt was still firmly attached to the cart. And despite slowing down, the cart had yet to reach a complete stop and still continued to roll forwards. This time, the cart wasn't going towards the cliff, but inside it. There was a small cave opening in the distance, and the dogfolk could see that the tracks led inside it. "Humph, I'm no longer scared," he said to himself. The cart continued onwards, entering the dark cave devoid of any light. For the dogfolk bandit, this wasn't scary at all. Bandits like them lived in a cave and spent most of their time in the tunnels. A little bit of cramped darkness wasn't going to hurt him. But then, rumble, thunder roared through the cave, echoing endlessly in the chamber. "Storm?" the dogfolk uttered anxiously. He had a bad feeling about this. If there was one thing that all dogfolk were afraid of, then it was BZZZT. Lightning arced through the ceiling, lighting up the cave and showing the horrified expression of the Rottweiler man. "AWOO!" he screamed, with his utter fear and terror echoing out of the cave and reaching the other dogfolk bandits in the forest. "What was that?" Jacob roared. Dogfolks like them communicated through the howls, meaning they could feel the horror and panic that the Rottweiler was feeling right now. The hairs on her body stood up. One of the engineers ignored the wolfman's roar and consulted his other engineers. "We should add more velocity in the cart. It almost stalled at the very top of the cliff," he said. "Agreed," said the other engineers, writing down in their notebooks. Just then, everyone heard the sound of metal clanking as the cart returned back into its starting point, having looped all the way from the cliff back to the forest below. Its inhabitant, the Rottweiler man, had fallen unconscious in the seat, drooling his saliva all over the seatbelt. "What did you do to him?" Jacob demanded an answer. But once again, the engineers ignored him. "Now, shall we go on to the next test? Who wants to volunteer?" the engineer asked the dogfolks. Another empty cart rolled out from the forest and towards the dogfolk bandits. It was the same as the last one, meaning that anyone who fell into its trap would suffer the same fate as the Rottweiler man. "Roar!" Jacob growled at the engineers. "You will pay for this." "Men, attack them," he commanded. Now that they knew it was coming, it was very easy to dodge the incoming cart, no matter how fast it was. Just then, the dogfolk bandits picked up a sound from behind them. "Punch, punch, punch. I want to punch some people." But before they could reach the engineers, one of the bandits suddenly felt a huge force pushing him from behind. Jacob turned around and saw a red-scaled demi-human with draconic-like features punching one of the bandits from behind. The Chihuahua man was caught unaware and stumbled forwards from the punch, eventually falling down perfectly into the cart. "One down. One more seat available," Zion shouted as he faced another bandit. The husky man with black and white fur howled as he unsheathed his knife and lunged at Zion. The red-scaled dragonborn ducked away from the knife, surprising the dogfolk. The husky man used his spell, Zigzag Claw, allowing him to increase the speed of his knife swing towards Zion. But even with the power of a 4-star spell, the dogfolk was unable to even graze Zion's clothes. The dragonborn always ducked and danced around the blade perfectly. Eventually, out of frustration, the husky man overextended his swing, allowing Zion to duck and deliver a devastating liver shot to the body. The dogfolk bandit almost vomited out his insides. But before he could even do anything else, Zion punched the knife away from his hand and sent out a perfect uppercut to his jaw, sending him flying directly towards the cart. Now, with 2 passengers, the cart sped up through the tracks and experienced the same fear and terror that the Rottweiler man experienced for the first time. Just then, more and more carts rolled down through the tracks, carrying the combined capacity of about 10 more bandits. And before they knew it, another passenger was unwittingly forced to ride the coaster. Jacob turned around and saw a similar-looking demi-human with dark blue scales as he brought down his sword and defeated a bandit in swordplay. "What? Who are these people?" Jacob shouted. Jocko faced 3 bandits, all brandishing their knives towards him. "Come on, my brother is right there. He's punching bandits left and right. Why not go after him?" he complained. "I'm too lazy for this." But the bandits continued to approach him. Their knives glowed in a unique and different color as they used their 4-star spells in succession. A retriever man rushed towards Jaku, with his knife glowing golden, just like his fur. The earth beneath his feet rose from the ground, following the movements of his knife. The dogfolk lunged towards Jaku's throat, which Jaku parried with his sword. The bandit swung his knife, intending to cut Jaku's ribs. And just as Jaku was about to dodge, the ground beneath his feet caved in, giving him no support to move his feet. The knife came towards Jaku's chest, but just as it was about to reach him, a prismatic shield manifested around him and fought against the knife's earth magic. The knife stalled in midair, surprising the retriever man. A millisecond was all Jaku needed as he swung his sword, with blue lightning emanating from the blade. The retriever man showed a face of fear upon seeing electricity within the blade, which gave Jaku the freedom to swing his sword and hit the dogfolk in his chest. "Awoo!" the retriever man whimpered. The other 2 dogfolk bandits rushed towards him right at the moment he attacked, leaving Jaku no time to recover. Just then, Jaku's feet became ablaze with blue lightning, before he turned into nothing but a wisp of electricity. The 2 bandits lunged their knives, hitting just the air. Jaku's sudden disappearance made them lose their footing as they stumbled to the ground. While they were out for the fight, Jaku used this chance to chase the injured retriever man. Just as the dogfolk was about to recover from the fall, he suddenly saw Jaku appear in front of him and swing his sword upwards. Electricity followed through his swing, enveloping the retriever man and carrying him directly towards one of the unoccupied seats in the carts. "You'll pay for this, Awu." The 2 dogfolk finally found their footing and rushed towards Jaku once again. The shepherd man howled at Jaku before a magic circle appeared around his knife. Soon, flames erupted all over his knife and up into a pillar above the tip, creating a semblance of a sword. He swung his sword to Jaku, and Jaku deflected the sword with his own swing. Electricity and fire clashed. Meanwhile, the bulldog man raised his knife and used his 4-star spell, Air Cruncher. He swung his sword 2 times, one at the top and one at the bottom, leaving behind a visible wind structure made out of mana. The wind eventually morphed into jaws resembling that of a bulldog's mouth as it attempted to gnaw at Jaku. Meanwhile, the shepherd man continued to barrage Jaku with large and heavy swings, increasing the heat and intensity each time Jaku parried it. The 2 were evenly matched in terms of power, and the shepherd man was sure that Jaku would be vulnerable to the wind attack of his comrade. But just then, Jaku's sword glowed with a bright light as the power of the mithril artifact manifested itself to the Dragonborn. Immediately, Jaku's physical power with the sword increased by 1-star realm. The shepherd man's eyes widened as he saw Jaku's electric sword brush against his own fire sword, with the power almost enough to push it out of his hands. "What?" the dogfolk screamed. Jaku kicked the bandit in the chest, pushing him away before turning around and dealing with the wind attack coming right towards his face. The jaws opened wide before clamping down towards his face. But at the last second, he used his sword and forced the jaw to remain open. While his sword was preoccupied with the wind jaw, the bulldog man behind it rushed towards him, intending to pierce his stomach with a knife. Just then, electricity surged around Jaku's sword, and for a brief second, the sword disappeared from the wind jaw's clutches. Intersecting lines suddenly appeared around the wind jaws before the pieces slowly drifted away from each other, having been cut into pieces by the sword. The magic circle in the bulldog man's wrist dissipated, giving a brief vulnerability inside him. Jaku used this chance to raise his sword and use its tip to gently touch the dogfolk's chest. "Clear," he said, as electricity surged from his sword onto the dogfolk, giving him a huge burst of electric shock similar to a defibrillator. The bulldog man shot towards one of the seats, with his body smoking as the seat belt wrapped around his chest. "3 down," Jaku muttered, putting his sword to his shoulders. He looked to the side and saw Zion dodging and weaving as 4 bandits surrounded him from all sides. Even though they were all in the 4-star realm, Zion was able to evade their attacks through the 1-star realm boost that the mithril artifact was giving him. But still, there were 4 of them. Despite Zion being stronger than them individually, their numbers led them to achieve a stalemate. Zion couldn't attack, nor could he escape. He could only dodge. "Hey, lil bro, you need some help?" Jaku asked. Zion scoffed. "Are you kidding me? Don't try to take this away from me. I need the points." "You already have 3. Jaku shook his head. "We're supposed to be a team, you know? We're not counting bodies." They were already having a competition with the girls, but Zion also wanted to have a competition with the boys. He wanted to be the one that brought in the most bandits. That way, if they won, he would be the ultimate winner. I can handle this, Zion said. Just need a little bit of a pick-me-up. Just then, four knives simultaneously lunged towards him, giving him no chance to escape. The bandits thought they had finally gotten him, but at the last second, Zion jumped up. In midair, Zion took out a chocolate pellet from his pockets and immediately swallowed it whole, wrapper and all. His body convulsed as his body activated Sugar Rush. His magical power almost reached the 5-star realm. With his gauntlets glowing black and violet, Zion punched downwards, using the shockwave he created to reach higher and higher until he was above the trees, allowing him to see the entirety of the forest. Looking down, he saw the dogfolk bandits who squinted as they looked up at him. The ground started to rumble. No, it wasn't the ground. It was the air above them, and the source of all was none other than Zion himself. Before they could react, Zion's gauntlets released a blinding light before he punched the air, cracking the very space beneath him. The dogfolk bandits briefly saw the cracks as it spread downwards towards them. But as soon as it reached them, they felt the force of 1,000 elephants from the tip of their head down to their feet, causing an explosion from the very ground they stood on. Soil, grass, and rock exploded around the forest, creating an instability in the forest floor. Jakku turned into electricity and arrived just in time before the large chunks of rock crashed into the metal railway and destroyed the roller coaster. Chip, Jakku sighed. This is why I wasn't going all out, he said, shaking his head at his brother's carelessness. Jacob looked around himself, exasperated at what he was seeing. These demi-humans were decimating his dogfolk bandits, as if they were nothing. They were all respectable fighters in the 4-star realm, yet they could not defeat a single one of those scaled demi-humans, even when they were surrounding them 3-1. It seemed impossible. Not only that, but they weren't just defeating the bandits. They were pushing them to enter the strange cart that zoomed off into the cliff. He noticed that those who returned from this ride were all passed out from fear. Wait, are they the Dragonborns? This realization came far too late for Jacob. It had been rumored that the Dragonborns of Reborn were formidable fighters, but none of them believed it, till now. And it wasn't just them that were powerful. He looked to the side and saw a strange skeleton monster wielding a sword as he fought against 5 bandits at the same time. It was as if he was looking at a heavenly knight in action. The skeleton barely used any mana or magic, yet was able to play around with the bandits, parrying and deflecting their knives with pinpoint precision. Even as a 6-star fighter, his instincts told him that he shouldn't fight against someone like that. These 3 Rebornians were already decimating their numbers. But it seemed that there was also another one with them as well, one from the shadows. Brah! 5 bandits sluggishly walked forward all on their own, with their eyes completely unfocused as if they were still dreaming. They continued to walk until they reached one of the carts. What are you doing? Get away from that, he warned them. But his words meant nothing to them. They voluntarily rode into the carts and strapped the seatbelts onto their chests. Anything for the slime god, they muttered under their breaths. Unbeknownst to Jacob or anyone else, there was a shadow attached to their feet, letting Fudge trap their consciousness into illusions. After that, they followed his instructions of their own accord. I have had enough, Jacob roared. He looked towards the engineers and saw them continuing to take their notes, blissfully ignorant of the fight going on around them. Roar! He rushed towards them in all fours, fur raised, and lunged at them with his jaws opened wide. And for a brief moment, Jacob suddenly saw a golden-haired boy amongst the group of engineers. He could see the boy looking at him with clear eyes, as if every move he made was telegraphed straight into his head. His intuition got the better of him, and he stopped his attack, with his claws skidding into the soil and grass. The golden-haired boy was staring right at him, as if welcoming him to attack. Yet, Jacob had a bad feeling in his stomach. If those Dragonborns and the skeleton were any indication, then it meant that he shouldn't underestimate this little kid. F. Jacob's tail shot up, with his fur rising like a spooked cat. Do you surrender? The boy asked him. His pride as a 6-star officer of the Bastard Bandits almost made him say no, but his sense of self-preservation allowed him to meekly nod his head. Good decision, the boy said before pointing behind him. Jacob turned around and saw that most, if not all of his dogfolk bandits were down on the ground, either from defeat or after experiencing the roller coaster. He was the only one left standing. I surrender, he said. Michael tallied all of the dogfolk bandits and found their numbers to be in the high 20s, which was a pretty good haul for one day. Not only did they score some points in the game, but he was also able to test his roller coaster feature. What are the results? He asked the engineers. It was great, boss. All the dogfolk species exhibited great fear from the Thunder Cave. As expected, Thunder and lightning is a proven weakness of all canine species, which we can now harness to manufacture fear from the roller coasters. Michael looked at all the dogfolk bandits still strapped to their seats after just going through the ride once. We have to reduce the intensity. I don't want our customers to pass out too much from the ride. Tone it down to about 50%, he said to them. Understood. We'll have the final design for the first roller coaster in a short while, boss. The engineers quickly wandered back to the fort, bringing with them all the data and prototype with them to work on the project more. All in all, this was a very pleasant experiment. The data from this would allow the engineers to perfectly adjust the ride so that the roller coaster would be thrilling but still fun to ride, the so-called Goldilocks zone. Okay, round up all the bandits and take them back to our prison, he shouted to the forest. Black shadows emerged from branches, under stones, and through the cracks on the ground. These were all low-shadow orcs, whose job it was to take care of the prisoners and bring them to the nation of Reborn. Soon enough, Jacob and the rest of the dog folks were rounded out and teleported, leaving just Michael and the rest of his team. Whoa, that was a good exercise, Zion cheered, punching the air. You think the girls did better than us? Stop celebrating. You almost ruined the roller coaster. If I didn't intervene, the experiment would have been ruined. Next time, don't add more burden to me. I'm already too spent. Jaku complained, knocking on his brother's noggin. Ho ho ho. I forgot what I was going to say. Grieve muttered to himself, becoming completely occupied with trying to remember his words. Fudge hopped on over to Michael and saluted. Master, I've detected more bandits coming to us. Shall we give them a warm welcome? Yes. Let's go, Zion said, already scurrying off before Jaku grabbed a hold of his collar. Michael chuckled. Yeah, let's go before the girls get to them first. And so, Michael and the boys continued to advance forward, defeating groups of bastard bandits in the meanwhile. Of course, Michael did some little bits of experiments here and there, but nothing too big like the dogfolk one. For example, he came across a few lizard men whose weakness was ice. But not just ice, but ice from the top of the mountain. So, he used ice-specific spells to test their tolerance. He had an idea about creating a roller coaster with the theme, climbing Everest. This ride would target demi-humans with the fear of cold, heights, and a little bit of water. Thankfully, he gathered enough data for the engineers to make his idea into reality. From sunup till sundown, Michael and the boys continued to fight and subdue bandits without stopping. Eventually, their total tally was exactly 523. With the bastard bandits' cave just up ahead, Zion insisted on continuing to advance through the night, which Michael agreed with. Just then, he saw a shadow form in front of him. A shadow orc kneeled to him before relaying some important information. Boss, some bandits are about to reach the Golden Road. Currently, it is only being defended by construction workers and engineers. Shall I tell the shadow orc to intervene? Michael could have teleported back and dealt with the situation easily, but he decided not to. Have the reinforcements arrived? He asked. Yes, boss. They and their instruments have safely been transported here. Good. Then let them fight it out. Only intervene if it gets dangerous. They can take care of themselves, especially with them around. Because of their mastery over this forest, the bastard bandits found it easy to navigate towards the supposed Golden Road. By now, they have noticed the extremely protected fort that had spawned seemingly out of nowhere. There were watchtowers and even a moat to protect the main building from any unwanted intrusions. We won't touch the fort, said one of the bandits, leading almost 40 men behind him. The man was another major officer from the bastard bandits, second only to Wayno himself. His name was Crab, a nickname given to him because of his propensity to use scissors in both hands instead of knives, just like all the bandits. Many would have made fun of him for his weird obsession with scissors, if not for his 6-star cultivation. He was personally chosen by Blazel for this mission. She had grown frustrated at their inability to strike a devastating blow to Reborn and had wanted a win for once. So, he was tasked to blow their Golden Road into pieces. Thankfully, it was now nighttime, with no patrols within the vicinity whatsoever. They moved under the cover of darkness towards the small tents around the large automobile trucks carrying cement. Scout, what can you see? Crab asked one of his lieutenants. The bandit used his 4-star spell, creating magic circles in front of his eyes and allowing him to peer through vast distances as if it was right in front of him. There's only about 20 or so people inside. No one's wearing any weapon, just some tools. They're civilians, boss. Crab smiled. It looked like he would be able to deliver good news to Blazel, after all. We'll strike when the moon is obscured by the clouds, he commanded. Just then, one of his men approached him with an anxious thought. Boss Crab, I have a bad feeling about this. Why are there no guard around here or the fort? It's absolutely empty. Crab waved off the man's concern. They're all probably inside the fort, secretly watching whoever tries to infiltrate inside. But we won't go anywhere near it. We'll just hit the Golden Road. Do you see anything around the road? It's empty. There's no place for them to hide. I'm sure that there's no one guarding it. And even if there were, they won't be able to see us. This is our forest. We can navigate this place better than them, even if we close our eyes. They won't be able to see us in the darkness. Since he was an officer, his words were final, and the anxious bandit could no longer voice his concerns. So as soon as no light from a moon shined down on them, the 40 bandits moved towards the tents. They made no sound and no trace, owing to their mastery over the forest. They were able to reach their target without anyone noticing. The Rebornians remained inside their tents, partying with music, talking amongst each other, and laughing while drinking beer, completely unaware of the bandits just outside their tent. Crab looked behind him and raised his hand. 3, 2, 1, go, he shouted, raiding the tents with his scissors cutting through the fabric. The rest of the bandits followed suit, barging through the different tents, brandishing their knives. The Rebornians were caught off guard, scrambling out of the tents as soon as they saw Crab and the bandits. But then, they were surprised to find that the bandits had already surrounded them, leaving them no chance for escape. Snip, snip, don't worry, we won't hurt you, Crab said, snipping his scissors. As long as you tell us the recipe for the concrete, then we'll let you go. The Rebornians consisted of engineers, construction workers, and other such civilians. Just as the scout said, there was no one here who wielded a sharp weapon, just shovels, rulers, and some musical instruments. One of the engineers was none other than Kong, the chief engineer of the Reborn company. He took charge of the situation and handled Crab. We will do no such thing. That formula is the Reborn company's proprietary secret. We can't give you the recipe, but we can give you cement if you want it. Crab shook his head. Not enough. We want a money maker. We want to sell our own concrete and get tons and tons of gold. Finally, I can get out of this bastard bandit group. Kong shook his head. I refuse. And what are you going to do? Crab ridiculed. There's no one here to protect you. Wrong, Kong asserted. And we can protect ourselves. With what? Those shovels? Those guitars and drums? Crab and the other bandits laughed. Fighting the fearsome bastard bandits with blunt and crude tools was a ridiculous idea, especially since they were already outnumbered, with the bandits doubling their people. You're going to fight back? Construction workers like you. Kong nodded. Yeah, I've never fought in my life before, but I sure can defeat someone like you. Crab frowned, insulted by Kong's confidence. Destroy them. Crab commanded the bandits. Kong and the other Rebornians picked up their tools, shovels, pencils, and rulers. Surprisingly, each of these mundane tools glowed with such power and intensity that it illuminated the whole forest under the moonless night sky. What the? Crab muttered. Those look expensive. Get them. The bandits rushed towards the Rebornians, their eyes reflecting the light from the tools. Clear path. Kong shouted, stomping on the ground. The soil cracked beneath his feet, propagating in a straight line towards the bandits coming straight at him. Rocks and even small trees that was in the way were thrown up in the air as the cracks spread towards them. The bandits activated their own spells, creating magic circles around their knives to block the attack. One bandit directly in the way scoffed before using a single slash to defend against the earth spell coming towards him. He countered it with his own earth spell. A large rock formed at the tip of the bandit's knife and shot towards the propagating cracks. The bandit continued to run, expecting his spell to overpower the cracks. But then, the rock simply disintegrated into a million little pieces before reaching the surprised bandit, throwing him 20 meters up in the air. Other Rebornians casted a similar spell, with each one of them hitting a bandit and launching them above the trees. What? That's impossible. The Rebornians were able to withstand the first wave of bandits coming their way, even though they were using simple tools not even meant for warfare. That was the power of the mithril artifacts. Cook, never mind that. We still have the numbers advantage. Surround them, Crab shouted to the bandits. But of course, the bandits were still overall stronger than the Rebornians. Their numbers and their skills in fighting allowed them to overcome the Rebornians' surprisingly strong spells. You'll pay for this, Crab threatened. Feeling the mounting pressure of multiple bandits coming towards him, he turned back and nodded to the people behind him. These 10 or so Rebornians were not engineers nor construction workers. They were musicians. And so, they held their drums, their guitars, and their flutes, singing a merry tune that echoed throughout the forest. The musicians blasted their instruments, making the bandits grab their ears out of surprise. Immediately, the first thought in their minds was that the musicians were trying to alert the guards in the fort through their music. So, this made the bandits try to rush the engineers even more, wanting to finish the fight before reinforcements came. Crab himself decided to move. His scissors glowed with blue light as water manifested around him, creating large crab-like pincers made out of water mana. He rushed towards Kong, the perceived leader of the Rebornian civilians. His water pincers grew ever larger as more water manifested out of the magic circle in his wrists. It looked like it could cut a human in half without a problem. Cancerous bull rush, Crab shouted, using a 5-star spell. The water pincers rushed towards Kong, intending to sever him in half. Kong's hard hat glowed with a reddish light, signaling his use of the mithril artifact. Kakaka. That's not going to be enough, Crab warned him. He was surprised that engineers like them could summon such strong magic through their mystical tools, but that still wasn't enough to deal with a 6-star fighter like himself. By Crab's estimation, a simple 5-star spell would be enough to defeat him. His water pincers closed in on Kong. In response, Kong raised his hand and summoned a magic circle. Mana started pouring out of his palms and reaching down into the ground, pulling it up and eventually creating a large structure to defend against the water pincers. Pincer maneuver. Crab clamped his pincers onto the earthen wall, expecting it to crumble under his power. But as it clasped onto the wall, Crab felt an insanely strong wall that he could not budge. His water pincers were able to tear through metal itself, yet it was now unable to tear through a simple wall made out of soil. How is this possible? As Crab looked around, he realized that he was not the only one having this problem. The other bandits beside him were getting thrown back as the engineers and construction workers used simple earth spells to defend against their onslaught. 3 yellow Hobmanki used microwave air, creating an intense heat wave towards the bandits coming towards him. Kook! Ha! I can't fight it. For construction workers used concrete mixer, manifesting a huge ball of water and trapping the bandits inside them. The bandits used their own 4-star knife spells to try and get out of this water, to no avail. They ended up experiencing what the construction workers would call a washing machine. These 4-star bandits found it almost impossible to counter these non-fighting spells. Somehow, these Rebornian civilians were fighting back, and the bandits found themselves struggling just to defend themselves. How is this possible? Where do you get the power? Crab screamed at Kong. They knew that those mystical tools that they used endowed them with some kind of power. By Crab's estimation, they were able to advance 1-star realm higher than their normal cultivation. It was how these 2-star civilians were somehow able to defend against the onslaught of their 4-star bandits. They achieved a 3-star realm whenever their tools glowed a prismatic color. But now, these Rebornians weren't just defending against them. They were attacking the bandits. And somehow, they were winning. Their spells had not just reached the 3-star level, but they had gone over to the 4-star realm as well. This was impossible. How? Crab screamed, trying to crunch Kong's earthen wall with his water pincers. But still to no avail. Bang. Dug, dug, bang, bang. Traying. Traying, traying. Traying. Tu-tu-tu. Tu-tu-tu. It was then that Crab noticed those rhythmic sounds coming from the musicians. He finally noticed a change in the atmosphere because of them. The flow of mana had somehow increased inside the Rebornians because of those musical notes. The biggest indicator was the fact that the musicians' instruments were also glowing with the same mystical power as the ones used by the construction workers. Those musicians were somehow able to give a 1-star realm increase in a human person. This discovery stunned Crab. It gave him goosebumps once he realized that the Reborn Company was hiding an immensely strong potential for warfare. We must finish this immediately. Attack them with everything you've got, he commanded the bandits. Right now, they still had the advantage of numbers. They were twice as many as them. If they could overwhelm these inexperienced fighters into a close-quarters combat, then they would eventually win despite the difference in strength. Rah! The bandits, realizing that they had severely underestimated these civilians, finally chose to go all out and surround the Rebornians from all sides. Their knives glowed with power, choosing not to defend themselves, but to simply just attack mindlessly. Crab himself opened his water pincers and continued to chip away at Kong's earthen wall. With each snip of his scissors, a small chunk of soil would be pulverized. Finally, Kong felt the pressure. He looked at his other comrades and saw them struggling to keep the rabid bandits at bay. Brothers, consume your chocolates now. Upon his instruction, each Rebornian took out a chocolate pellet from their pockets and swallowed a whole. Immediately, the magic circles they manifested turned brighter. The bandits felt the change, feeling the earth and water spells they used became harder and harder to penetrate. Crab was speechless as he witnessed this change once again. Just when they were making progress, the Rebornians would once again pull out something from their pockets and level the playing field. It was a cheat, but it seemed that it didn't end there. Kong looked back at the musicians. "Use your chocolates too," he said to them. Taking a brief break from using their instruments, these musicians swallowed their own chocolate pellets. As soon as they strummed, drummed, or blew their first note, the resulting sound created a strong resonance in the air that seemed to penetrate deep into everyone's soul. Once again, the bandits felt the pressure from these non-fighting spells increase by a large margin, completely trumping their own power by almost 2 star realms. Crab was speechless as he saw his fellow bandits being launched into the air by simple, water ball spells. This gave Kong the chance to deliver a counterattack. "Concrete planning," he shouted as a magic circle appeared hovering in front of him. Suddenly, the large collection of liquid cement rose up from the cement mixers like a tsunami. Cement almost covered the whole skyline. This was the combined power of a mithril artifact, sugar rush, and musicians. Kong struggled with the power, but he successfully brought down this wave of cement down into the ground, swallowing every bandit it touched. They were helpless as their lower body got submerged into thick, viscous liquid cement that quickly hardened into rock once the engineers and the construction workers used their spells to fasten the process. The only one still fighting was Crab, who used his 6-star water pincer spell to cut any cement that came his way. But unfortunately for him, he was the only one left from the bandits. Kong and the other Rebornian civilians cast automatic drive onto the trucks, cement mixers, and concrete rollers to surround Crab. These large metal vehicles threatened to crush the bandit, finally getting him to surrender. "Are you all really just civilians?" Michael soon heard about the victory of the engineers and the construction workers. Their overwhelming triumph proved that even ordinary Reborn could summon great powers within themselves during times of crisis. This was what exactly he hoped for. Ever since he found out about Flare Corp and their intentions of conquering Angora City, he had always worried about the innocent citizens that would get involved in the fight. He didn't worry about the Dragonborns, the Shadows, nor himself. They could protect themselves. But he did worry about the normal, regular people who would get caught up in the mess of a war. Thankfully enough, he had given them plenty of ways to protect themselves if anything ever happened, which he would make sure didn't happen in the first place. "We had a good harvest of bandits today," Zion chirped. "I bet we're in the lead, right? The girls definitely won't get more than us." "Ho ho ho, I wouldn't be so confident, young Zion. They're quite strong even in the olden days, at least I think so." "Must be so nice, Grieve. Do not remember anything," Jaka commented. "That way, I won't have to bother myself with thinking. Everyone, there is an easy solution. We should just find out. I can easily infiltrate their group and spy on them while they fight," Fudge said, his smile definitely bordering on evil. "Oh, yeah, do that. Do that." Zion jumped up and down with Fudge. Michael, of course, had to be the voice of reason and deny such violation of privacy. "Fudge, we have to play fair," he reminded them. "But Master, we aren't cheating. We're just looking. There's nothing wrong with that," Fudge argued, which Zion quickly agreed to by furiously nodding. "Why will we even do that? It'll just add more pressure for us," Jaka said, yawning. "I say we just do what we do and just have a relaxing day later and eat some McTonies. What do you say?" "I would love to, young Jaku," said Grieve. "But oh, I forgot that I don't have a stomach, ho ho ho." Meanwhile, Fudge and Zion kept on begging Michael for his permission. He stopped and put his foot down. "No," he said adamantly. There's a certain code of honor with these kinds of games, and it was something that Michael did not want to break. After all, he considered himself as a gentleman. "That's the end of it," he said, walking away from the two. "But Master, what if your mother is saying some weird stuff about you to Yuna?" Michael stopped in his tracks, completely frozen. Dozens of images and memories passed through his mind, specifically that of his childhood and the embarrassing things he had to do to act as a child. Fear took hold of him. If Vivi could see him right now, she would see how terrified he was. The feeling was like having your favorite artist seeing your embarrassing baby photos, one that was completely naked. The horror. Zion and Fudge both poked at him. "Master." Fudge sighed. I guess you're right, Master. We shouldn't spy on them. If they find out, they'll just use it as an excuse if we win." Before Fudge could hop away, Michael suddenly grabbed him from the top of his head and turned him around. "Master, wait," Michael said, with his eyes obscured by his bangs. "Maybe we should have a little peek. Just a little." And so, the boys ended up stopping their progress to spy on what the girls were doing. Unlike the boys who went on a hunting spree all around the forest, the girls, on the other hand, were a little bit more lax and casual. They had made a little comfy camp, complete with their own customized tents and even furniture. It was as if they were just having a fun, relaxing stroll in the forest. Shiina and Amisu's tents were normal, consisting of just a flatbed and a box to store their belongings. Yuna's tent was a little bigger, as she liked the comfort of a large space. She was also sharing a bed with Vivi, so it was just enough for the two of them. Those 3 tents were nothing out of the ordinary. But when it came to Lilia's tent, it was 2 times bigger than all 3 combined. It was complete with a kitchen, a living room, and a portable bathroom. There was even a generator present to power up all the lights and the electric fans that she set up all around the camp. She had been too accustomed to living in luxury back in the nation of Reborn that she couldn't live without it anymore. Michael, as he and the boys watched from Fudge's clone set up atop a tree near their camp, couldn't help but slap his own forehead in disappointment. Is she camping or fighting bandits? He asked himself. I'm so envious. I want a tent like that too, Jaka said, his eyes widening as soon as he saw the queen-sized bed in Lilia's tent. They were all watching in front of a large boulder, where Fudge had projected a permanent shadow teleportation circle that showed what was happening on the other side of the clone. They watched as the girls were gathered near the campfire, drinking tea as they passed the time. They looked very comfortable. They're not even hunting bandits. We're definitely winning this game, Zion chuckled, making faces at Shiina on the screen. But just as he said that, about 40 or so bandits emerged from the bushes. They had the girls' camp surrounded from all sides. The girls didn't seem to be surprised at all. They calmly put down their tea and stretched their bodies as they stood up. This is the 100th bandit we've faced today. A good harvest, Shiina said, writing down in her notebook. What? Zion screamed from behind the screen. We've been going around the forest all day to search for bandits, and all they're doing is sitting in their tents. Unfair. Their tactic worked because the bandits see the girls as an easy target. But they couldn't be more wrong. The girls raised their weapons and attacked the bandits even before they said a word. Shiina pulled out arrow after arrow as she used her mithril artifact, Bow, to pin multiple bandits to a tree. Her arrows curved all over the place, even hitting targets behind her. All she did was fire arrows, and the arrows did all the work for her. Amisu used her spear, swinging it around the bandits that approached her. And with each swing, the wind that gathered from her spear turned even more and more stronger before it eventually resulted with the creation of a tornado with each swing. Bandits found themselves getting thrown high up into the air despite holding onto a tree. Yuna used her rapier with extreme precision and speed. This was the first time Michael saw her in action and couldn't help but be impressed. Her moves were not even something he could replicate. She seemed to dance with every move before the bandits found themselves cut in a million areas. Vivi created an earth golem that thrashed its giant fists around, destroying any bandit unfortunate enough to be near it. Meanwhile, Lilia stayed in her seat, letting the young ones do all the work. She sipped tea while looking over at Yuna. You're doing great, dear. I must say, you're such a physically talented woman. I wonder what would happen if you ended up with someone equally talented in magic? Someone like my son. Maybe your kids will be tremendous geniuses. Hi. Whoa, boss. Chill. It took the combined strength of Jakku, Zion, and Fudge to prevent Michael from going through the portal and showing himself to the girls. What is she saying? Michael stressed. He could only watch on with horror as his mother began telling stories of Michael from his childhood. Did you know that Michael was such a cute little baby? He never left our side when he was a kid, always wanted to sleep next to our bed, Lilia said, reminiscing happily about the past. Aw, that's cute, Yuna said, chuckling. Meanwhile, Michael, who was hearing everything unfold, couldn't help but bury his head on the ground. I was only doing that to learn more about mana absorption, he screamed at the screen, but the boys just patted his back and consoled him. Michael couldn't believe that all of the embarrassing things he had to do to act like a child was getting aired out at this moment. It must be mentioned they were all currently embroiled in a battle against the bastard bandits. Yet Lilia still couldn't stop gushing about him. I would like to know more about Lord Michael for research purposes, Shiina said, secretly jotting down everything she heard in a notebook. Amisu suddenly appeared behind her, spooking the white-scaled dragonborn. Sis, give me a copy of that too, she said meekly, before swinging her spear and toppling 5 bandits with a gust of wind, flinging them to crash into a large boulder. Vivi opened and closed her mouth, wanting to speak. But she was too shy. Vivi, do you have something to say? Yuna asked her while slashing 3 bandits with her rapier. I want to know more about Michael too. He's a nice guy that helps us out, she said. Of course. I'll tell you all about it, Lilia said enthusiastically. He's such a little cutie. I remember back when I would wash with him in the baths. Michael was nearing his limit. He couldn't take more of hearing this. Lucky for him, 2 bandits finally put their notice on Lilia. What are you girls blabbing about? He grunted. I'll cut you all into pieces. The bandit rushed towards Lilia with his knife glowing with the power of fire. "Don't interrupt her," Shiina growled, shooting off an arrow that struck him directly in the ribs. "Ow! We were about to hear something precious," Amissa shouted, lunging towards the bandit and flipping her spear upwards. The bandit, already injured from the arrow, almost passed out as the spear hit his chest. Then he found himself rising up to the skies through a huge gust of wind that followed the spear. After almost reaching the clouds, the bandit fell back down into the forest, directly in front of Yuna. "I'm sorry," she said. "It's your fault for angering us girls." Yuna twirled with her rapier, and as she swung her weapon, it seemed to have turned into a thin fabric that gracefully flowed into the air. Just as the bandit was about to fall into the ground head first, Yuna straightened her rapier and thrusted it at his chest, breaking his armor and pushing him into a tree. Me too. I'm angry too," Vivi shouted with enthusiasm. "Go, Miss Vivi. Deal the final blow," Shiina said. Vivi gleefully pointed at the bandit, and her loyal earth golem started to pound him into the ground. With each swing of its giant boulder-like hands, the bandit sank deeper and deeper into the ground until all that was left of him was a human-shaped hole in the floor. "Good job, Vivi," Yuna praised her, offering a high five. "Yeah." Vivi head-butted Yuna's palms. The other bandits were triggered once they saw how pitiful one of their comrades became. Finally, 3 bandits set their sights on Lilia in an attempt to deal with the weakest link of the group. As they charged towards her, Lilia picked up her cup of tea and began drinking it. Then, she used her other hand to cast a magic circle around her wrist, with green and brown colors emanating from her body. 3 large vines erupted from the ground and immediately wrapped themselves around the bandits. "What the? I can't get out." Struggling, they tried to cut themselves free, but found their knives getting chipped upon clashing with the vines. The power from these magical vines was suffocating them. It was overpowering their own magic to such a degree that they couldn't even bring out their own mana. "What the hell? How is she so strong?" Finally, one of them realized who they were dealing with. He squinted at Lilia, who was wearing an expensive yellow tunic. Soon, the image of a fearsome woman with blood-stained mage robes coalesced into his eyes. No way. Those vines. She's the Earthen Witch of the West. What's a 7-star magician doing here? The bandits were horrified to find out that they were facing against a legendary adventurer that even the bastard bandits were wary of. She had disappeared for many years, with many thinking that she had died. But as it turned out, she was alive and well. "Run," the bandits screamed. But unfortunately for them, it was already too late. They had picked a fight they were never going to win. Shiina took out 5 arrows from her quiver and loaded it all onto her bow. And with a single shot, she released 10 copied arrows imbued with magic towards the fleeing bandits. It struck them directly in the back, pinning them to a tree. Amisu thrusted her spear, with a large gust of air emanating from the tip. It displaced everything it touched, trees, boulders, and bandits alike. They felt themselves getting blown away by a massive tornado before crashing back down on the ground, unconscious. Yuna turned into a blur as she rushed through a line of bandits fleeing. By the time she reappeared in front of them, their bodies had already been inundated with 1,000 cuts. Vivi's golem destroyed everything around her, trapping bandits in a quagmire that slowly swallowed them deeper. Meanwhile, Lilia's vines continued to sprout all over the forest floor, dragging horrified bandits by their ankles and bringing them back to the camp. "Nice. That's 100 more bandits to our tally. By my estimation, that takes us into the lead against the boys," Shiina said, ticking off the box in her notes. "Girls, if we win, I'll get Michael to show you all how cute he is when you pinch his cheeks," Lilia said. "Yes, I want to see that," Shiina said, furiously writing in her notebook. "Me too," Umissa muttered. Maybe I can consume the embarrassment emotion from Michael too," Vivi said. "I wonder how he'll look fufufu." Yuna chuckled. "We'll make sure that he won't get away from this," Lilia added. "Shiina dear, have the boys do all the work in the Reborn company, so that we can have him for ourselves for 1 week." "Agreed," they all chanted. Meanwhile, Michael was in despair as he heard what they were planning. The worst part was that they were in the lead, meaning they would likely win. "Guys, we have to hunt more bandits. Now." Meanwhile, back in the bastard bandits' cave, an anxious bandit slowly entered Blazel's room. "Tell me you have good news," she said, threatening him. "How we destroyed their golden road." Gulp. Finally, the bandit was able to gather up some courage. "No, miss." "What was that?" "No, we were not able to do that." Blazel got up from her throne made out of igneous rocks, still glowing with magma. "We sent out half of our remaining forces. What do you mean they failed? The bandit had no answer for that. Even he didn't know the full details. The only thing he knew was that the bandits who went on a mission never returned, just like all the bandits who attacked Reborn. They just mysteriously disappear. How are they doing this? The weakest bandits on our roster are 4-star fighters. How are they winning against us? Blazelle's hair was disheveled, and her Flare Corp uniform was in complete disarray. She seemed to have aged at least 10 years after all the stress from dealing with the Reborn company. She couldn't seem to win at least once against them. What about the tunnels? Why are they not utilizing it to its full extent? With those tunnels, you can get inside their base without problem. The bandit bit his nails. That's the thing, boss. The fairies, they're no longer helping us. What? The fairies constructed those underground tunnels in the first place. They had been creating these portal tunnels that helped the bastard bandits go anywhere they want in the forest. But ever since the Reborn company arrived, the bandits could no longer access these portals. Democrat, Minnesota it. Blazelle cursed. Her anger was flaring up into real fire, with her diva almost manifesting behind her. She had to calm herself down. Relax, she told herself. At least now, I don't have to rely on these second-rate bandits. Footsteps rang out inside the cave as an entire battalion of soldiers, all wearing orange armor, came trotting inside Blazelle's room. These were her personal escorts, warriors that had been trained by Flare Corp to protect and serve all of her needs. These were top-notch soldiers, unlike the bandits. Their cultivation was at least in the 5-star realm. We apologize for the delay, the battalion commander said, kneeling to Blazelle. We had some difficulties navigating this terrain, but we are now here ready to serve you. The soldiers all stomped their feet on the ground at the exact same time, intimidating Wayno and the rest of the bandits. I need some of you to go out into the forest and search for the fairies. I want to know the reason why they aren't helping us. The battalion commander bowed, before pointing at 10 men and commanding them to move out. You go. Make Flare Corp proud. After seeing what the girls were up to, Michael and the boys were even more motivated to win. Michael didn't want to become the plaything of the girls. Zion didn't want to lose against Shiina. Jaka didn't want to get forced to work for a whole week. Fudge didn't really care if they won or lost, but was loyal to Michael, so he also wanted to win. Grieve was just going along for the ride. Let's hunt some more bandits. Michael cheered out, but just before they moved, Michael saw the appearance of Shadow Orc, who kneeled to him as he reported the latest news. Boss Michael, I have come to inform you that Blazelle has sent some of her personal forces to infiltrate the fairies' hideout. The Shadows of Reborn had many spies hidden on the outskirts of the Bastard Bandits base. And because of the animosity between the bandits and the newly arrived Flare Corps battalion, there was a lot of gossip and conversations regarding their mission. It wasn't long before they found out what this 10-man group was tasked to do. I'm not worried about the fairies, he said. After all, nobody had ever found the fairies' hideout except for him. Not only that, but the fairies in that village had all immigrated to the nation of Reborn, meaning that they would no longer find anyone left inside the village. Except for one, Virian, Vivi's mother, and whom Michael guessed to be the Pixie Queen. The Pixie Queen was supposed to be the strongest out of all fairies, an equivalent in power to that of the Ocean King and the Draconic Queen. But even so, Michael didn't want to leave her alone to fend for herself. It was because of him that there were no more fairies left in their village to help. I'll check in with her, see if she needs any help, he said to the orc. Oh, but what about us? Zion said, kicking the stone on the ground, disappointed. You guys have to continue your hunt for bandits, he said to them. We can't lose to the girls under any circumstance. He shuddered at the thought of his mother getting a 1-week pass to make him fulfill all her wishes. And at this point, it wasn't just his mother he was worried about, but all of them. I'll deal with the 10-man group for Virian, and I'll catch up with you guys later. He had his shadow clones attached to them anyway, so he could arrive next to them in an instant if he needed to. All right, take care, boss. We'll get back the lead for you, Zion said, punching the air. Master, I'll collect more bandits, don't you worry. Fudge said, though Michael wondered if he was doing it for the team or for himself. I'll try not to fall asleep, boss, said Jocko. Ho ho ho. I will not try to remember what I don't remember. I think ho ho ho. Grieve laughed, with his jaws cackling through the forest. Michael had a trust that they would beat the girls all by themselves. But of course, he was still worried, so he wanted to deal with this problem quickly. Chat JK4, activate the pocket dimension key. Please, certainly, Michael. A magic circle appeared around his wrist, and with a simple twist of a hand, a satisfying click resounded throughout the forest before Michael found himself transported into the land of the fairies. Just like before, the entire skyline was dark, and the only source of light was the illuminating trees and tentacle vines in the ground. Chat JK4 helped him navigate his way back to the fairy village easily. In the middle of a clearing, he saw a land filled with giant mushrooms made to look like houses. Beside this village, he saw the Mushroom King laying down with a sad look on its face. It looked like an abandoned dog whose owner had gone off to college. And once it saw Michael's face, it suddenly jumped up and ran towards him with a big smile on its face. "Whoa, big guy." The Mushroom King hugged him tightly, giggling to itself. "You had a change of heart, huh?" As he recalled, the Mushroom King wasn't entirely welcoming of his presence, but it seemed that loneliness had softened its heart. "Hey, is Virion here?" he asked. The Mushroom King nodded, before using its mushroom cap arms to point at the lowest house in the middle of the village. The door was still closed, meaning that she was still busy engaged in her books. "Chat JK4, can you create a spell that will temporarily make me as small as a fairy?" "Understood, Michael." Synthesizing a new spell, a new magic theory washed over his head, giving him the exact mana ratio needed to create the reduced spell, which could reduce his size to be as small as a mouse. As he raised his hand, a magic circle appeared above his head, slowly scanning his entire body before. Boop! He turned into the size of a normal finger. So this is how fairies see the world. Now that he saw their village in a smaller size, he could finally appreciate its architecture. The mushrooms all looked gigantic, and there were a lot of smaller mushrooms they used as their furniture. He slowly floated down towards the large house, smack dab in the middle of the clearing. Virion's name was written right next to the door, so he knew he was in the right house. Knock knock, he knew she was busy reading books, but he thought that she should know about the Flare Corp army coming towards her. "Hey, it's me, Michael. I'm just coming to warn you that some people will try to enter this pocket dimension." There was no response. Michael decided to go for now. The Mushroom King was strong enough to defend against those elite soldiers from Flare Corp anyway. He was just going to leave behind his shadow clone so that he could come here if things got too dicey. Just as he was about to teleport away, he suddenly heard a creak from the door. He turned around and saw the door open to Virion's house. But she wasn't there. "Hello?" Michael asked. Seeing as the door was open, he decided to enter her house. As he went inside, he saw a quaint one-bedroom interior that looked the same as any other house in this world. The living room was on the right, the kitchen was on the left, and the bedroom/library was in front. It looked like a normal house, except for the fact that all the furniture was made out of mushrooms. Chairs, tables, and even desks. The walls were ridged just like a mushroom's undercap, and everything was illuminated by these glowing tadpoles that sit perched on top of short pillars. Virion's bed was surrounded by tall shelves that housed books and scrolls alike. These shelves were so tall that Michael had to look up, as it had extended far out towards the very top cap of the mushroom house itself. Near her bed of grass, he saw Virion looking over a scroll at her desk, with a glowing tadpole right next to her. She was unresponsive for about a minute before she finally rolled the scroll back up and returned it to the shelf. "Michael, what brings you here? Have you acquainted yourself with the village?" Virion asked. Yeah. Everything looked the same as it was when I left." "You left?" she asked, genuinely confused. "I did a few weeks ago." "Huh. I guess I was too engrossed with my reading," she said, shrugging. "Anyways, it's good timing that you're here. I wanted to talk to you about your strange powers. The power to control all 8 mana elements. Unity." Michael had never heard that word come out of anybody before. This was the first time anyone mentioned the power of unity besides Chat JK4. "Do you know what it is?" he asked, enthused at the prospect of finally knowing more about unity. "Yes. As a matter of fact, it was what I was researching all this time. The power of unity is something that your human ancestors once wielded, and it was what made them the apex creatures of this world. Unity was widespread among humans? Why was I the only one who was able to wield it then?" Michael guessed that something must have happened back then that made humans lose the ability to wield unity mana. And the fact that this was the first time he had heard of this fact meant that the truth was probably obscured from humans through the years, either intentionally or unintentionally. Why was it lost? Did something happen? Virion shrugged, disappointed as well. "The scrolls in my possession do not talk about the reason. It only says that one day, humanity lost their greatest power. Maybe it has something to do with the fact that the Godforge pieces are all broken up. I seem to remember that a catastrophe happened that caused the destruction of the relic into different pieces. But of course, this was just conjecture. He would have to do more research to find out the truth." Virion walked over to Michael, amazed as she observed the way all 8 elemental mana surged towards him. "You are an anomaly in this world. You are a natural magnetic," Virion said, with wonder and amazement in her tone. "Magnetic? What does that mean?" "That is the phenomenon in which a person receives the blessing of the Godforge piece." Michael's heart almost skipped a beat as he heard that. She knew about the God-forged piece. Magnetic? Yes, Virian nodded. Back in the ancient era, people with the power of unity could interact with the God-forge at will. They were not rejected by it. But after they lost this ability, so did the blessings of the God-forge. But this did not stop humans from trying to get this power back. They have forcefully implemented a God-forged piece into their bodies, even if they risk their own lives. Michael's eyes widened as he realized that this was what people have been doing with their God-forged pieces. What do you mean that they're forcefully implementing into their bodies? Is it through surgery? Virian nodded. That is correct. Through the hands of a skilled healer, God-forged pieces are surgically placed into their hearts to gain its hidden power. Those that are lucky enough to survive this operation are called magnetics. Michael remembered how he obtained the God-forged piece in his heart. It was very different from what Virian described. For him, the God-forged piece forcefully entered inside his body even before he could react. But it seemed that for others without power over unity, they would have to undergo surgery to implement a God-forged piece in their bodies. As a natural magnetic, this means that you'll be accepted by a God-forged piece immediately, without any problems. Virian looked at Michael as if he was a museum art piece, a perfectly preserved relic from the golden age of the past. And what happens after people receive a God-forged piece in their bodies? Does something happen? The fairy nodded. Humans may take months or even years of practice to do this, but they will be able to awaken what is called abilities. These special powers transcend even that of normal magical spells. It will not use mana nor be affected by mana. It can only be affected by other abilities from other magnetics. Michael looked at his own heart, which had partially been replaced by the God-forged piece. He began to activate his Unity gun on the tip of his fingers. This was what activated the God-forged piece in the first place. And there's something more, Virian added. Once you are able to master the God-forged piece within your body. As Michael's finger began to glow with a bright light, a projection of a mechanical, robotic hand slowly appeared on top of him. Virian's eyes slowly widened with unbridled surprise as she looked up and saw the projection on top of Michael's head. The image of a gun was slowly manifested in the mechanical and robotic arm, mirroring the Unity gun in Michael's hand. Her mouth started to stutter. A diva, she screamed. Michael slowly released the power gathering in his fingertips, and soon, the projection sizzled out of existence as if it never existed in the first place. If he had continued to power up his Unity gun, he would have no choice but to release it here in Virian's house and cause untold destruction. As the dust settled, Michael felt the mysterious power from the God-forged piece settle back in his heart. It hid in the small metal fragment, with even his own supreme talent unable to locate it inside. Who? He took a big breath. Meanwhile, Virian slowly backed away from Michael until she sat on a red-spotted mushroom chair. You already have a diva. This means that you already have your own God-forged piece, she said, massaging her head. Diva, is it the strange projection that appears behind me? Virian fervently nodded her head, with golden dust sprinkling all over the place through her wings. Yes, all magnetics can awaken their own divas. Now, these divas are completely unique to an individual, meaning that each diva has their own unique powers. Slowly, the pieces of the puzzle were starting to take shape. The God-forged piece allows a human to become magnetic. Then, through the mysterious power of the God-forged piece, they will be able to obtain new and strange abilities that only other abilities could defend against. This was an overpowered strength that most humans would be envious of. This meant that the demand for the limited God-forged pieces all around the globe skyrocketed, meaning only the conglomerates with endless money could afford them. And those conglomerates like the Vanderbilt family, the Oscorp family, etc. wanted their descendants to follow in their footsteps, so that's why they gave their inheritors a piece of God-forge to see if they could become a magnetic. This was how Christian Hammerstone obtained a God-forged piece. It was given to him in the hopes that he would become magnetic. But of course, through fortunate luck, it ended up in Michael's hands. And in the end, he was the one who became magnetic. It would also explain Blazelle's strange fire apparition that could threaten even the high shadow orcs sent to monitor her. It was her diva. Divas could only be defeated by another diva, so it would explain why they were forced to retreat. What are abilities? What kind of power are they made out of? What are the different kinds of divas? All sorts of questions popped up in Michael's head. He was extremely curious of these diva that he had finally known the name of. Wait, do people have only one diva? Virian nodded. Yes, only one. They are tied to their own soul, their unique character. Whatever diva you awaken is what you will have for the rest of your life. But what about that first woman that appeared when I first activated the God-forged piece? The metallic woman, or more commonly known as the Iron Maiden, was technically the first diva that Michael awakened. When I first awakened, he explained to Virian about the phenomenon of the Iron Maiden. Once he was done explaining, Virian immediately bolted towards her library and began to furiously throw around books and scrolls to find whatever she was trying to look for. One by one, she began skimming each scroll to find an explanation to the Iron Maiden phenomenon. She continued to read for a minute, then 10 minutes, then 30, then up to an hour. It looked like she would have continued reading if Michael didn't interrupt her. "Have you found anything?" he asked her. "No, I can't find anything about this Iron Maiden." Virian's violet hair was disheveled from the stress. She sat on her bed, completely defeated as she was unable to find an explanation. "She was probably not your diva. I haven't heard of a full diva manifesting at the first awakening. How many Godforged pieces do you have?" "Just one tiny bit," he answered, using his hands to describe the shape of the piece he obtained. "That small amount would not be able to manifest a full diva. That metallic arm that you manifested earlier is probably your true diva, as it is still incomplete. As for the Iron Maiden, I have no explanation. It may be a ghost, a goddess, or whatever. I have no clue." Michael had already accepted the fact that the Iron Maiden would remain a mystery for a long time. The best way to find out the truth was to simply follow what she told him, "Build me." And by that, she probably meant he had to gather more Godforged pieces, which he would happily do now that he found out about divas and abilities. "So, does that mean that I have to gather more Godforged pieces to see the true face of my diva?" "Yes," she answered, also curious about his diva. Magnetics have different levels to their cultivation. Right now, you are at the very first stage of body formation. Once you have gathered enough Godforged pieces, you will level up to the second stage of body formation. By then, another part of your diva will be revealed. At the ninth stage of body formation, the entirety of your diva will be revealed. Michael felt his blood pump as he learned more about divas. He wanted to see what his own diva looked like. "How about abilities? You said that they're not like magic spells or skills. They're also not made of mana as well." Virian searched through her scrolls until she found one that showed a very crude and rudimentary drawing of what looked like a human with a diva on top of them. The diva's lower body looked like it was made out of very fertile, dark brown soil. On top of it were long stalks of grass, acting as its fur. On its head, there were different crops that collaged to make the features of the diva's face. It had tomatoes for its eyes, green beans for its eyebrows, a potato for a nose, wheat for hair, and a carrot for its mouth. For example, this magnetic has reached the 9th level of body formation and has completed his diva. As you can tell, the diva has a theme of farming and crops. The magentic person will now obtain abilities that are related to crops, soil, and other such things. For example, this person is able to turn everything it touches into a crop. Tables will become made out of carrots. Armors will become as soft as cabbage leaves, and even humans can turn into nothing but fertile soil. Each diva's abilities are unique and have their own conditions to activate. These abilities will grow as you advance through the different stages of body formation. As for you, your diva still has not formed enough to show your own abilities. Sometimes it shows up at the 2nd stage, or sometimes as late as the 7th stage. It depends on the person's talent and luck. Michael looked at the illustration with awe and wonder in his eyes. This kind of power transcended what he currently knew about magic and mana. It was as if divas and abilities could rewrite the very fabric of reality itself. "How about my Unity gun? Is that considered an ability?" he said, doing the gesture for a finger gun. Virian looked through her scrolls again for a second, before shaking her head. "I don't know. I had never seen a natural magnetic before. Usually, there's another requirement for a magnetic to manifest their diva. They need a mithril relic. Even if a magnetic have already advanced through the stages of body formation, even if they have discovered their abilities, as long as they do not have a mithril relic equipped, then they would not be able to call upon their diva. Mithril relics are crucial for magnetics. It is the weapon in which their divas are able to manifest their power. The fact that you're able to manifest your diva without a mithril relic in hand is because you are a natural magnetic. Michael was able to manifest his diva for a brief second as he activated his Unity gun. "I think it's because Unity gun is a spell that uses the Unity mana. My mastery over all 8 elements is what makes me a natural magnetic in the first place." There was a correlation there, but not enough evidence for Michael to conclude. "So does that mean that I don't have to get my own mithril relic?" he asked. "Even if you can manifest your diva without one, you still need one." The humans of the ancient era were natural magnetics like you, but they still use a mithril relic to manifest their diva. It is said to help you connect more with the diva and be able to manifest its true power. Michael nodded, making a mental note for himself to finally get himself a mithril artifact. So all I need is a mithril relic, he asked. Yes, it is imperative. Of course, finding one for yourself is already hard enough. Those humans have already hoarded all the good ones left behind by the ancient era. But fear not, there are always pocket dimensions, buried graveyards, and discoveries that turn up every day. If you're lucky, you may find one there. Virian began sorting through her books and presenting it to Michael. This is where you'll likely find a mithril relic. Michael was thankful for her help, but he didn't need it. It's fine, he said to her. I can obtain one for myself. Virian raised her eyebrows. Oh, you already have one. Michael swayed his head left and right. Not exactly. I mean, I can make one for myself if needed. The old fairy shook her head, confused. What are you saying? I know how to make a mithril artifact from scratch. Virian froze, with even the golden dust flowing off of her wings, seemingly stopping in time. What? Yeah, a mithril relic is just a mithril artifact that is worn down by time, right? I can make one from scratch. Shock would be an understatement to describe what Virian was feeling right now. After all, the method to create a mithril artifact was thought to have been lost in time, as well as the ability to wield the unity mana. That was why humans have scoured the earth for the mithril artifacts that remain from the ancient era. But because thousands of years had passed, those mithril artifacts had now been degraded to such a degree where it is only a fraction of what they were before. Some had even been broken off into just pieces and fragments. Those degraded weapons were called mithril relics. But now, Michael just revealed to her that he knew how to make the original mithril artifact. Artifact, not relic. But how? Are you sure you're not from the ancient era? You're already a natural magnetic, but now you're also a blacksmith that can create mithril artifacts. This is absurd. Michael shrugged. Yeah, I figured out how to create one after I touched the giant God-forged piece that the dwarves have in their possession. Virian's jaws were on the floor. She almost fainted. I don't know how to feel anymore. When Michael arrived in their village, Virian just thought that he was some kind of human genius that was very adept in magic and spells, so much so that he was able to find a way into their pocket dimension. But then, he showed the power of unity and the diva. Then, she thought he was a freak genius who somehow awakened the forgotten power of the humans in the ancient era. But then, he just revealed that not only could he create mithril artifacts thought to have been lost in time, but he was also acquainted enough with the infamously isolated dwarves that he was led into their greatest treasure of the giant God-forged piece. It felt like all the luck and the strings of fate were intertwined in one person. She couldn't believe it. It was only now that she realized it. He was special. Real special. Okay, deep breaths, Virian, she said, trying to recenter herself. After hearing about what Michael was capable of, Virian would no longer be surprised by anything. The only other way she would be surprised was if he revealed that he was an envoy of the goddess or something. Either way, you need your own mithril artifact, she said, showing the illustration of the diva again, this time pointing towards the sword on the human magnetic's hand. But that is not the end of what is required. Magnetics use something called a spirit of old, or also known as the oil of old, and added to their mithril relic for it to truly be a weapon worthy of a diva. Michael scoured his memory, and even ChatJK4's databanks, but found nothing about that specific type of oil. Do I just apply that oil to the mithril relic as is? Or is there a special ritual? Where can I find it? Virian pursed her lips and shook her head. Unfortunately, that is all that I know. Our scrolls only speak about how this oil is crucial to be able to contain the power of a diva. Without it, mithril relics could shatter upon activation. Finding it is easy, but getting it is extremely hard. It is located in the very depths of the sea, at the very heart of Atlantis. Only the Ocean King can permit the trade of the spirit of old. As you can guess, the demand for this oil is large, but the supply is very limited. Because of that, just one drop of this spirit of old can cost about 1 billion gold coins. It is not something that normal people can purchase, and is only reserved for those human conglomerates with endless money. Virian looked at Michael, thinking that he would be disappointed at such a steep price. But instead, he was nodding satisfactorily. At least, I'll be able to spend my money now, he thought to himself. That was his problem. He had too much money and not enough things to buy .371 fighting arsonists. Michael absorbed all of this new information and felt the excitement of discovery fueling his veins. And if ChatJK4 had a body, he was sure that it would froth at the mouth at the chance of analyzing and discovering this new type of power called abilities. It would be for the betterment of everyone if you increased the God-forged pieces in your possession. ChatJK4 said. You and me both, buddy. But of course, the only source of God-forged pieces that he could get were all in the hands of conglomerates and trillionaires. He wasn't even sure if there were any God-forged pieces left. Maybe everything had been used by people to become magnetics. Boom, boom. It was at that moment that two large explosions shook the entire lands of the fairy's pocket dimension. Michael closed his eyes and focused on the shadow clone he left outside and saw the appearance of 10 orange-armored men setting the entire forest ablaze. Virion immediately floated outside of her house. The permanent dark skies of the pocket dimension were starting to lighten up. The illuminating trees and tentacle grass were cracking into pieces, letting out a bright white light. The entire pocket dimension was losing its stability. Who is doing this? Virion shouted in anger. Even the Mushroom King stomped his trunk-like feet on the ground, releasing some of its spores to try and repair the damage dealt in the forest. Where's Vivi? Where's everyone? Virion looked everywhere, but the entire village was like a ghost town. She was the only one left inside. I can explain, he said to her. He briefly talked about his deal with Vivi and the roller coasters, as well as the Flare Corp 10-man army that was coming over to speak with the fairies. That damn child, Virion cursed. She just does whatever she wants without thinking about our entire race as a whole. A magic circle flowed from Michael's feet up to his head as he slowly grew back to normal size. Don't worry, that's why I'm here. I'll deal with those guys for you, he said to her. The Mushroom King walked up next to him and puffed out 2 big breaths. It seemed eager and ready to fight against those humans. Thanks, buddy, but I can handle this myself. You just stay here and protect this village, okay? It nodded its head and immediately stood its ground just outside the village. It reminded Michael of a very loyal dog, a complete opposite of what it was when he first met it. Virion looked worried about the damage to the pocket dimension. But Michael's presence calmed her down a lot. I would have said be careful, but with your powers and your diva, these humans have no chance against you. I just want you to be careful with the forest. No problem, he said as he raised his hand and turned the magical key. In an instant, Michael found himself back in reality. He stood there just meters away from the 10 arsonists that had come to ruin the entire forest just to lure the fairies out. They were using their flaming swords and exploding morning stars to wreak havoc upon nature. Their 5-star realm allowed the fire to persist despite the wetness of the region. Huh, who are you? Finally, one of the soldiers noticed Michael standing in front of them. They were unnerved with the golden-haired boy that appeared out of nowhere. Then, they wondered if he was a fairy. But the lack of wings and his large stature debunked that pretty quickly. Hey kid, what are you doing here? This is Flarecore property. Get out of here now if you don't want to get caught up in the mess. Are you listening to us? Michael ignored them all and focused on the growing fire that continued to spread rapidly in the forest. Their fire spells took on a life of its own as it actively devoured plant life like a hungry beast. He could feel the power of 5-star mana inside of it. And the only way he was going to stop it was if he countered it with the element the complete opposite of fire: water. He raised his hand up in the air, creating a small magic circle the same size as his hand. The Flare Corps soldiers immediately recognized the magic theory in his spell. That's not going to work, kid. This is no ordinary fire. It can't be extinguished by a weak 1-star water ball spell. Stop interfering in our work, or else we'll be forced to take you in. The magic circle continued to rotate an inch above his palm, ready to be cast. But he wasn't done yet. He poured in more mana from his body, creating a slightly larger magic circle above the already existing one. The soldier's eyes showed confusion and a little bit of ridicule. But then, another circle appeared on top of the other 2. Then another until there were now 5 magic circles stacked atop each other, with each one slightly bigger than the other. The difference in power was evident. Even though the magic theory was a simple water ball spell, the power it emanated was at the 5-star realm. Whoa! It was only now that the soldiers realized something was wrong. This was no ordinary boy. They gripped their flaming swords up, ready to attack him. But Michael had just finished his cast. The magic circles flattened to become one, creating a larger magic circle. And suddenly, whoosh, a large pillar of water exploded out of the large magic circle up towards the sky, creating a reverse waterfall. The soldiers looked up and started to feel droplets sprinkling on their faces. But then, the water reached its peak and started to go down. Their faces were now obscured by the large shadow of a tsunami coming down to devour them all. Some soldiers were smart enough to start running. But even that did not save them from the huge amount of water that crashed down onto the forest floor, taking everything with it and letting it flow outwards. The monstrous fire that was engulfing the entire forest screamed out in defiance as it saw the water coming towards it. but the water still extinguished it all the same. The 10-man Flare Corp army washed away almost 100 meters away from their original location. Their swords, their armor, and their clothes were soaking wet, destroying the inner fire that powered it. Cough! Cough! Who the hell is that kid? One soldier cursed. He picked up his sword and casted another fire spell, letting his sword burn a flame. Flames, are you all right? He asked the rest of his team. They all responded positively. They might have been wet, but they could still fight. Kid, you have made an enemy of Flare Corp, the soldier screamed. Michael slowly floated towards them, with his hands behind his back. You are already my enemy, he replied. Then you will pay, the soldier said, raising his flaming sword towards him. The man started to become engulfed in flames, vaporizing the rest of the water on his body. Michael looked around him and saw all 10 soldiers repeating the same magic circle that the soldier created. Chain of the Fire bore. A large chain of flames manifested around Michael. The individual power of their 5-star realm soon intertwined with each other, creating a connection that multiplied their strength. This was now a 6-star spell, with the chain slowly wrapping itself around him, and with the fire of a 6-star spell burning the air around him. Michael raised his hand and pointed it at one of the soldiers. Unity Gun. The Flare Corp soldiers were renowned for their teamwork and cooperation. They were specially trained to use their 5-star power and defeat those that were much stronger than them. And by their estimation, Michael was only a 5-star magician at best. Their 6-star, Chain of the Fire bore, could contain and burn someone like him. However, they felt something change in the air. It felt heavier for some reason. Their eyes eventually moved towards Michael's hand, where his pointer finger glowed a bright white light as the power of unity gathered inside it. Above him, the apparition of the robotic, mechanical arm slowly appeared holding a silver deagle in its hand. The entire 10-man army of Flare Corp soldiers were stunned upon seeing this. The apparition was so unexpected that most of them ended up losing focus and breaking concentration on the 6-star spell. The fire chains broke off with sparks flickering and spreading in the air. Eventually, the fire lost its power and turned into nothingness, leaving Michael free. A diva! They had come from the main Flare Corp army. This was not the first time they had seen a diva in action. Their king and the superior officers below him all wielded this ancient and mysterious power that they could not comprehend. They knew the kind of power that a diva could possess. They thought that this kind of power was only reserved for those that had a royal blood, like those born in the Oscorp family. They would have never thought that a random kid would also wield this power. Heck, they wouldn't have even believed it if they found out that Michael was part of the Reborn company. Being magnetic was a talent only those geniuses and with the right lineage could have. Michael raised his Unity gun and pointed it at one of the soldiers. Tell me more about divas. Who is one of the Flare Corp army? He asked them plainly. The soldier flinched as they felt the full brunt of the diva's right hand pointed right towards him. Even if he didn't know what kind of metal contraption was in its hand, he knew that it held untold power. But despite the threat on his life, the soldier kept his mouth shut. Soldiers, attack him at once, he shouted. The orange-armored men moved at the same time, raising their swords as it blazed with the power of fire mana. 3 soldiers thrusted their swords, creating a 5-star powered flaming bird at the tip of their blade. These 3 animals shot straight towards Michael, hoping to interrupt him from attacking. Michael shook his head. I just wanted a simple answer. And with the flick of the trigger, he shot a minimum-powered Unity gun towards the soldier he questioned. The beam of light almost instantaneously pierced through the soldier's orange chest plate and through the other side. The man fell to the floor, in pain, but otherwise in good health. The beam had cauterized the wound as it entered his body, making sure that he would not bleed out to death from the shot. Still, the man was in too much pain to continue fighting. He laid there, squirming, leaving only 9 other soldiers left for Michael to deal with. Just then, the 3 flaming swallowtail birds shot towards him, but not before being stopped by an invisible prismatic shield that hovered above his skin. The birds exploded into a fiery bomb as it crashed onto the Unity defense, but was soon canceled out by the inherent power of the prismatic shield. Michael was invincible in the face of 5-star spells, but that didn't seem to be enough of a deterrent for these soldiers. The other 3 men performed synchronized swings with their swords, creating a flaming remnant in the air. Trigonal Hellfire, they screamed. Their slashes coalesced as they crashed into each other, creating a pyramid shape that shot towards Michael at fast speeds. The pyramid crashed onto Michael's prismatic shield, once again exploding in a cloud of flames. But once these flames were extinguished with the power of unity in the shield, the other 3 soldiers appeared just a meter away from Michael, with their swords ready to reach him. Their tactics were sound. If magic couldn't penetrate Michael, then maybe their swords could. They thought they had finally gotten him. But just before the blades were about to reach Michael, two large magic circles appeared underneath the soles of his feet. Suddenly, a visible sound wave emanated from the magic circle, propelling Michael away from their swings. They tried to pursue him, creating flaming explosions on their feet for an instantaneous speed boost. But as soon as those visible sound waves reached their feet, the fire was suddenly extinguished into a withering wisp. How? That's a physics lesson for you, Michael said to them. Low-frequency sound waves could extinguish fires just as well as water. ChatJK foretold him that. He raised his hand again, powering up the Unity gun on the tip of his finger. I don't want to do this, but you leave me no choice, he said, pulling the trigger. .00:0 ate the beam shot right towards one of the soldiers, incapacitating him immediately. He didn't waste any more time and powered up another shot. The tip of his finger once more glowed with the power of Unity. Just as Michael was doing that, a soldier successfully positioned himself behind him. He bent his body low before exploding towards Michael with a fiery flame. Michael pulled the trigger, and suddenly the soldier behind him felt a searing pain just below his ribcage. The man looked down and saw a gaping hole in his flare corp armor, brought on by the Unity gun. He looked up and saw Michael's hand bend backwards, with his finger still smoking from the shot. 3 down, 7 more to go, Michael thought. He was having the time of his life, but the soldiers were pressed and stressed. Seeing their comrades go down with one shot was a sobering image. They released any and all kinds of magic spells that they could conjure in an attempt to break through Michael's impenetrable shell. But no matter what they did, their fire was unable to burn through the invisible prismatic shield. It continued to eat away at any fire that they created. Michael's finger glowed a blinding light before he released a shot, taking down another soldier. But these men couldn't give up. 2 of them rushed towards Michael with nothing but their swordplay. They lunged their swords at different sides, forcing Michael to retreat a step back. He raised his hand, about to pull off another. Unity gun shot before a soldier appeared from under him and swung his sword upwards, threatening to cut his arm off. Michael redirected his aim, shooting the sword instead. It immediately flew off the soldier's grip, with the blade completely pulverized into nothing but mere slag upon impact. The soldiers took this chance and rushed at Michael with their swords. The only way they could fight against him was during his reloading shot, the few seconds after Michael shot off his Unity gun and needed his mana to replenish. This is so inefficient, Michael thought to himself. Just as he said that, he suddenly felt something move. He looked down and saw the molten slag from the broken sword in the ground, still cooling off after being shot by the Unity gun. Then it twitched. By the very slightest of movements, the molten metal slag moved. He didn't do that. None of the soldiers did that. Michael felt entwined with the molten slag. He felt a hidden connection with it, something that didn't seem to be entirely physical. There wasn't even a string of mana that controlled it. It was something else. Just a little more, he thought to himself. With just a little bit more effort, he felt like he could control the metal slag telekinetically without the use of his mana. Unfortunately, the 6 remaining soldiers did not let him take his eyes off the battlefield for even a second. 3 soldiers came at him from all sides, performing their Flare Corp-specific swordplay that focused on power and explosiveness. Their swings were wide, and their powers were enough to leave a large gash on the ground, even without contact. Michael raised his hand, creating a magic circle underneath his feet. Just before the moment the swords were about to hit him, lightning struck the earth from high up to the heavens. The explosion sent the 3 soldiers flying outwards. They crashed onto the trees, with their skin still smoking and feeling bare from the electricity that surged through their bodies. When they tried to recover, their muscles refused to move, with Michael's spell leaving them paralyzed for a few seconds. A blinding light appeared in Michael's finger as he shot another soldier in his stomach, leaving only 5 enemies left. And before he could celebrate, the other 3 soldiers ran outwards toward a tree, using their momentum to climb up towards its branches before diving down towards Michael. Magic circles appeared on their bodies, enhancing their physical capabilities to its maximum. Fire surrounded their whole bodies, with the wind suddenly picking up and creating miniature fire tornadoes on their bodies. This was a very smart play by the soldiers. If Michael used water to put out the fire, then the wind from the tornado would repel the water and empower the fire. If Michael used earth to put out the tornado, then the fire would scorch the element, turning it into ashes. For a normal magician, this would be a bad matchup. But of course, Michael was no ordinary magician. Michael raised his hand, creating a magic circle above his palms. As the mana flowed outwards, a violet sludge with the same consistency as slime burst forth. Just as the three fire tornadoes converged at his location, Michael flung the violet sludge around him, creating a protective sphere. As the fire and air clashed with this violet liquid, its intensity began to wither off. The flames began to die down, eventually turning into nothing but a whispering flame. The tornado lost its power, reduced to a mere gentle breeze. The three soldiers were caught stunned as they landed next to Michael, completely vulnerable. They didn't understand what happened. The truth was that Michael used a very complicated 5-star poison spell called Withering Elements. After all, the poison element wasn't just a simple poison that humans were familiar with. It was the concept of decay, degradation, and rotting. That was how the fire and air elements lost their power. Michael raised his hand, unity gun, loaded, and fired at another soldier, reducing their numbers to just 4 remaining. The soldiers forced themselves up, with their bodies exhausted and almost running out of mana. They didn't know how Michael continued to cast spell after spell without getting tired. In their last-ditch effort, they rushed all together, creating another combination spell. Eternal Cross of the Flame, they shouted. The soldiers began to perform their sword stances as they slowly rotated around Michael. They swung their swords and lunged, dragging their feet to create a specific indentation in the ground. As they created a circle, a large fire erupted underneath their feet, creating a wall of flame that trapped Michael inside. Suddenly, these soldiers disappeared within the wall of fire, becoming nothing but meteor-like flames that swam across the entrapment. One of the meteors shot towards Michael, and once he looked closely, he saw the figure of a blade at the tip of the meteor, intending to skewer him upon impact. But of course, a prismatic shield appeared above Michael's skin and deflected the flaming meteor. Unfortunately, it simply returned back into the wall of flames, replenishing the fire that it lost upon impact. Then, another meteor crashed towards Michael, before another, then another, then another. These 4 meteors were relentless in their pursuit to break through Michael's unity defense. Unfortunately for them, it stood tall with no sign of cracking. Michael powered up another unity gun in his finger, raising it up and aiming it at the blazing meteors that crashed towards him. Their movements were erratic, making it hard for him to focus on aiming. Thankfully, he had ChatJK4 by his side. I have uploaded an automatic homing system in your visual cortex. Just then, Michael saw a game-like interface appear in his vision, where a crosshair appeared in a specific area where the meteor would be in a few seconds. He aimed, waiting for the right timing before triggering the shot. At the exact same moment that the beam left his finger, Michael felt a subconscious urge in his mind. It was one of those thoughts that were instantaneous and didn't really have an exact sentence that popped up into his head. It was simply a connection of ideas, the firing of neurons in his brain. And in that moment, the metal slag in the ground once again twitched. But this time, its movement allowed it to skip at least an inch from its original position. Michael felt it. He knew that he was the one who made this metal slag move. He just didn't know how or why. The unity gun shot off, accurately hitting one of the meteors. The flames sputtered off before revealing the soldier behind it. The man crashed out of the formation, incapacitated from the shot. 3 more remaining. And as the meteors continued to barrage his unity defense, he kept trying to replicate the feeling he had just now. Yet no matter what he did, he was unable to make the metal slag move even a microscopic inch. Maybe I need to use my unity gun, he thought to himself. So, he raised his hand and powered up another shot. After a few seconds, he moved his hand to an empty spot to the right and fired off the beam, accurately hitting one of the meteors as it moved randomly. In that exact moment, Michael felt something. The metal slag moved again. It wasn't as strong as the one before, but he was still able to make it move just a tiny bit. He didn't waste more time and fired off another unity gun shot, accurately hitting another meteor. And there it was again. The metal slag moved. As he continued this process, he felt ever more closer to becoming more in tune with that strange feeling in his heart. He felt like if he did it just a few more, he could somehow control the metal slag with only his mind. Spurred on by this need, Michael fired off another shot, hitting the very last meteor in the formation. Just a little bit more, Michael said, but as he looked around, there were no more meteors left. The entire 10-man Flare Corp army was defeated. No, Michael said, almost kicking the ground angrily. Michael raised his hand, firing off a unity gun shot in the air. But unfortunately, the metal slag refused to move. The adrenaline from the fight had completely worn off as he defeated the last of the soldiers. I was so close, he muttered. This was probably the first time that he was angry that there weren't more enemies to defeat. He plopped on the ground, sitting in the forest with 10 Flare Corps soldiers lying unconscious on the floor. Just then, a bright light manifested in the air right next to him before. Pop! The light transformed into the figure of an old but spry fairy with violet hair. Virion looked around the forest and saw burn marks on the ground, with scorched trees and bushes in a 30-meter radius around Michael. It was thanks to him that the fire was only contained in such a small area, or else their pocket dimension would have turned unstable. Despite the victory, Michael didn't seem to be all that happy with the result. "Thank you for your service," she said to him. It must have not been easy dealing with 10 well-trained soldiers at once. She tried to console him, but it seemed to have done the exact opposite. Why didn't they send 20? Michael cursed the heavens. Confused, Virion asked what happened. "It's that," he said, pointing to an irregularly shaped metal ball on the ground made from a molten steel blade. "I almost felt my abilities awaken." The only explanation to that phenomenon was that it was an ability. Telekinesis was a very common type of spell in the world. However, it always necessitated a magic circle and mana to accomplish. That was the physics of this world. However, he was able to move that metal slag even without any sort of mana from his body. He would have seen it. He would have felt it if mana made that metal move. But it didn't. The fact that it was only activated once he started shooting his Unity gun owed more to this fact. That's. Virion wanted to say that that wasn't possible. Awakening an ability despite being only in the first stage of body formation was supposed to be impossible. Even the genius humans couldn't achieve that. But then she remembered that Michael was a natural magnetic. Normal rules didn't apply to him. "It could be your ability starting to awaken," she said, nodding her head. "Was there anything specific about it? Was there a special power?" Michael shook his head. "No. My control over the metal slag was so brief that I couldn't really get a grasp on why it was moving. But if I had more practice, I feel like I could have figured it out." Virion started to put things together. "It must have been the pressure of battle that allowed you to slowly awaken your ability. But you said that you only felt it once you used your Unity gun skill, right? I wonder why you didn't feel it before and only now. It may be possible that the mere fact that you were made aware of abilities and divas made you subconsciously more in tune with your new power." ChatJK4 explained. "Either way, I suggest you keep trying to understand your ability. Practice is your best bet. But if you don't want to go through all that trouble, obtaining more Godforged pieces will streamline the whole process." Michael nodded, keeping a note of it. "And about your roller coaster. I can only say that I am extremely grateful for your help. Once it is done, it will provide a constant flow of nourishment for us fairies. It's a huge load of relief." "No problem," he replied. "I've always wanted to build a roller coaster. I'm glad it would help you fairies." Virion coughed, clearing her throat. "I'm sure that my unruly daughter hasn't thanked you yet. So on behalf of all fairies, I thank you. To show my gratitude, I am willing to reveal to you a secret that us fairies have kept for a long time. We have a Godforged piece in our possession." Michael perked up. "Really?" "Yes," Virion nodded. "All major rulers of the world have at least a piece of it in their possession. The Ocean King, the Draconic Queen, the Monster Queen, all of them. Of course, even our own Pixie Queen is in possession of one. Though, our share of the pieces are much, much fewer than the rest. I would be willing to part with ours as thanks." Michael was stunned. "Really? You'll give it to me just like that?" "Yes. But I have just one condition. Let us relocate to your nation of Reborn. The Godforged piece in our possession is what helps stabilize our pocket dimension. If I were to give it to you, we would lose our home. So, as long as you give us our own place in the parched lands, then I am willing to pass our piece on to you." He didn't even hesitate and immediately nodded his head. "Of course. You're really giving it to me. You're helping the entire fairy race with a roller coaster. And on a personal note, I'm really grateful that you stopped these humans from burning down the forest and destroying our sanctuary. If it weren't for you, we may have been done for." "What are you talking about? You could have dealt with them all on your own," he said to her. "You're the Pixie Queen." Virion looked at Michael and shook her head. "I'm not the Pixie Queen," she said, almost chuckling. "The Pixie Queen is the embodiment of what makes a fairy a fairy. She is our protector, our strongest savior. I'm just an old woman barely able to fly." "But who?" As Michael said that, a premonition flashed in his mind. "No," he muttered, starting to realize the truth that had been in front of him the whole time. "Even though she's very much an immature troublemaker, Vivi is our Pixie Queen," Virion revealed. "And whether I like it or not, us fairies all have to follow her decision." The sound of glass shattering echoed inside Michael's head. The supposed image he had in his head of the Pixie Queen couldn't coincide with the picture of Vivi, no matter what he tried. "She's the Pixie Queen. That can't be." In hindsight, there were a lot of clues that would have led Michael to this discovery. The fact that she could command the entire village of fairies to move out of the forest and into the unknown parched lands should have been the first clue. And when they first met, she was the one who noticed him in the village even when he concealed his entire presence with no mana leakage. It seemed that there was a camouflage technique that could fool even his supreme talent in magic, her personality. If she had acted more like Virion, he would have immediately been suspicious of her true identity. But instead, she acted like a spoiled brat, throwing Michael off. How was he supposed to know? The Pixie Queen was supposed to be in the same league as the King of the Ocean. I'm not sure how to feel about this, Michael said, massaging the crease on his forehead. Knowing this information would have dampened his spirits. Just then, Virion said something that he really wanted to hear. Do you want to see the Godforge piece? Of course, he nodded his head like an eager dog and followed Virion back to the pocket dimension. As he transported himself to the territory of the fairies, he saw a few scorched trees and destroyed tentacles. The battle with the Flarecorp army certainly did a number on the environment, but thankfully, it didn't affect much of the fairies' village. The Mushroom King sat on the outskirts, its spores wiggling as it waited for Virion to return. Once she patted its red-spotted cap, the Mushroom King gleefully let out spores that glittered like gold. Thankfully, Vivi's friend here stopped the fire from doing much damage, Virion commented. Michael still found it hard to believe that Vivi could create or even command a 7-star creature, such as the Mushroom King. In his eyes, it was a pet, and Vivi was the troublemaker kid that always accompanied it. The Godforge piece is located at the very center of this pocket dimension, directly underneath my house. Virion floated over her own house, letting her wings flutter and release golden, dust-like particles that surrounded the entire mushroom house. Eventually, a golden aura overcame the entire structure before the ground underneath it started to rumble. A few seconds later, her house lifted off the ground, floating slowly upwards. So this is the infamous fairy's dust, Michael said in wonder. Thanks to his mastery of mana, he figured out that the golden dust was just a collection of bunched-up mana that created a magic spell. Basically, it was a levitation skill. And as the mushroom's roots were plucked out of the ground, the soil was disturbed enough to reveal a white fire that, strangely enough, didn't burn any of its surroundings. This is what we call the eternal flame, Virion said, the flame's lights flickering on her face. We believe that it was what helped us preserve our sanctuary here in the forest. Our ancestors and the ones before them all told us to protect and preserve the fairy race through all means possible. Most of us thought that it meant protecting this pocket dimension, this Godforge piece. But our fateful meeting with you made me realize that preserving our fairy race doesn't mean staying in place. It could also mean going with the flow of the times. Humanity is at an upheaval. I could feel it even here in the pocket dimension. The status quo is slowly changing, and that could spell trouble for us. If you hadn't met us, we would have certainly been forced to ally with those other humans. I believe that siding with you not just protects our race in the coming change, but also progresses it. I present to you our Godforge piece. Michael floated towards the raging white fire buried in the ground. As he came closer and closer, he saw a metallic shine peeking out from the unearthed soil. Ba-dump, ba-dump. He felt his heart start to stir, or more superficially, the Godforge piece in his heart. It sensed its own kind. I'm sorry, but the pieces in our possession are small compared to what other species hold. But it will still allow you to transcend 2 stages of your diva, Virion warned. Michael raised his hand and let the natural attraction, or magnetism, he felt from the Godforge piece pull him in. Finally, his palm passed through the raging white fire. The flame erupted even more as he made contact, challenging him to see if he was worthy. This fire could burn through anything. But then, a prismatic shield appeared above his skin and repelled the white fire, allowing him to move closer. It flickered for a second, as if surprised. The absolute unity defense in his hand was familiar, complementary to its own flame. At that moment, the ground shook. The metallic piece started to unbury itself from the loose soil. The Godforge piece was starting to unearth itself as it rushed towards Michael's side. Finally, it shot off almost instantaneously to his heart, flinging Michael backwards until he landed on the Mushroom King's embrace. He looked down, seeing no wound nor entry point as the Godforge piece entered his body. But he felt it. It bypassed his skin and his organs until it found a place near the 2 upper valves of his heart. Then it met the old Godforge piece sticking to his heart. The 2 paused for a moment before they clicked together like a puzzle piece. They were like long-lost brothers, finally having a reunion in Michael's heart. Michael thought that was it. But then, the 2 Godforge pieces surged with unprecedented power. It was a foreign power that not even his mastery of mana could resist. His diva manifested above him. The mechanical, robotic arm held nothing but a clenched fist. As he felt the power pulsating from the Godforged pieces, the diva above him started to move. Virion clenched her hands together as she saw the disembodied hand start to grow. More of its robotic structure was starting to be revealed, from the wrist going up to the elbow. As it reached the joint, the growth stopped. Eventually, his diva shimmered out of existence. Finally, Michael felt the power subside. He clenched his heart, which was slowly starting to beat slower to its normal rhythm. He took deep breaths, tried to recenter himself. He found that performing mana gathering helped with the recovery. As he returned to normal, he looked at his hands and felt different. Somehow, he could feel the presence of his diva even if it wasn't above him. Not only that, but he was starting to have a sense of the new power or ability that he was about to awaken. It was like gaining a new arm. Except, this arm was still numb and something that he was still unable to control. But still, it was a huge difference from before. Back then, he couldn't even feel his ability. He felt like he could make that metal slag move now if he wanted to. Despite thinking that he was able to make good progress, Virion thought differently. That's it. You were supposed to transcend to the third stage of body formation with that Godforged piece. But you're still at the first stage. Michael closed his eyes and saw his diva's presence. It had grown significantly, but not enough to form a full arm. You were supposed to grow your arm and a little bit of your chest. But instead, you've just progressed maybe halfway to the second stage. Maybe natural magnetics like me need more Godforged pieces to cultivate. Virion was in deep thought. In her mind, that wasn't likely. But maybe her knowledge about natural magnetics wasn't as deep as she thought. I don't know. But from this, it looks like you'll need to put twice as much effort than a normal magnetic to advance through the stages. Michael was bummed with that, but there was no choice. He was just thankful that he was able to progress his diva even by a little bit. At least now, he can try and awaken his ability. You have to concentrate now, Virion said, buzzing around Michael's face. The surge of power that you feel inside you is what will help you awaken your ability. He looked down at his chest and saw the new Godforge start to settle into his heart. It was squirming, trying to find the perfect position to settle into. This was what gave Michael a surge of power that was pushing him to the brink of awakening. Focus. Your ability is something that is innate within yourself. It is something that you know you specialize in, Virion said, acting like the voice of reason beside him. Michael closed his eyes and concentrated. He thought about what he was thinking during the time when he felt the metal slag twitch. I was thinking about the Unity gun, he thought to himself. I thought it was inefficient. I didn't want to reload each time I shot my gun. Since he modeled it after a pistol, the rate of fire of his weapon was very slow. Each time he loaded a gun in his fingers, he had to put all 8 mana from his body and crushed it together, creating the bullet and the explosion that propelled it. And in the heat of battle, his subconscious tried to solve his own problem and started to awaken his ability. He let his imagination run wild. He started to relive the moment where he was surrounded by the Flare Corps soldiers with his own life in the line, creating a virtual reality simulator inside your mind. ChatJK4 uploaded a series of codes inside his mind, allowing him to see a virtual reality of the forest inside his mind. This forest was the same exact one that he was at. There was even burned grass and toppled trees all around, making it look like a complete replica of the original one. Then, 10 Flare Corps soldiers flickered into reality right in front of him. They stood in place, completely frozen in time. They looked so real that he could even see the mana signatures in their body. He wouldn't be surprised if they could perform real magic spells just like a real person, thanks to ChatJK4's magic theory analysis. How realistic do you want this to be? Please rate it from 1 to 10. A solid 8 maybe? Understood. And just like in a video game, Michael saw a countdown appear in his vision, starting simulation in 3 to 1. As soon as the green go appeared in front of him, the 10 Flare Corps soldiers burst into life. Attack him, one of the soldiers shouted. Michael stared in wonder at ChatJK4's realistic simulation. If he didn't know any better, then he would have thought that this was real and not a visual illusion inside his mind. 3 soldiers swung their flaming swords at him, creating fiery hummingbirds that dove towards him. He stayed still, thinking that his absolute unity defense would activate. But surprisingly, it never did. The birds crashed into him, creating an explosion of fire that sent him flying outwards and crashing into a tree. Cough, cough. He looked down and saw his clothes tattered and burned. Beyond that, his skin was also caught up from the explosion, injuring him with second-degree burns. The pain he felt was real. Though he guessed that ChatJK4 turned it down a bit since he said that he only wanted an 8/10 in a realistic setting. This was the first time that he had ever been seriously hurt after his reincarnation. Would you like me to reactivate your security defenses? ChatJK4 asked. No need. I need the real thrill of the fight for me to awaken my ability. Just as he thought that, all 10 soldiers rushed at him without giving him a second of reprieve. They brought out all their biggest fiery spells, hunting him down at any chance he got. Without his absolute unity defense, he was forced to be a lot more proactive in his defense, using large water walls to deny their flaming swords. Flight also became his best friend, as he used it constantly to dodge coordinated attacks that would have gotten him if he was stuck grounded. Finally, he had enough and raised his hand, creating a finger gun shape. As the power of unity flowed to his pointy finger, one of the soldiers thrusted his swords at him, with a rotating fire disc that surrounded his blade. Just as he was about to be hit, Michael pulled the trigger, shooting the blade and the soldier in one bullet. The soldier froze for a second and disintegrated into blocky pixels. Before he could even get another shot off, the other 8 soldiers converged at his location, swinging their weapons in all directions. Michael turned himself into a shadow, bypassing all their attacks and escaping their enclosure. As the soldiers turned around to look for him, a beam of unity power shot from above the trees, directly hitting one of the soldiers and disintegrating him into mere pixels. They didn't mourn for their fallen brother and rushed upwards, flinging flaming spells in his direction. Unfortunately for them, Michael disappeared into the shadows yet again, nowhere to be seen. He continued this pattern, hiding from the shadows and only shooting his unity gun once he was out of their periphery. Eventually, he killed half of them without much effort. His endless mana and endless variety of magic spells allowed him to easily triumph over these 5-star soldiers despite losing his absolute unity defense. It would only be a matter of time until he defeated all of them yet again. Unfortunately, this virtual fight did nothing to help awaken his ability. ChatJK4, I need something a little bit more challenging. Understood. Ramping up the difficulty of the simulation. 3, 2... The fight started yet again. The remaining 5 soldiers looked at Michael with a gleam in their eyes. Something felt different about them. He transformed himself into a shadow, retreating into the recesses of a tree, and waited for the perfect time to show up and shoot one of them with a unity gun. Just then, all 5 soldiers turned to look directly at him, despite being in shadow form. Not only that, but they transformed into a shadow as well, chasing him through the forest at breakneck speeds. What the hell? Michael muttered, as the 5 soldiers chased after him, weaving through trees in their shadow form. Michael suddenly teleported out and behind them, with his hand raised for a shot. He pulled the trigger, and the beam shot right to where he was aiming at. But surprisingly, the soldiers all teleported away at the very exact moment of the trigger, evading the near-instantaneous shot. They reappeared behind him, swinging their swords as they lunged at him. Each of them displayed a different set of elemental power. One had lightning, one had water, one had air, one had earth, and one had dark/shadow spells. As his unity gun reloaded, Michael raised his hand and created 5 different magic circles around him. Each one created a simple wall made out of the element that would counter the specific spell that the Flare Corps soldiers used. His defense proved fruitful as he deflected their attacks, and even counterattacked at the moment that their swords missed the attack. A flurry of elemental bullets rained down on the soldiers. But as they were about to hit them, a prismatic shield appeared around them, nullifying Michael's spell. Michael didn't expect them to even wield a unity defense. You're kidding around, he muttered in the air, addressing ChatJK4. The soldiers then reached down onto their shadows on the ground and retrieved a new sword from it. These weapons glowed with power, something that Michael was extremely familiar with. In the moment they wielded it in their hands, their cultivations soared into the next star realm, pushing them to 6 starfighters. These were none other than mithril artifacts. But then his surprise didn't end there. They then reached down into their pockets and took something small and spherical. Michael realized it immediately. Those were 35% concentrated chocolate pellets. Once the soldiers swallowed these snacks, their powers surged, almost reaching the 7-star realm, only a half step below it. As it turned out, the highest difficulty setting that ChatJK4 could create was just him fighting a normal Rebornian soldier. I guess I reap what I sow, he said. He took out his own chocolate pellet from his pocket and consumed it in one go. Power coursed through his veins, reaching even greater heights than normal. Thanks to his superior sugar rush skill, just one pellet was enough to push him to the Flare Corps soldier's level, making the battle even. He floated in the air and raised his unity gun, towards them, ready to fight. They raised their mithril artifacts and took their stances. And so started the toughest battle that Michael had ever experienced in both of his lifetimes, including battles he had seen in anime and media. He truly realized now how much of a threat his own Rebornians were on the battlefield. Their power to control all 8 elements, their unity defense, their mithril relics, their sugar rush was a nightmare to defend against. Everything amped up their skills to the max, and even beyond that. And with ChatJK for controlling all of these soldiers, their powers were efficiently used with the best tactics and attack patterns that Michael had ever seen. They were bombarding him with the most unique and creative spells that were casted with extreme precision and accuracy. He would concentrate on defending himself against their attacks before finding a small gap in their defenses, allowing him to use his Unity gun. But even then, his shot would only destroy their lesser Unity defense that would regenerate after 1 minute. So, he had to take 2 shots in close succession in order to defeat one soldier. So far, he had yet to defeat a single one. Michael breathed heavily as he looked up at all 5 Flare Corps soldiers floating in the air. His clothes were tattered, messy, and bloodied. Fighting 5 soldiers with the powers of ChatJK 4 was almost certainly a Herculean task. This was the first time that he felt that he would lose in a battle. Every spell he used, they could counter. And every time he tried to escape from them, they would find him. The only way he could injure them was through his Unity gun. Yet the limitation of only being able to shoot 1 bullet at a time was a serious deterrent that left him unable to seriously wound them. Their lesser Unity defense would always regenerate before he could hit them with another clean shot. Each of the 5 soldiers raised their swords up in the air, conjuring large magic spells that emanated the power of a peak 6-star spell. Eventually, mana erupted out of the tip of their blades, forming into a large snake-like dragon that swam through the air like water. All 5 dragons were made out of different elements: water, earth, fire, air, and lightning. They soared through the heavens, asserting their dominance in the air. Their tails left behind a stream of mana, creating a circular formation in the middle of the skies. Michael felt the wind blow in their direction, picking up in speed as the mana gathered around the formation. Eventually, the dragons crashed through each other, with their elements combining and creating an even bigger dragon that incorporated all 5 elements. As it reached its full length, the dragon looked down at Michael, ready to finish the job. Michael knew that this could be the end. Fatigue, exhaustion, and coupled with the fact that he had been fighting these soldiers for hours on end, made him completely forget that this was only a virtual simulation. Nothing was real. Even his pain was only an illusion made by ChatJK 4 to make it look real. But still, Michael felt the pressure of life and death on his hands. He felt that if he didn't defend himself against this large dragon, this could spell the end for him. Even his Unity gun seemed wholly ineffective against a behemoth this large, and it certainly wouldn't be able to defeat the 5 soldiers that created it. But it was his only choice. Rorgurg, the large dragon, made out of equal parts air, water, earth, fire, and lightning, broke through the large cumulonimbus cloud in the skies and surged towards Michael. Its power was immense, unrooting trees and destroying the forest from the mere wind that was created by the dragon. It dived down towards Michael, its jaws roaring as it opened to consume him. Michael raised his hand, with the power of Unity gathering at his fingertips. In this moment, where all seemed lost, Michael felt his heart pump with power. It was beating irregularly, with the Godforged pieces inside it starting to dance with intensity. He could feel this new power start to course through his veins. If Unity power was as hot as boiling water, then this new power, this ability, was as cool as ice. It was the exact opposite of mana. Meanwhile, in the real world, Virian watched from the sidelines as Michael stood in place with his eyes closed. From her perspective, he had only been doing this for a few minutes at most. But for Michael, hours had gone by. Still, at this very moment, she suddenly felt a change in her surroundings. It felt like the leaves on the trees were rustling, even without the presence of wind. It felt like she heard water sloshing, even without a river nearby. Eventually, the mechanical robotic hand shimmered above Michael. This diva was only up to its elbow, still incomplete. The diva was starting to move, like an ancient monster awakening from its deep slumber. Virian held her breath, watching everything unfold, hoping that she wouldn't disturb Michael from whatever he was doing. She didn't know how, but he was starting to get a grasp of his diva, even though he was only in the first stage of body formation. The fact that he was able to manifest it without using his Unity gun meant that he had progressed faster than she had even thought. Usually, a diva or an ability would only awaken through practice or through combat, but Michael was doing it just by standing still. But still, this wasn't enough for him to awaken his ability. Usually, a person's natural talent would only awaken through a trial of life or death. This would allow them to push through their limitations, transcending the normal. So, she thought that Michael would need more than this to awaken his ability. Just then, the metal slag behind her started to levitate upwards. Meanwhile, out in the battlefield, the two teams continued to catch bandit after bandit without stopping. Eventually, they scoured the forest and found no other bandits scattered about. Whatever's left of them were hiding back in their cave, taking their last stand. Jakku, Zion, Fudge, and Grieve all stood in front of a cave closed off by a large boulder. They could sense a lot of activity inside, probably from the bandits who had gone into hiding. I'll blast that large boulder into pieces. Just wait, Zion said, winding up his arm ready to bust inside the cave. Jakku stopped him just in time. We can't. Boss isn't here yet. But we could end up losing the game. We need to score more bandits, Zion argued. Bro Mike already told us to win at all costs. He also can't afford to lose this game. We have to go inside before. Just as he said that, they heard the sound of grass rustling just beside them. Eventually, they saw their worst enemies, the girls' team. Too scared to go inside? Shiina asked, with the other girls chuckling with each other. No, we aren't. And we got here first. We got dibs, Zion asserted. Yep, we got dibs. Fudge backed him up. Then why aren't you going inside? Amisu spoke up, with Shiina nodding in approval. We're waiting for Master, Fudge said, standing his ground. Where did my little boy go? Lilia asked. Fudge dear, would you mind telling me where he is? Of course. Master is currently in the forest. But before he could talk, Zion and Jakku both grabbed Fudge's head and stopped him from revealing more information. Boss is on a top secret mission, Jakku said. Yeah, he's off to fight more bandits. Zion added. Suspicious. Yuna looked at the Dragonborns and glared at them, making them feel the pressure. Grieve? Will you tell us where Michael is? The skeleton general laughed. Ho ho. Of course. I seem to have forgotten ho ho ho. Either way, you all should stand aside and let us enter the cave, Shiina proposed. We'll be taking home the win because of this, she gloated. Oh no you don't. Zion was just about ready to battle it out, when all of a sudden, they saw the shadows converge to their location. The shadow orcs appeared all around the forest, kneeling down as a sign of respect for the higher-ranking officers of Reborn. Eventually, the two orc chieftains appeared in the middle of the two teams. Naruto addressed the boys' team, and Sasuke addressed the girls' team. Be you two too. We have finished scouring the entire forest region and have found no other bandit left behind, Naruto said, slamming his chest. Ra-ta-ta. As per the boss orders, the entire Reborn army has come to help in the upcoming raid of the bastard bandits' hideout. As weak as I may be, we are also called on to help. Everyone turned to look to the side and saw Sleazy and a couple of other prisoners wearing orange jumpsuits. The Dragonborns even recognized some of them, as they were all bandits who had converted to become loyal Rebornians upon visiting the nation of Reborn back in the Parched Lands. And they weren't the only ones coming from the King's region. The sound of hooves clopping on the ground reverberated through the forest. Finally, these large and burly centaurs skidded to a stop as soon as they reached their destination. On top of them were these red hobmankeys with mithril artifact javelins on their hands. Golden Road State troopers, reporting for duty, one of the red hobmankeys said, saluting to everyone. Although they were small in numbers, their combined strength far made up for that fact. They were more than enough to be the main vanguard for the assault, especially since they would have a really overpowered support group just behind them. The Shadow Orcs used their shadow ability to teleport these Rebornian musicians holding their mithril artifact instruments by their side. Most of them played a percussion instrument, perfect for hyping up the army from afar as their beats traveled through the air and through the ground. This was the entire Rebornian army for now. It was even a little bit overkill, to be honest. But Michael simply wanted to test out the strength of their army against some pretty good opponents. It also served as good practice for them, especially implementing the musicians on the backline. Zion looked at all their support and whispered to Jakku. If they defeat the bandits, then who would get their points? That was a very serious question that no one had an answer for. Obviously, they'll count towards our team, right? Fudge argued. They are master subordinates, after all. Wait just a second there. I'm Michael's mother, which means that I have the same amount of authority as my son. Their points should go towards our team. No. The two teams were in an argument, unable to settle the score. It was at that moment where their conversation was suddenly interrupted by an earthquake from the ground. They all looked towards the boulder blocking the cave's entrance before. Boom! The boulder exploded into a million pieces, with large speeding rocks being flung all over the place with anyone in its close proximity being vulnerable to the blast. Bandits suddenly flooded out of the cave, numbering in the hundreds. They rushed out of the cave with manic looks on their faces, ready to live or die by this encounter. They all thought that they would get the advantage from the explosion, as surely the blast would have affected some of the Rebornians. However, they didn't know that a prismatic shield deflected any incoming projectiles away from their bodies, leaving them virtually unharmed by the explosion. "Charge! This is a fight for our lives, bastards," one of the bandits shouted. "Either we kill them, we get killed." About 400 bandits raised their knives in the air and shouted at their comrades' words. They were the only ones left from their group. This was their last stand. If they didn't drive off these Rebornians, then they would get killed by Blazel and her elite group of Flare Corps soldiers. Although they were outnumbered, the Rebornians didn't panic at all. Instead, the Dragonborns became even more ecstatic. "Free points," Zion shouted, bumping his gauntlets together. "Not if we get to them first," Shiina replied, loading an arrow in her bow. As the large surge of bandits rushed towards them, both the boys and the girls' team used this chance to release their strongest attacks, choosing to defeat as many bandits as possible. Zion jumped up in the air, with his gauntlets glowing with a dark and purple color. As the horde of bandits ran towards him, Zion punched downwards, creating a large crack in the very space below. This crack propagated down before eventually reaching the bandits. Despite them using their own 4-star spells to protect themselves, they found themselves getting blasted off in the air as Zion's punch created an explosion in the ground, affecting tens of bandits just from one hit alone. Zion put the fear in each of the bandits' eyes as soon as a single punch defeated 20 of their comrades. As the red-scaled Dragonborn landed on the ground, the bandits stopped running and kept their distance away from him. But still, Zion actively sought them out and relentlessly released his devastating punches, sending about 50 bandits flying in the air within just a few jabs. And despite being lazy, Jaka didn't fall behind either. As the bandits rushed towards him with their 4-star spells and their knives, Jaka calmly unsheathed his sword. Blue lightning sizzled around his body as he turned into pure electricity as a horizontal lightning strike struck the bandits coming towards him. A line of about 20 bandits stood frozen as they got hit by the blue lightning, before they eventually collapsed on the ground, with their skin still steaming. "Show-offs," Shiina scoffed as she saw her two brothers showcase their powers. They might need all that fancy skills to defeat bandits, but all she needed was a few well-placed arrows. She notched an arrow in her bow before closing her eyes and taking a deep breath. And then, a flash of inspiration hit her as she released her shot, with her arrow finding the perfect line of bandits. The arrow hit one of the bandits directly in his chest, flinging him back towards another bandit, which continued on and on until 8 bandits found themselves skewered by the arrow. Shiina calmly released arrow after arrow, hitting many combo shots in the process. Standing by her side was Emisu, who had been swinging her spear at any bandit that dared to try and come close to her sister. Shiina had become the subject of the bandits after they saw her defeat tens of their comrades through every arrow. Emisu's spear gathered the momentum of wind, with each swing creating a large gust that propelled any bandit away from their location. Anyone unlucky enough to be caught in the wind would feel their ribs broken even without her spear hitting them. Off to the side, Yuna wasn't doing bad herself. Her rapier danced with Emisu's wind, becoming almost unpredictable as her blade curved with each swing. Unlike these Dragonborns, Yuna faced her opponents one by one, and each one, she was able to disarm them and defeat them with just one single thrust of a rapier. She almost looked like she was a ballerina as she twirled around in the battlefield. But make no mistake, she was just as lethal as the Dragonborns when it came to defeating bandits. Now, the two strongest fighters in the group were Grieve and Lilia. Lilia conjured great vines in the ground that could scoop up 20 bandits at once. As a 7-star magician, none of these bandits could hold a candle to her power. Grieve, on the other hand, faced a similar situation as his necrotic energy far outclassed any bandit that came across him. Once he released the mithril artifact ring that contained his cultivation level, the bandits found themselves unable to even come close to him, finding themselves unconscious within a few meters of him. Meanwhile, Fudge and the Shadow Orcs took a different approach to fighting these bandits. Instead of fighting them head-on, These shadows of Reborn used their illusions to trap and slowly wear down these bandits until they became mindless zombies that easily surrendered without even a second of hesitation. Once they were put in an illusion where they witnessed their own deaths 1,000 times, they were more than happy to surrender and stop the madness that they experienced. Fudge, on the other hand, used this opportunity to spread more members for the Iron Maiden religion. Those that had accepted this religion were mysteriously teleported out of the battlefield, never to be seen again, while those that refused ended up forgetting about the experience entirely. Just these two teams were enough to whittle down the bandits' numbers by half. And just by themselves, they could have easily defeated the whole horde in an hour. But then, the state troopers and the reformed prisoners also helped in defeating the bandits. The centaurs rushed to the front line, trampling any bandit that was unfortunate enough to collide with him. And then, the Red Hobmanki used his javelin to poke at any bandit that dared to come close to the centaur. These two species worked together well, becoming as effective as a single Dragonborn when it came to defeating bandits. And in the back line, the Rebornian musicians played a high-paced beat, allowing each and every one of them to advance one star realm higher than their cultivation. This was what allowed them to overcome the bandits without using their sugar rush skill yet. While everyone was defeating bandits very easily, there was one other faction of Rebornians that were only slightly stronger than the bandits. Sleazy and the reformed prisoners were not Rebornian yet, and did not have their awakened powers. The only advantage they had were the magic buff that the musicians were giving them. As bandits and former bandits clashed, some of them eventually recognized Sleazy's face. "Sleazy, we thought you died," said one of the bandits. It wasn't long before the bandits recognized these other prisoners in an orange jumpsuit. These were all the bandits that disappeared, thought to have been killed by Reborn. "What's happening? Why did you all side with the Rebornians?" Sleazy looked at his former comrades and pleaded with them. "Surrender now. You don't need to do this. We have all found salvation in the hands of the Rebornians." As they clashed, knives against knives, Sleazy began to narrate about everything they experienced in the Rebornian prisons. He told them all about the great living conditions they had there, much better than living in a cave. Of course, many had doubts, but some were starting to believe it. "Brother," one of the bandits said, looking at his best friend on the other side of the battle. "Is it true?" The man in a prisoner uniform nodded. "Everything and more. In Reborn, I can have anything I would ever need without killing or robbing anybody." Eventually, all the other prisoners began telling their personal stories to the bandits. It became so much more believable now that all of them were speaking about their own experiences. "Really? Free food and housing? That's all I've ever wanted," said one of the bandits, slowly lowering his knife. And he wasn't the only one. More and more bandits started to lower their knives, wanting to surrender and experience the same things that these prisoners told them. However, the sound of fire crackling from behind them immediately scared them straight. They couldn't surrender. They feared Blazelle and what she could do to them, or more importantly, what FlareCorp could do to their organization. They still didn't have the courage. Was this the bastard bandits that I created? A bunch of cowards. Suddenly, a heavy voice echoed out from the forest. The rest of the bastard bandits all looked around, having recognized that timbre of voice. Eventually, a large burly man wearing an orange jumpsuit walked forward, revealing himself to every bandit. "No way. That's Deathclaw." The original founder of the Bastard Bandits had shown himself after years of being thought of as dead. Not only that, but he returned as part of the Reborn company. That was the final straw. The bandits finally found a reason to surrender. They slowly lowered their knives, in fear and in awe at Deathclaw's feet. As the last of the Bastard Bandits finally surrendered to Reborn, it seemed that all was finally over. But just as the Rebornians were about to celebrate, the cave suddenly erupted once again as a large fire burst out from the opening and spread outwards, burning anything that came close to it. "My anger hath no bounds." The sound of Blazelle's fury echoed through the forest, sending chills down the bandit's spine. Deathclaw immediately put himself in front of them, assuring them of their safety. "Our Rebornian officers are much stronger than me. They will protect you now that you are part of Reborn." The sounds of organized footsteps echoed out of the cave as an entire army of FlareCorp soldiers marched out. These were all Blazelle's personal army, numbering 200 men, all with a 5-star star realm. Their power radiated out of the cave, but nothing came close as Blazelle herself soon stepped out into the open with a blazing fire engulfing her entire body. Blazelle wore an orange, flaming armor that accentuated her curves. With her jet black hair and fair features, she would have been called a beauty if not for the frown on her face. "How is this possible?" she screamed. She could not understand how these Rebornians keep on disturbing her plans. They had somehow triumphed against these bastard bandits under her control. Reborn was supposed to be a small country bumpkin company. Yet, their power far exceeded what she could have ever anticipated. Not only that, but as she looked around the forest, she saw the bastard bandits surrendering to the enemy despite them still having the numerical advantage. Bastard bandits, have you forgotten what Flare Corp has offered you? Glory and power would have been within your grasp if only you had been loyal to our company. Beside her was Wayno, the one-armed leader of the bastard bandits, or at least those that were still part of the group, which could now be counted in 2 hands. Wayno looked around and eventually spotted Deathclaw. Surprise filled his face, but he eventually shook his head. Why have you surrendered to Flare Corp? Deathclaw asked. The bastard bandits used to represent freedom. Now, you're mere slaves to them. Wayno stomped his foot on the ground. Things have changed since you left. We prioritize survival above all else. I prioritize the group above all else. Flare Corp is the future. We have to stand by them. Deathclaw shook his head. The man made his choice. There was nothing he could do about it. Blazelle was about to unleash the fury of her soldiers onto Reborn, when all of a sudden, she noticed something or someone within their midst. With her very small stature and those beating wings, there was no mistaking it. A fairy. I have never seen one before in my life, Blazelle muttered. Excitement started to fill her face. This was one of the moments she had been waiting for. This was part of the reason why she wanted to be in this forest in the first place. She wanted the fairies. I do not know what these Rebornians have offered you, but know that our Flare Corp can offer you more. She knew exactly what fairies loved. Men, fear me, she commanded. As soon as she uttered those words, the 200 soldiers under her command started to cower in fear. Their boots started quaking, their knees started buckling. They were starting to remember the intense torture and practice that they went under in order to become a soldier for Flare Corp. All of those memories turned into fear, and it was something that a fairy like Vivi could sense vividly. An overwhelming sense of fear clouded the entire forest, almost making Vivi feel almost intoxicated. She was like a dog who had been starved for water in the desert, only for now to see an entire ocean in front of her. Her instincts as a fairy told her to go with the fear and consume it for her sustenance. In fact, if any other fairy had been here, they would have already fallen for Blazelle's tricks. No amount of self-discipline could change the biological need of a fairy for the fear emotion. I want you to abandon Reborn and side with us. If you do, then I promise you and your entire race could feast on as much fear as you want to, Blazelle said, with her voice becoming alluring and seductive. Vivi slowly flew towards the scared Flare Corp army. Yuna tried to go after her, but Lilia took her hands and stopped her. Why? We can't let her be lured in by them. Lilia held her hands. Trust in her, she said. Meanwhile, a smile was starting to break out in Blazelle's face as she saw that her tricks were working on the fairy. She didn't think it could be this easy. Now, all she needed was for this fairy to point her in the direction of their queen. Then Blazelle could finally get out of this godforsaken place. Tell this to your pixie queen. Flare Corp is willing to give you all the fear you want. In exchange, we want your undying loyalty to our company, as well as the remaining God-forged piece in your possession. Vivi floated closer to the soldiers, seemingly out of her mind and completely entranced with wanting to consume fear. How about it? Blazelle asked. Once you've had your fill, scram and find me your queen. Just when Blazelle thought the fairy would indulge on its greatest desires, she suddenly heard laughter echo across the forest. Hi-hi-hee, hi-hee-hi-hee-hee. Vivi started laughing maniacally, surprising Blazelle. What's the matter with you? Me? Vivi said, still chuckling. I just realized something. Vivi looked back at the Rebornians, at Yuna, at Lilia, and the Dragonborns. A sense of warmth filled her heart. It was something that she had been feeling every time that she interacted with these people. And somehow, after seeing an abundance of fear ready for the taking, Vivi didn't feel an ounce of longing for it. She already felt full, despite not consuming any emotions for the past few days. It almost seemed impossible until she realized that instead of consuming emotions, she was instead experiencing it for the first time in her life. She felt something for Reborn and its people. She wanted to experience life like they did. Fear no longer took a hold of her. I reject your offer, she said resolutely. The fear you create is disgusting. Vivi turned around before turning her head back. And besides, Michael's roller coaster is much more entertaining. Hi-hi. As Vivi left, only the golden dust on her wings were left behind. Blazelle's face was beet red. She was embarrassed at the rejection. What gives you the right to deny me? She screamed. Wayno, attack her! The one-armed bandit raised his sword. As a peak 6-star fighter, he was the strongest individual here aside from Blazel. He disappeared from Blazel's side, only to reappear in the air behind Vivi. A magic circle appeared at the hilt of his sword, eventually turning the blade into burning, igneous rocks with cracks that showed lava underneath. As he swung his sword, he used a 6-star spell called Tunnel of the Lava Demon, creating large coal rocks around him that surrounded Vivi from all sides. The igneous blade and the coals converged towards Vivi at speeds rivaling that of a volcano's explosion. As the 6-star spell converged onto the small fairy, the contact created a large explosion that sent lava and fiery rocks flying all over the place. Wayno landed back on the ground and sheathed his sword, thinking that he had finished the job. But as the igneous rocks fell on the ground, he looked around and saw no sign of golden dust particles around, nor were there any fairy wings. A high-pitched laughter echoed in his head, making him look all around for the fairy. This was vaguely familiar. The stump on his missing hand started to ache, seemingly remembering this memory as well. Suddenly, the ground started to shake as the trees around Wayno started to unroot themselves. These trees seemed to have gained a life of their own as they stood up from the ground, dusted off the soil around them, and slowly crawled towards Wayno with their branches coming to strangle him from all sides. Wayno raised his igneous sword and cut the branches, leaving behind burning stumps on the tree's branches. But that didn't seem to stop the trees. Before Wayno could jump around and escape the enclosure of the animated trees, he suddenly found his leg being smothered by these glowing tentacles on the ground. His eyes widened. He had seen these before, at the time back when he was a low-time bandit and he still had both of his hands. He tried to set fire to the entire forest, and as soon as he did so, he saw these tentacles wrapped around his feet, preventing him from moving. And after that, he saw the silhouette of a fairy circling above his head. As Wayno looked around, he saw the same silhouette that he saw in his memory. But that couldn't be possible, he thought. After all, that was when he encountered the Pixie Queen and suffered her wrath, ending with him losing his right hand. And soon, that realization came to dawn on him. No, he muttered. That can't be. You're the... But before he could finish his sentence, mushroom spores were suddenly blasted on his face and completely immobilized him from head to toe. Just like that, a 6-star swordsman was down on the ground. Blazel's face was filled with disbelief. Even the Rebornians were caught stunned with this sudden show of power. What the hell? Vivi is that strong, Zion muttered, shaking his head. She's an even better lazy person than me. She hid her power to slack off the entire time. Jaka praised, almost clapping his hands. The only ones who seemed to have a clue about Vivi's true power were Lilia and Grieve. I knew it, Lilia muttered to herself. I always felt that her mana was far too big to just be a simple fairy. Ho ho ho. I knew as well, but I completely forgot that this wasn't normal ho ho ho. Amisu, Shiina, and Yuna approached Vivi. You are the Pixie Queen, Shiina asked, putting the pieces together. I never knew. You were that strong. That's so cool. Amisu said, with stars in her eyes. You're not mad? Vivi asked. I didn't want to tell you because I just wanted to be a normal fairy. It's fine, Yuna said. We all have secrets. What's important is that you're still the Vivi that we know. Hi. Of course. Meanwhile, Blazel almost exploded out in anger as she saw Wayno get one shot by a mere fairy. She had completely underestimated her, thinking that she was just a low-ranked demi-human. You're the Pixie Queen. I should have known. Blazel roared. This means that you have the God-forged piece. Vivi turned to Blazel and stuck out her tongue. Even if I did have it, I wouldn't give it to you. This seemed to have fueled Blazel's anger even more. You're telling me you'll give that God-forged piece to these country bumpkins? One extreme waste. You don't know the true value of that thing. None of you do. I'm the only magnetic person here. I deserve that God-forged piece. Blazel's anger rose as she thought about how such a treasure would only end up in the hands of people who didn't know its true worth. In her eyes, it was a waste. Cuckoo, it's fine, Blazel laughed maniacally. It'll end up in my hands anyway once I conquer the Reborn Company once and for all. Men, sacrifice yourselves for me and bring victory to Flare Corp. As soon as she gave the word, the 200 soldiers started marching in perfect rhythm towards the Rebornians. Their powers were completely in sync, allowing them to showcase power that transcended that of a 5-star power and even that of a 6-star power. Each and every one of their feet started to glow as a magic circle appeared beneath their soles. Soon, a large fire engulfed their very bodies that increased the temperature enough to turn water into steam. However, this fire seemed to backfire against the soldiers as they started to suffer burns on their skin. Despite that, they continued moving forward, marching to the rhythm. Their individual fires eventually combined as it billowed up high into the skies, burning the forest and everything it touched. As it consumed, it started to form into the shape of a bird. But not just any bird. It was the legendary phoenix. The phoenix rose up from the ground and circled the skies. Its mere presence turned the ground into a fiery hell. Fortunately for the Rebornians, their lesser unity defense prevented them from being burned. Kyow! The mighty phoenix roared at them before diving down, intending to burn anything that it came into contact with. This phoenix had the combined strength of an 8-star spell. It was not something that even the Rebornians could face. Shadow orcs appeared beside all the Rebornians, offering to transport them to a safe location away from the fight. But strangely, they didn't. As the phoenix dove down towards the Rebornians, a large vine whose thickness was the size of an elephant rose from the ground and slapped the phoenix back into the skies. Cow! Lilia stood her ground, scoffing at the phoenix. She herself was a 7-star magician and could hold her ground against a poorly created spell such as this. But this wasn't the end, as the phoenix circled the skies, soaking up all the flames and fire that the 200-man army was conjuring up on their bodies. Eventually, it received enough energy to have another go-around at the Rebornians. But this time, a certain clicking sound was heard echoing through the forest. Ho ho ho! This sound was none other than ribs clacking from Greaves' skeleton body. Has my time finally come to shine? He asked as he removed the mithril artifact ring on his finger. As soon as the limiter was removed, a burst of necrotic energy exploded out of Grieve. The greenery and plant life around him started to wither away just from his very presence. Even the high temperature in the air was starting to wither, cooling down until condensation formed. Grieve gripped the air, holding a non-existent sword in his hand. As he looked up at the phoenix, he simply raised his hand and brought it down with such gentle force that it could not even cut a leaf falling from a tree. And suddenly, the phoenix in the skies was split in half. It started to wither at the line where its body separated, soon turning its fiery flames into nothing but ashes that scattered in the wind. Just like that, a powerful 8-star spell was destroyed. Blazelle backed away in horror as she realized the power that this skeleton man held. 9-star, she shouted. All 200 of her soldiers felt the backlash of losing the phoenix. Their bodies were inundated with burns and blisters. Blazelle could only watch on with bated breaths at the skeleton monster amidst the Rebornians. The magic that it possessed was something that transcended even that of an 8-star spell, meaning that it had probably reached the coveted 9-star realm. She couldn't believe it. Why would such a strong creature side with a no-name company like Reborn? It could have been recruited by the best of the best, getting competitive offers from the top conglomerates in the world. Meanwhile, the Dragonborns took this opportunity to whittle down the enemy forces. These soldiers count as 2 points, right? Zion said, rushing towards the Flare Corps soldiers with his gauntlets glowing with the dark mana. I'm right behind you, Jakku said, becoming a blur of lightning that crashed through the organized lineup of soldiers. These 2 Dragonborns unleashed their powers, with the soldiers trying their hardest just to defend against them. The soldiers manifested magic circles on their bodies, creating a unified defensive spell that created a land of lava on the ground. Magma spewed out of the ground, burning everything it touched except for the soldiers who casted them. Zion punched the air, cracking the very space underneath it and blowing away the lava on the ground. As he landed, the lava tried to crawl back to engulf him, but he took this time to punch away any soldiers beside him. They raised their flaming swords, trying to defend against him, yet they were blown away from the power all the same. Meanwhile, Jakku turned into lightning as he buzzed through the enemy lines, electrifying anyone he touched. His method to avoid the lava was through simply running on top of it so fast before it was able to burn him. Any soldiers that tried to lunge their swords at him ended up being caught by the blue lightning, paralyzing them for a good few seconds. Dum 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 dum, dum dum. The sounds of the Rebornian musicians played in the background, empowering the 2 male Dragonborns. Still, there were just 2 of them against 200. They were starting to get overwhelmed by the sheer amount of bodies they threw at them. 3 soldiers were able to come close to Zion, performing fiery hands and grasping at his arms to prevent him from escaping away. Of course, his prismatic shield extinguished their flaming hands, nullifying their effects. And just as they grasped his arms, he simply shrugged and performed an uppercut, blasting them all away into the skies unconscious. However, this gave 2 sneaky soldiers who burst out from the lava underneath the ground, lunging their swords at Zion's unprotected backside. Just then, Thwump! A timely arrow deflected the swords away and disarmed the two would-be assassins. Zion quickly turned around and did a quick 1-2 punch, defeating the two soldiers and pushing them to the other soldiers. He looked behind him and saw Shiina on the battlements. If it weren't for her, he could have been injured. But instead of being thankful, Zion stuck out his tongue before continuing to punch the soldiers coming at him. On the other side of the battlefield, a large number of soldiers were getting sucked up by a tornado that ravaged their surroundings. In the middle of this disaster was Amisu, whose swings allowed the tornado to become stronger. As the soldiers got sucked into the wind, a blue lightning suddenly entered the eye of the tempest and empowered it with electricity, turning it into a thunderstorm. The combination of Jakku and Amisu turned out to be a deadly one. Blazel gritted her teeth as she looked at the Dragonborns. Their cultivations were definitely weak, yet their power could stand toe-to-toe with her elite soldiers. They definitely proved a major problem for her. Not only that, but there was also a human girl with them that clearly outclassed her soldiers when it came to swordplay. Yuna cleverly disarmed her opponents with her quick and unpredictable rapier, before knocking them unconscious by hitting their heads with her hilt. These 5 Rebornians had already proven to be an equal match against these 200 elite Flare Corps soldiers. But it turned out that they weren't even the biggest problem. The mature woman, called Lilia, was a 7-star earth magician capable of summoning vines that destroyed the army's position with just one swing. And Blazel didn't even understand how some of her soldiers were voluntarily surrendering after being touched by an unassuming violet slime in the battlefield. And perhaps the two most dangerous beings in the entire forest were the 9-star skeleton monster and the fairy who turned out to be the Pixie Queen. Those two were apex creatures that Blazel had no way of defeating. The worst part was that these creatures weren't even moving. They didn't have to. They were letting the other Rebornians dismantle the elite Flare Corps 200-man army. The combined powers of the Rebornians whittled down the numbers of Blazel's elite escorts. As they went down in numbers, their overall strength got weaker and weaker, allowing the Rebornians to overcome the disadvantage of having the smaller army. These 205-star soldiers were reduced to a measly 50 men. At this point, the only thing they could do was surrender. Their swords sputtered out as its flames were extinguished, before these soldiers kneeled on the ground and raised their hands. How? How is this possible? Blazel cursed the heavens. What is Reborn? When she arrived in this part of the Queen's region, she thought that she would easily conquer it and pave the way for Flare Corps dominance. Yet, the presence of this unknown Reborn company destroyed all her plans. Despite coming from the backwoods, countryside part of the royal continent, they seemed to be backed with immense strength, money, and influence. That shouldn't have been possible. They weren't even a sub-company from a conglomerate. As defeat soon came closer and closer, a sense of indignation filled Blazel's heart. She didn't want to accept it. However, the presence of the Pixie Queen and the skeleton monster proved to be too insurmountable for her. Even her Obolites and her diva couldn't save her from their overwhelming power. She knew would lose this battle, but that didn't mean Reborn would win. Do you surrender? Zion shouted at Blazel. Blazel chuckled. You think that you'll win this battle against us? Shiina stepped forward. You look to be on the brink of defeat. We know we'll win. Blazel whipped her head back and laughed maniacally, seemingly becoming insane. You may defeat me, but that doesn't mean that you'll win against Flare Corps. What do you think will happen after they find out I lost? They'll bring their entire force to destroy your measly little company into the ground. Yuna whipped her rapier to the side, ridding it of all the blood that gathered in her blade. And we'll defeat them too, she said confidently. Ha ha ha, you're all naive. Naive, I tell you. None of you know what true power looks like. Even if you have a 9-star monster in your midst, they will still be dwarfed by the true strength of a powerful magnetic. You think that you can contend with the inheritors and the conglomerates of the world? Keep dreaming. They are not even playing in the same field as you. None of you can succeed, for you are all not worthy to be chosen by the mighty metal of the gods. It was at that moment that a single footstep rang out in the forest. A golden-haired boy looked up at Blazel and smiled. Is that what you think? A voice rang out and reached Blazel's ears. She looked around, unable to recognize this voice. It wasn't from any of the Rebornians that she saw today. Just then, her eyes eventually landed onto a golden-haired boy at the very back. He was wearing light tunic clothes and leather armor. He looked unassuming. Despite that, the entire mood of the battlefield changed upon his appearance. Everyone in the Rebornian side lightened up as soon as they looked back and saw this boy walking towards them. Boss, said the Rebornian musicians, respectfully putting down their instruments. Bro Mike, you're finally here. You missed all the fun, man, Zion said, quickly zooming over to his side. My dearest son, where have you been? You let Una fight all these soldiers alone. That's not very gentlemanly-like, Lilia said, immediately hugging Michael tightly and pinching his cheeks. Where were you? Una asked with her hands behind her back. There was a hint of disappointment in her voice, something that Michael didn't seem to pick up on. I was just talking to Virian, Vivi's mother. Vivi suddenly buzzed in front of Michael. You want to see my mother? What did she say? Michael squinted as he stared at Vivi. I should have known you were the pixie queen, he said. It was at this point that Blazel finally put together facts. You're the boss, Michael, she said, with an obvious tone of disbelief. She was almost chuckling as she said it. Such a young boy was in control of Reborn, the company that had brought her to her knees and on the brink of loss. She almost wanted to laugh at the absurdity. You're the leader of Reborn. Michael finished catching up with the Dragonborns and the Rebornians. He floated over closer to Blazel and nodded at her question. That's right. I am. What? Were you too scared of us and only now showed yourself when you know you've won? She asked, laughing. Not really, Michael replied. I was just finishing up on my training. Blazel shook her head. No matter what kind of training you do, Flare Corp will remain supreme. Either you kill me or you take me captive, they will come for me and destroy you, she said confidently. Michael crossed his arms and smiled, with the Dragonborns and all the Rebornians behind him flashing a confident smile as well. We'll manage, he replied. Oomph. You won't get to hide under your 9-star skeleton monster every time. None of you will be enough. The times have changed. The balance of power has shifted. Magic is not the reigning source of power that rules this world. You can't keep your little company afloat in a sea of big sharks. It will become nothing but fodder for the true contenders of this world. If Flare Corp is not the one to swallow you up, an even bigger monster will. You can mark that as true. Despite painting such a grim future for Reborn, Michael wasn't fazed by her words at all. It's only because of your ignorance that allows you to remain confident in your strength, she said, turning her head away from Michael in distaste. Michael spread his hands. Show me, he challenged her. Blazel was spurred on by his confidence. She wanted to shatter it by showing him a kind of power that he and anyone here had never seen before. Well then, let me show you a peek of the true measure of strength that this world follows. Blazel balled up her fists and took out the rapier from its scabbard. Its metallic sheen shined with a magical power, similar to that of the mithril artifacts that the Rebornians had. However, this weapon's magical power seemed dull and weak in comparison. She held a mithril relic, not to be confused by a mithril artifact. This was salvage from the past and refitted for the present. Because of that, its power was weaker than the original. As she held it in her hands, Blazel's entire body began to burst into flames. As she got angrier and angrier, concentrating her emotions into power, the flames continued to rise up. Despite the flames and heat emanating from Blazel, there was not an ounce of mana coming out of her. Everything was powered by something completely alien and unknown. Rah! Blazel grunted before shoving her rapier into the skies, focusing the flames into her blade. Michael watched as her flames rose up to the rapier, eventually getting absorbed into its very metal. As the power focused onto her mithril relic, the shimmering figure of a flaming creature soon appeared hovering above her. I call upon you, my diva, she screamed. The flames on the diva burst forth into reality, no longer becoming just a visual projection. The fire flickered, forming a vaguely muscular torso, 2 flaming arms on its side, and a head with billowing short fire as its hair. Blazel's diva didn't have much of a distinct feature on its body, being made out of pure flames only. The most definite characteristic was found on its head, specifically its forehead, where its eyebrows were formed from igneous lava rocks and slanted to show a frustrated and angry expression. As Blazel raised her rapier in the skies, the diva above her roared in a similar fashion, with its fire billowing out even more. This is a diva, Blazel presented. The Rebornians in front of her all showed a shocked expression. They could feel no mana coming from that diva creature, yet they could clearly feel its power emanating in the air, increasing the temperature to an uncomfortable level. What is that? Shiana asked, worry plastered on her face. I don't know, Yuna answered, unsure as well. Lilia frowned as she looked at the diva. Even she was unfamiliar with this creature. Do you see now the power that I hold? She asked, with her diva flaring up as it glared at the Rebornians. My diva is unaffected by normal magic. My abilities cannot be defended against spells or skills. Then Blazel turned to Vivi. I'll give you a last chance. If you give the Godforged piece to me, then I will make sure that Flare Corp spares you and your species. If you give it to me, Then I will transcend my current cultivation and achieve the third stage of body formation. My diva will become more distinct and my abilities will further develop. Come inside with the victors. Blazel's diva certainly proved to be a strange force that unsettled the Rebornians. Yet, Vivi was certain in her choice. Just as Vivi was about to fly out and finish Blazel once and for all, Michael raised his hand and motioned for her to stop. Vivi looked at Michael and noticed something peculiar around his chest area. A smile formed on her lips before chuckling. Blazel saw Michael's hand and felt offended. Even after showing him the power of her diva, he still seemed unfazed and unafraid of her. There was even a hint of fascination in his eyes as he observed her diva. I may be weak enough to be defeated by your forces, but does not mean the same for FlareCorp. You cannot win against someone with a diva. Her words soon trailed off as she saw a shimmering image starting to appear above Michael's head. The image of Michael's disembodied diva appeared hovering above his head. Its robotic hand had futuristic features that looked just like complicated metal contraptions that Blazel had no way of understanding. Blazel slowly backed away from Michael. There was no mistaking it. That was a diva. How do you have a diva? She screamed out. She had thought that only chosen people could become magnetic. Only people like her could have the talent and luck to become one of the leading powers of the world. Yet somehow, this golden-haired boy casually revealed that he had a diva all along. Where? It was then that she remembered that the fairies had a god-forged piece in their possession. That was how he must have obtained his own diva. But still, that didn't explain how he became a magnetic. After all, she was only able to become one after a gruesome and risky operation that transplanted the god-forged piece directly into her heart. As far as she knew, only those healers from the conglomerate Sinclair's elixirs could perform such a risky task without killing the person. And where's your mithril relic? The only reason she could manifest her diva was because of the rapier that she held in her hands. It was a mithril relic slathered in the oil of old, allowing her to focus the power in the god-forged piece into the diva. Without it, she wouldn't have been able to draw upon her diva's power, much less manifest it in reality. However, Michael clearly didn't have a mithril relic in his hands. He had nothing, no weapons, no metal armor, and not even a single tool. Yet somehow, he could manifest his diva without it. Everything she was seeing about Michael completely contrasted what she was taught about diva and magnetics. Bro, Mike, what's that? That's so cool, Zion said, jumping up and down in excitement. I knew Boss could do anything, Jaka said, leaning his sword on his shoulder. Master, that's so ninja. Fudge praised. Fufufu. Look at how talented my son is. Lilia bragged. You made me worried there. Yuna chuckled, staring at Michael's back with a certain look on her face. The appearance of Michael's diva completely annihilated the worry on their faces. Seeing him contrast Blazel's own diva gave them a sense of hope, not only for this battle, but for the battle that was to come in the future. You said that our Reborn company can't keep up with the sharks of the world. I beg to differ, Michael said, pointing his finger up at his diva. I'm more than capable of it. Blazel gritted her teeth. TSK, it doesn't matter how you got one. I can see that yours is still underdeveloped. The fact that Michael's diva only showed a hand meant that his progress in body formation couldn't have been more than the first stage. And she was right. Let me guess. You just awakened your diva, right? You think that you can defeat me or my cousin with that? You haven't even awakened your ability. The unexpected appearance of Michael's diva made Blazel a little unsettled. But as she realized the immature state it was in, she started to regain her confidence. She slowly fixed her posture, turning it upright. The flaming diva above her head frowned even deeper as it stared at the diva above Michael. I bet you don't even know what an ability is. Blazel taunted. Would you like me to show you, little boy? Michael smiled. I do want to see how I stack up against someone like you. You said that you're in the second stage of body formation, right? Blazel nodded, hiding the fact that she was still unnerved from the fact that he knew about body formation. That's right. I am an ultra genius that was capable of awakening my ability as soon as I ascended the second stage of body formation. Just look at my diva, she said, pointing upwards. My diva has formed most of its body. Unlike yours. Do you dare to fight me without any one of your allies helping you? She asked, specifically looking over to the skeleton monster standing relaxed behind Michael. Of course. I swear that this is a one-on-one fight between us. Give me your best shot, Michael replied. Blazel's smile warped, sensing a chance. If she could defeat Michael, she could turn the tides and even possibly win the bout against the Rebornians. She immediately moved her body, swinging her rapier in accordance to the stances she learned. With each thrust of her rapier, The fiery diva above her head swung its arms and created fire in its wake. Finishing her final stance, Blazelle immediately thrusted her rapier towards Michael. However, it was clear that the distance between them was far too wide for her weapon to hit him. But she didn't care. The fiery diva ballooned up twice its original size before it raised both its hands and slammed it towards Michael. Michael immediately took a step back just as the diva's arms crashed onto the ground, creating a fiery crater that turned everything into glowing igneous rocks. At this very moment, a strange mark appeared on the ground where the diva's hands landed. It was a cartoonish image of a flame with a stick for its hands and legs, looking mad and angry. Michael noticed that this image wasn't made out of mana, unlike everything in the world. "Oh, you've noticed it, have you?" Blazelle said ominously. "Too bad you have no idea what it does." She lunged her rapier again towards Michael, with her diva thrashing the ground as it tried to hit Michael. Michael dashed away from the two of them using a simple air dash spell on his feet. However, Blazelle rushed towards him again, this time thrusting her rapier multiple times in a single second. Each of Blazelle's thrusts missed their mark, hitting the trees and the boulders behind Michael. The diva above her head continued to thrash on the ground, leaving behind that mark of that anthropomorphic cartoon flame. Eventually, everything around him was inundated with these marks on the ground, and as he stepped backwards, he inadvertently came too close to one of the marks on the tree. Blazelle smiled as the mark suddenly exploded out into a fiery mess. Michael dodged from getting hit directly, but the shockwave pushed him just enough for him to come close to another mark on a large boulder. That mark exploded as well, sending chunks of fiery rock all over the forest. Michael quickly used a magic spell, creating a wall of water to protect himself from the shooting debris. Blazelle laughed maniacally, lunging at Michael's water wall. As soon as her rapier made contact with the water wall, the same mark appeared on the water spell surface. Michael's eyes widened as his own magic exploded out into fiery flames, almost hurting him from being too close. "What? How did water get turned into flames?" Zion shouted as he saw what happened. "Something's weird. Those flames aren't made out of mana." Shiana noticed. Blazelle laughed. "That's right. This is my ability. I can make anything explode out into a fire with anything I touch, or my diva touches. Your magic spells are of no use. I'll turn them into my own bombs, ha ha ha." Michael knew that abilities weren't affected by normal spells or mana. However, it was still jarring to see his own water spell get turned into a fiery bomb that set off whenever he got too close. "You have nowhere to hide," Blazelle shouted madly. She rushed towards him, thrusting her rapier at his side. If he moved to the side, he would come into close proximity into one of the fire bombs she left behind earlier. If he didn't move, then his own skin would get turned into one of those bombs. A magic circle appeared on Michael's shoes as he propelled air out of his soles, flying him up and away from the bombs in the forest. High up above the crowns of the trees, he looked down at Blazelle. "These marks of yours, they'll explode as soon as I come close to it," he asked. "How close exactly?" "Uh-huh, I don't mind telling you. Right now, if you come as close as a person's height within one of my flame marks, it will explode." "Oh, and don't think that you can escape from me in the air," she said as she thrusted her rapier in the air. Suddenly, each of her thrusts created flame marks that remained stationary in the air, right where the tip of her sword landed. And with a simple blow from her, those marks flew up towards Michael like dandelion fluffs. Michael conjured a magic circle in his hands, creating a huge gust of wind that tried to push the flame marks back down. However, they seemed to be unaffected by the air mana that he conjured. Abilities are unaffected by mana, Michael reminded himself. As the flame marks came near him, the air suddenly exploded into a billowing fire that threatened to consume him. Michael air dashed away to safety, but as the cloud dispersed into the air, he suddenly noticed that he was surrounded by more flame marks everywhere. Blazelle had continued to create mark after mark in the air, letting them all float towards Michael. But thankfully, Michael had seemed to find a sweet spot within the minefield of flame marks in the air. As long as he didn't move a single inch, then he wouldn't trigger any of the explosions. "You're pissing me off now," Blazelle grunted from the ground. "That's bad news for you." Just then, Michael saw one of the flame marks right next to him start to blink rapidly, a sign that it was about to blow. "I forgot to tell you that as I get angrier and angrier, my flame marks become more impatient and require less separation to trigger. Oh, and it increases intensity too." Michael raised his hand and protected himself as the flame mark exploded into flames, with the shockwave just enough to send him flying towards the entire minefield of flame marks in the air. The entire skyline of the forest turned orange as a domino effect of explosions rang out from above. Fire burned in the air, despite the lack of any combustible material there. Blazel's ability didn't follow the rules of physics nor magic. Michael braced himself as fire consumed him from all around. Blazel's ability flames were starting to eat away at his unity defense, burning his skin for the first time in his life. As the fire fizzled out, Michael emerged from the cloud of smoke with his clothes a bit tattered and burned. But still, he looked relatively unharmed except for a few burn marks on his skin. I don't know how you're still alive, but this isn't the extent of my powers. Blazel tapped her foot on her rapier, creating 2 special flame marks on her feet. As she clicked her heels together, an explosion of flames propelled her upwards like a rocket, reaching Michael's position within just a few seconds. With her rapier pointed at Michael head-on, her diva bellowed out in larger flames and tried to strangle the robotic hand above Michael's head. Michael raised his hand, magic circle in palm, and conjured a ball of fire even bigger than that of Blazel's diva. It reached the size of an elephant. As she came towards him, he threw the ball of fire towards her with the power equivalent to that of a 6-star spell. Blazel's diva frowned even deeper as it welcomed this ball of fire. As Blazel pierced through the ball of fire with her rapier, she swung her weapon around a couple of times and created more and more flame marks inside the ball of fire. Within just a second, the flame marks exploded and consumed the ball of fire with its own flames. A weird phenomenon occurred as fire mana began to be consumed and burned by different fire that didn't follow the rules of magic. Eventually, Michael's ball of flames was turned into mere flickers of mana before fizzling out of existence. Your mana is useless against abilities, Blazel triumphantly shouted. I'll show you that no matter how strong your spells are, it is no use against magnetics like me. Floating in front of Michael, Blazel swung her rapier around. The diva above her thrashed its arms around, creating multiple stacks of flame marks with each and every swing. These marks became like a spread-out deck of cards as it flew around the air. There must have been hundreds of them per stack. With a single thrust of her rapier, the flame marks shot towards Michael like birds of prey hunting their meal. As Michael flew away from the flame marks, he conjured up 8 different magic circles in the sky. Each one was made out of a different element. A fiery dragon emerged out of one of his magic circles. A dragon made out of water emerged from the next. Eventually, 8 dragons were conjured made out of all the elements known to man. Each one was a 6-star spell, which Michael could only do with his near-limitless mana capacity. These dragons swam through the air and intercepted the stacks of flame marks, making them explode prematurely. Michael noted that none of the dragons did particularly well against the flame marks. Elemental advantage does not exist within abilities, he thought to himself. You can't escape, Blazel screamed as she pursued Michael, creating several more stacks of flame marks in the air. There must have been tens of thousands of them now, all flying towards Michael. Thankfully, the upgraded 6-star, Air Flight, spell allowed him to just barely outrun the flame marks. By now, he must have circled around the entire circumference of the forest. He looked back at Blazel, with the thousands of flame marks surrounding her, and looked at the diva above her head. Blazel's diva has lost approximately 25% of the flame's intensity throughout the fight. ChatJK aforementioned, which means that those flame marks are not endless. She's using up her own diva to create them, he added. All this time, he had just been wasting time in order to get more information out of Blazel's diva. He wanted to know how it worked and its weakness if it had one. After all, this was the only practice he would get against another magnetic. He had to savor these moments. Stop running away, Blazel screamed. As her anger ran rampant, the intensity of her diva's flames got stronger. It seemed that her emotions played a big part in the manifestation of her abilities. The flame marks turned even bigger and flew even faster than before. According to ChatJK4, they would catch up to him soon. He decided that there was one final test he needed. He raised his hand and used his trusted Unity gun and aimed it at her diva. As the power of Unity gathered at the tip of his hands, a Desert Eagle gun manifested on his diva's hand and pointed it straight at Blazel and her diva. A sense of fear appeared on Blazel's face. But when she looked closer upon Michael's Unity gun, she realized that she had been overthinking it. That was not an ability, but just a simple magical spell that needed mana to be used. Here I thought you were using your ability. What was I thinking? You're just in the first stage, Blazel chuckled. Do you still not get it? Mana is nothing compared to abilities. She immediately thrusted her rapier multiple times in the air, creating more and more stacks of flame marks in the air. Just like before, these flame marks glided through the air as they hunted down Michael, never minding the glowing light at the end of his fingertips. But at that very moment, Michael fired his Unity gun and created a bright light that blinded Blazelle for just a single moment. And when she opened her eyes, she looked up at Michael and saw his fingertip smoking from the shot. The diva above his head rolled the gun on its finger, creating a satisfying click as it reloaded another shot. Strangely, though, the flame marks that she sent towards his way all soon lost their momentum and dissipated into ashes. What? Just as she said that, she felt something wet drip down on her hair. She swiped it with her hand and saw that it was made out of liquid flame. As she looked upwards, her eyes soon widened as she saw her diva grasping at its chest in deep pain. It seemed to be holding an injury in its chest, keeping its own flames from leaking out. Yet, some of them did, and it flowed right down towards her. My diva? How? Her connection with her diva was weakening by the second. She looked back at Michael. That thing, that light. It's made out of mana. It's not supposed to hurt a diva. That's impossible, she screamed out in denial. There was no doubt about it. The Unity gun that Michael used was something that was made out of pure mana and nothing else. It was not an ability. Yet, the damage it had done to her diva was as clear as day. You monster! As Blazelle's anger reached to the high heavens, a huge burst of flames exploded out of her diva, healing its bleeding gunshot wound. It was no longer weakening, but the damage was already done. She needed sleep and nourishment for her diva to recover to its full health. You'll pay for this, she screamed, using the flame mark explosion on her feet to propel herself towards Michael. She swung her rapier, commanding her diva to slam its fist towards Michael. Michael raised his hand and aimed his Unity gun at the incoming diva, with the light in his fingertips glowing with more intensity. As the fiery diva raised its locked hands, flame marks appeared right behind it that immediately exploded into a huge shockwave, speeding up its arms to slam towards Michael. But at that very moment, an instantaneous beam of pure Unity shot right at its arms, cutting off its flaming fists. Ark! Blazelle screamed in pain, buckling away from Michael. Even the diva above her head opened its mouth and shouted a silent scream as its hands were destroyed into mere embers. Blazelle's head turned tomato red as she became angrier and angrier at Michael's anomaly. He wasn't supposed to hurt her diva. She was in the second stage of body formation. He just barely entered the first stage. Even in a battle of abilities, she should win against him every single time. But he wasn't even using an ability. He was only using a weird magic spell that seemed to affect magnetics and diva both. The worst part was that she saw Michael's hand glowing with power again, getting ready to fire that insanely fast beam of power at any moment. Blazelle swung her rapier up, down, left, and right, creating a spherical collection of flame marks. And as she thrusted her weapon at it, the ball of marks shot towards Michael at fast speeds. Michael fired his Unity gun at this ball of marks, piercing through it without a problem and hitting Blazelle's diva all the same. Blazelle recoiled back, but she held her concentration. Her flame marks only worked if she was focused. So she kept looking at Michael and focusing her anger on the ball of flame marks. Despite being pierced through, the ball of flame marks simply unraveled to become a cloud of marks that soon enveloped Michael. Explode, Blazelle said, detonating everything. The flame marks erupted in a ball of hot flames, consuming everything in a 10-meter radius all around. The forest didn't burn from getting caught up in the explosion. It simply disintegrated. As the dust settled, the only thing that was left behind was a large crater on the ground as deep as a few meters. Blazelle limped forwards, looking for any sign of Michael in the aftermath. The diva above her was noticeably less fiery than before, with its flames becoming tamer than a small campfire. She saw no sign of him anywhere. Yet, she didn't let down her guard. It was at that moment that she saw a flash of light at the corner of her eye. She quickly turned around, only to see Michael standing a few meters away from her, with his hand raised and his finger smoking from the gunshot. She looked up at her diva and saw a large gap in its stomach. The flames around its body tried to patch up the injury, but it was far too big and the flames were far too weak for it to heal. The fiery diva flickered in and out of existence before fading away like a simple projection. Blazelle fell to her knees with despair on her face. She looked down, still completely unbelieving of what was happening. I lost, she asked herself, to a first stage with no ability. Michael walked towards her, stopping just 1.5 meters away from her. Do you surrender? He asked her. Blazelle started chuckling before turning into a maniacal laughter. Ha ha! Reborn, reborn! She shouted. Do you surrender? He asked her again. Finally, Blazelle stopped laughing. She looked up at Michael and said, Do you think that you can change me like you changed those bandits? No such thing. I am and always will be part of the mighty Flare Corp. I will sacrifice my life if I have to. It was at that moment that Blazelle's skin started to change color. Red circular spots started to appear on her entire body, eventually forming into something that Michael was familiar with, flame marks. She had turned herself into a giant bomb, essentially becoming a nuke. And since he was so close to her, the flame marks started to blink faster and faster, indicating that it was about to blow. Haha, it's too late, she screamed. You and your Rebornians will be engulfed in the fire of Flare Corp. The explosion would be so powerful that nobody in this forest would be able to escape from destruction. Blazelle looked up at Michael, expecting to see worry and trepidation on his face. But instead, he remained calm and raised his hand. And suddenly, a metallic or unearthed itself from the ground and levitated towards Michael. Pure iron metal burst out of the ground and came to where Michael beckoned. It landed right in front of him, levitating above his palms. You can't protect yourself from this. Abilities transcend mana. Blazelle ridiculed him. Michael looked back at her with a cheeky smile on his face. Who says it's not? And as Michael moved his hand, the iron metal moved along with it. Suddenly, the chunks of rock and soil that came along or began to be chipped away by an invisible force, leaving only a crude iron metal. Blazelle's eyes widened, realizing that she didn't feel the power of mana in that metal ore. It was being controlled by something cool and foreign. As the realization dawned on her, she gasped. An ability, she screamed out. It was at that moment that Michael's diva, the mechanical robotic hand, reached down towards Michael and grabbed the huge chunk of iron ore in front of him. She couldn't believe what she was seeing. The fact that his diva was interacting with the world meant that he was currently using an ability. There was no doubt about it, but that was supposed to be impossible. First of all, he was only in the first stage of body formation. His diva was far too immature to be able to manifest its power into the real world. And secondly, he didn't wield any mithril artifact to channel the diva's power into the ability. Everything she was seeing was a complete anomaly. As Michael's diva grabbed the iron ore, its arms suddenly started to glow with lights and sounds that were completely unfamiliar to someone like Blazelle. But for Michael, it was an old sight. His diva looked like one of those futuristic robots whose veins glowed with all kinds of lights and touch-screen features that only someone from his previous world could understand. And suddenly, all that power from the diva seemed to flow directly into the iron ore, making it glow reddish hot. The chunk of metal began to melt, but not before smaller limbs popped out of the diva's hands, molding it to whatever its desired shape was. Its process was very fast, almost supersonic, as the small limbs that grew out of its knuckles and palms turning into a blur as it molded the hot metal. Eventually, the metal ore cooled down and formed into a circular shape that had two thin wires coiled all around its back. Anyone from the nation of Reborn recognized this shape. It looked like a clock, except it only had one hand that rotated around the circle, which was ticking down every second towards the very top. This wasn't made to tell the exact time. It was made to tell how much time was left. That wasn't the only thing that's weird. There were also two suspicious wires coiled beside the clock. One was colored red and one was colored blue. Michael received this clock, made by his diva, and placed it directly on Blazelle's chest. The clock glowed with a white light for a second as it enjoined itself within Blazelle. Whatever you're doing won't work, Blazelle said, with the flame marks around her body continuing to blink faster and faster. In a few seconds, she was still going to explode. Say goodbye, she said, closing her eyes and accepting her fate. The flame marks around her body blinked almost continuously as it signaled its near eruption. But at the very moment, Blazelle suddenly heard a crisp sound ring out in her ears. Clip! She looked down at her body, still intact. Soon, the flame marks around her body lost its power, beginning to dissipate back into her skin. What happened? She shouted. She looked down and saw the strange clock that Michael attached on her chest. One of the wires on the clock had been cut. I disarmed your bomb, Michael said to her. But how? I cut the red wire, he explained. Of course, she didn't know what he was talking about. But if anyone from Michael's previous world saw the combination of a clock and a jumble of wires behind it, then they would think of only one thing, a time bomb. And that was exactly what Michael had done. Blazelle had already become a bomb, and all that he did was add a timer to complete the combination. Why, you ask? It was because this kind of high-stakes situation was a staple of media, movies, and television. There was always an episode where the hero would only have a few seconds left to defuse the bomb by cutting either the red wire or the blue wire. And this was what Michael did. Somehow, his diva was able to create a bomb timer that mysteriously connected to Blazel's own explosive power. And by cutting the red wire, just like in the movies, Michael was able to disarm the bomb. This was his ability. Though, if you were to be honest, he still didn't understand it completely. When he saw Blazel on the brink of self-destruction, he had made up his mind to teleport himself and everyone else out of the forest to save them. However, as he looked at her blinking flame marks around her body, he suddenly remembered the time bomb in the movies and how they could be disarmed by cutting the right wire. And suddenly, he felt the God Forge in his heart move. It was urging him. As he activated his ability, his mind went in a fugue state, half conscious and half subconscious. He felt the ability mold the iron ore into the time bomb, even without his own instructions. And as its construction completed, he knew that if he put this timer onto Blazel, then he could somehow disarm her self-destruction. It worked. He didn't know how, but it worked. He just followed his gut, and his diva did all the work. How is this possible? Blazel slumped onto the ground, mentally and physically defeated. Even as a first-stage body formation magnetic, Michael was able to awaken his ability. That was unheard of. Not only that, but his ability was somehow able to overpower her ability despite her being one stage above him. She wasn't questioning how he was able to disarm her self-destruction bomb. She questioned how he was able to do it despite having a lower cultivation than her. She was taught that diva cultivation was what decided the hierarchy of the world. There were many divas that could override reality itself. Anything was possible with abilities. However, the one remaining constant that everyone followed was that only those with a higher cultivation stage could overpower another diva. Yet Michael was able to do it. "I don't understand anything anymore," she muttered, head slumped down. "I admit, you are a one of a kind," she confessed. "But you should kill me now or imprison me at the bottom of the earth itself. I promise you that Flare Corp will know that I lost my battle today. It's only a matter of time until they hunt you down." Blazel opened her arms wide, accepting her fate of death. It was at that moment that Blazel felt something tug at her heart. She looked down and horror filled her face. A metallic liquid was seeping out of her skin and slowly getting sucked out of her. It was none other than the God-forged piece in her heart. Blazel felt sapped of her power even more than before. The God-forged piece that had been surgically placed inside her heart was now separating from her body, from ligament to muscle, and finally out of her skin. The God-forged piece flowed out of her in liquid form just like sweat, and slowly solidified into droplets as they floated over towards Michael's hands. What's happening? Blazel felt woozy. She couldn't breathe. She wanted to vomit. The power that she had worked so hard for, the intoxicating feeling of superiority, was soon getting ripped away from her heart heartlessly. Michael's eyes widened as he saw the God-forged pieces slowly coming over towards him, speeding faster and faster as it came near him. Eventually, it shot its supersonic speed directly to his chest, bypassing all of his organs until it finally reached his heart. Blazel's God-forged piece. It's getting attracted by my own God-forged pieces. He wasn't expecting this. He didn't even think that this was possible. It was true that all the God-forged pieces that he encountered till now had a sort of magnetic attraction towards him due to his talent of wielding the Unity mana. It was what made him a natural magnetic, as Virian described it. However, he didn't think that it would also work for God-forged pieces that were already inside someone else. More and more droplets of God-forged pieces shot out of Blazel's skin and transferred over to Michael. Blazel's diva soon appeared struggling above her head. It was trying its hardest to simply exist, to keep the flames on its skin burning. Yet, as more and more God-forged pieces left Blazel's body, her diva soon faded out of existence, never to be seen again. As the final pieces left Blazel's heart, she felt an immense void inside her body. If becoming magnetic was akin to getting a new set of eyes that saw the world in a different light, then losing her diva was like becoming blind and losing all of her senses altogether. No, that's not possible, she muttered in defiance, shaking her head violently. She found it hard to accept this reality. This was one thing she thought she was secured out. She thought that no matter what happened to her today, she could still bounce back in the future after her diva's power had recovered. But after this, there was no diva for her to recover. Everything was gone. She couldn't feel it anymore. She looked up at Michael, who closed his eyes as the God-forged pieces entered his body. The robotic arm diva above his head manifested in reality, becoming ever so clearer than before. A white light soon enveloped Michael, pulsating as it slowly funneled all of that power upwards, towards the diva above his head. Blazel's jaw dropped as she saw the arm grow and become realized up from the elbow and completing up to its shoulders. The mechanical robotic arm grew like nanoparticles, with its black metal wires curving upwards until it formed into the joint socket of the shoulder. Futuristic circuitry formed next, becoming the meat and muscle of the arm. And as the inner workings of the diva finished, the last piece to be formed was its sleek and thin metal skin. Michael had fully unlocked his diva's right hand, right up to its shoulders. The bluish exterior of the chest and trapezius muscles showed lightly, allowing for Michael to have a sneak peek of what was to come. This meant that he had successfully advanced to the second stage of body formation. A sense of awe and horror flashed through Blizelle's eyes as she gazed at the golden-haired boy in front of her. She remembered that her grandfather told her something about people of the ancient times, about how they were all people called natural magnetic, she muttered, realizing that Michael was precisely a thing of legends. The hairs on her arms stood on end as she realized the severity of the situation for FlareCorp. They knew nothing about what they were dealing with. Everyone thought that Reborn was just a country bumpkin company that knew nothing about the world. But as it turned out, their power was something that could even threaten to topple the current hierarchy of the world. Their leader, in particular, was a man to be feared. Michael was a natural magnetic. This meant that he didn't need any surgery to obtain the Godforged pieces he needed to advance through the stages of body formation. He didn't have to assume any of the risks. It would simply be natural for him to have it. She was sure that any magnetic that was unfortunate enough to cross paths with him would have to be careful, or else they would end up in the same situation she was in. Her loss against him weakened her diva and, subsequently, her control of the Godforged pieces in her heart. Because of that, it was easily swept away by the attraction of a natural magnetic. He stole her Godforged pieces and used it for his own. When she said that FlareCorp would hunt them down, she realized that she was completely wrong. Michael would hunt them down for more pieces. She wanted to warn her FlareCorp brethren and her cousin about Michael. But alas, her fate was in Reborn's hands. As the adrenaline in her body faded, her consciousness soon after, she passed out, with exhaustion finally getting the best of her. The last thing she saw was Michael grasping his hands, with the robotic arm above him copying his movements. With Blizelle finally defeated, it was officially Reborn's victory in this battlefield. "Yeah, we won," Zion shouted, jumping around in happiness with Jakku and Fudge beside him. "Ho ho ho, quite a shocker. I didn't think I would see those things again, or at least I think so. I may have forgotten ho ho ho," Grieve said, looking at Michael's diva. The Shadow Orcs and the State Troopers quickly caught the remaining bandits and FlareCorp soldiers. Since they had already surrendered, they didn't put up a fight and followed wherever the Rebornians told them to go. The Low Shadows used their transportation ability to transfer them all over to the prison for rehabilitation. Meanwhile, everyone converged on Michael's location, congratulating him on a solid victory. "Bro Mike, what's that cool robot you have on your head?" Zion asked enthusiastically. "Zion, that's Lord Michael's secret," Shiana said, nudging her little brother. Michael raised his hand. "It's all right. I'll explain everything," he said. He then went on to tell them all about the Godforged pieces and how they were able to make him into a magnetic. He even told them about how he was only able to awaken his ability thanks to Virion, since she gave him the necessary Godforged pieces to progress. "Weird, I've never heard about this before," Eunice said, frowning. This hurt her pride, since there was something she was completely clueless about. If magnetics are so prevalent in high society, why haven't I heard about it? "It's probably because they keep a tight seal on it," he said. "Or maybe your parents were trying to hide it from you." "I didn't know about it either. I've heard bits and pieces about the Godforged pieces, but never about magnetics," Lilia added. "But as expected of my son, you're a genius in every aspect, isn't that right?" Lilia proudly hugged her son, making Michael a little bit embarrassed. "Lord Michael, those exploding flame marks were Blizelle's ability, right? What about yours? Is it that clock timer?" Shiana asked. Michael looked down at his chest and saw a significant increase in the area of his heart covered by the Godforged pieces. Right now, he could feel Godforged power just hiding inside his heart. Back when he was in the first stage of body formation, he could barely feel this power. He couldn't even control it. Only through practice and with Virion's help that he was able to somehow be aware of his own abilities. However, that ability was involuntary. The reason why he didn't use his ability early in the fight against Blizelle was because he didn't know how to. Only in the heat of the battle and the threat of her self-destruction did his subconscious finally activate his ability. But now absorbing this new Godforged piece allowed him to transcend to the second stage of body formation. Because of that, he felt a substantial increase in his control over his own diva and abilities. If he wanted to, he could bring out his ability and his diva anytime that he wanted. He closed his eyes, borrowing the power of his God-forged pieces to summon his own diva. Whoa, that's so cool. That's so ninja. Everyone marveled at the diva above Michael's head. Zion jumped up and tried to touch the robotic hand, but found that he was unable to interact with it. His hand simply passed through the diva like it was just a visual projection. Michael concentrated his mind, replaying the feeling he had just a few moments ago. I was able to make a bomb timer that was able to connect with Blazel's own ability. As he began to analyze how and why his ability worked the way it was, he realized something. My ability was able to make Blazel's ability conform to a technological concept. I was able to make her conform to the concept of a modern time bomb, where a circuit controlled whether a bomb was going to go off or not. Could my ability have something to do with technology? Michael thought to himself. That seemed very much in line with what he had been doing in this world. He had always wanted to create more technological advances in the world so that comfort could be achieved universally. Perhaps his ability was influenced by that as well. There is reason to believe that your thinking is correct. However, more data is needed to form a conclusion. ChatJK4 added. This was its way of saying that he needed to experiment more to know about the limits of his ability. If my ability has something to do with technology, then maybe I can create a smartphone. Spurred on by this possibility, Michael closed his eyes and thought deeply about smartphones. However, when he tried to think up the concept in his mind, he suddenly felt befuddled and was unable to concentrate or focus on a single thought. It was like there was something blocking his mind. Perhaps the more accurate description was that his ability wasn't advanced enough to create something advanced like a smartphone. My idea is far too complex. He thought, frowning. I need something that is much simpler. Finally, he settled on a very basic and simple form of technology that was always present back in his previous life. This was also one of the things that he implemented in this world as soon as possible. He raised his hand, and suddenly, another large chunk of iron ore burst out of the ground and floated over to his palms. As he concentrated on this concept, he felt the power in his chest start to churn. The God-forged piece was supplying him with power. His diva reached down and grabbed the iron ore, clamping on it with its mechanical fingers. Then suddenly, an upside-down L-shaped pillar grew out of the hand's backside and started to shoot out a red laser that sliced the iron ore into sharp edges. That's so cool. What are you making, bro, Mike? Zion said, enthusiastically peering over the diva. Michael looked at Zion and gave him a simple instruction. I want you to create a simple fireball, okay? You'll throw it at me whenever I say so. Zion was immediately down for it. However, Shiina quickly intervened. Lord Michael, I don't think Zion is appropriate for this mission given his propensity for being too wild. Please, let me be the one so that I can ensure your safety, she said. Hey, Zion shouted back, offended, but he didn't refute the claims. Very well. Just a simple 4-star spell will suffice, he said to Shiina. The white-scaled dragonborn nodded, putting on her game face. As the diva finished its transformation over the iron ore, the crude metal became a sharp-edged rectangular shape with a slanted triangle on top of it. Yuna immediately recognized what it was. She had used this technology millions of times before in her previous life. At the very same moment, Michael nodded at Shiina and motioned for her to release the fireball spell. A giant magic circle appeared in front of her palms, concentrating the mana inside her body to form a 4-foot diameter fireball in the air. Its mere appearance increased the ambient temperature of the forest by a few degrees, giving everything a yellowish tint. Fireball! Shiina shouted, shooting the 4-star spell toward Michael. And with her precise aim, it went straight down the middle without any deviations. Perfect, Michael muttered. As a fireball shot towards him at relatively fast speeds, he took the iron contraption from his diva's hand and threw it towards the fireball. This small piece of iron metal would have melted inside this fireball. However, it seemed to have been endowed with a strange power that was impervious to normal mana. The rectangular iron contraption, no bigger than an orange, shot directly in the middle of the fireball and stopped at its dead center. Just then, a strange power emanated from the iron box and spread throughout the fireball. Suddenly, the fireball stopped in the middle of the air, completely frozen. Its momentum was stopped dead in its tracks. It stopped, Shiina said, surprised. It was at this point that Lilia came closer to the stationary fireball and noticed something more shocking. The fire mana. It's not moving, she exclaimed. The fireball seemed to have been frozen in time, with none of its flames flickering like normal. It stayed there, motionless, completely defying the laws of physics and magic. Isn't this supposed to be impossible? Jaka stared in wonder. Yuna was the only one who seemed to understand a little bit why the fireball stopped in the air. She turned to Michael. It's because of the switch, isn't it? She asked. Michael nodded. The thing that he created with his diva was a simple switch that could be flicked on or off. This was very basic technology and was the foundation of some of the most complex creations in the modern world. As of right now, this was the only technology he could manifest with his ability. But still, he didn't expect it to be as overpowered as this. The switch could turn magical spells on or off. This was a revelation. It was only now that he realized how much abilities shattered reality. It was bending it in ways that he couldn't even understand. Somehow, a simple switch with no complicated circuits with just a bunch of wires could control the flow of spells with a single flick of a button. It didn't even make sense how it worked. The wires weren't connected to the spell in any way. That is amazing. Yuna wondered at the frozen fireball in front of her. This is the power of a diva. It's mind-blowing. What more can it do? Can it control anything? Fu. Michael dear, your fiancé, your precious friend is asking you a question, Lilius said, nudging Michael towards Yuna. Let's test it out, he said to Yuna. He was extremely curious about the limits of his new ability. First of all, he concentrated on the ball of fire in front of him, connecting with the iron switch at its center. He willed it to turn back on, and suddenly, a crisp click sound echoed out of the switch. It turned on telepathically, allowing the fireball to resume its normal movement. It shot off towards Michael with the same speed and momentum as before, as if it hadn't stopped dead in its tracks just a few seconds ago. A prismatic shield appeared around him, protecting him from the 4-star spell and disintegrating its mana into nothingness. The iron switch landed perfectly in his palms, ready for it to be applied. Boss, can you stop this tree from falling? Jaco asked, unsheathing his sword and slicing a tree in half with one swift movement. A thin line appeared on the trunk of the medium-sized tree before it slowly slid off at the point where it was cut. The sound of wood splintering creaked out of the tree before it slowly toppled over. Michael quickly threw his iron switch towards the falling tree, accurately hitting it in its trunk. As the switch collided with the tree, a mysterious power emanated from metal and allowed it to be attached onto the tree. Michael quickly focused his mind, telepathically turning the switch on the off position. And as soon as the metal clicked, the tree immediately stopped falling in midair. Just like the fireball, the tree looked like it had been frozen in time. However, the leaves that fell out of the branches glided to the ground, unaffected by his switch. It seemed that his ability considered them to no longer be a part of the tree. Therefore, it could not be controlled. In this frozen state, Michael slowly lifted the tree up and out of its original path of descent. He noted that it did not feel heavy at all. There was still some weight to it, but it seemed to be lessened by a significant margin. He then moved the falling tree just 1 meter away into a clearing where its fall wouldn't disturb any other trees. And with a simple thought, he flipped the switch back on, letting the tree finally fall to the ground. That is very cool, boss. Even the shy Amisu couldn't help but express her amazement at Michael's abilities. Lord Michael, it seems to me that your switch is able to manipulate force, energy, momentum, turning them on and off whenever you please, Shiina explained, looking over the notes that she created. This does not conform to any physics or magic rules of the world. Of course, my son can do whatever he wants. Breaking physics and magic is a small feat for him, Lilia bragged. Michael shook his head, a little bit embarrassed. Wait a minute, he thought to himself. Can everything be affected by my switch? Who wants to volunteer for an experiment? He asked everyone, holding the switch in his hands. His experiment was easy to guess. He wanted to see if his abilities could work on a person. Can it be turned on and off just like everything else? What would that even entail? In response, everyone turned quiet. Although they were all loyal to Michael, they didn't seem all that keen to be handled through the weird power of divas. I volunteer, Zion said, enthusiastically. Michael nodded and approached the eager Dragonborn. Zion won't get hurt by this, right? According to the experiments that you have conducted, it is very unlikely for Zion's health to be affected by the switch. The tree didn't get hurt from the experiment. Even the fireball didn't lose any of its mana power. Everything returned normal after being switched on and off. You trust me, right? He asked Zion. You don't even have to ask, bro, Mike. Zion quickly snatched the switch away from Michael's hands and immediately pushed it on his own chest. The iron switch pulsated with power for a second, attaching itself to Zion's scales. Michael wanted to scold Zion for being too rash, but it was already done. The switch was already on him. Zion's movement stopped. Even a mana flow around his body halted, becoming completely frozen in time. Zion, can you hear me? Michael asked, waving his hand in front of his face. A moment later, Zion's eyes suddenly darted to the side, making eye contact with Michael. And soon, his face started to twitch as moved his mouth, making the weird faces that he did whenever he wanted to joke around. More of his body twitched into life before eventually his entire being burst into movement. Even the iron switch on his chest fell on the floor, signaling his complete break from Michael's ability. Whoa, Zion said, massaging his temples. That was weird. It felt like I was asleep and was rudely awakened. He stretched his body, feeling nothing wrong. Shiina approached Zion and quickly swatted his head. She started to lecture him about being cautious and waiting for Michael's instructions next time. It seemed that my switch does work on humans, but only temporarily, barely lasting a second. Perhaps the anatomy of a human life is far too advanced for your current abilities. Chad JK4 added. He agreed with that statement. The fact that he could freeze Zion for a moment meant that he could potentially freeze people in the future if his abilities became stronger. He then went on to do more experiments with his ability, testing all kinds of spells and mana. And as far as he could tell, the switch could affect every single one of them. However, stronger spells that were in the 8-star or higher, courtesy of Grieve, were less likely to get affected. They would break free out of his ability's control and become unfrozen in just a few seconds. He then tested out if he could create more than one switch at a time. He presented 2 more raw iron ores to his diva, who quickly went to work and gave him 2 perfectly usable switches. However, his diva refused to create another switch after that. It seemed that his limit for now was 3 switches. These 3 switches could all work simultaneously without problem, and he could easily control them telepathically without a problem. He also found out that there seemed to be no time limit for these switches. They remained active for as long as he had his diva manifested in reality. But having his diva above him at all times was a hard task. His limit was an hour. After that, he felt incredibly weak, and his diva shimmered out of reality. As soon as that happened, his ability stopped working and his switches turned into normal blocks of iron. Will you be able to get more switches if your diva is fully revealed? Yuna asked. I think so. Virian said that my abilities will get stronger every time that I increase my cultivation and body formation, he answered. It may not even be limited to switches. Maybe I can make something more complicated next time. Master, I can't wait until you can get more switches. That way, we can use it to spy on more people. Fudge said, jumping on top of his head. It's decided. Let's get more Godforge pieces for Bro Mike. Zion rallied. I seem to remember that there are also other magnetics in Flare Corp. Fudge said with an evil smile. Shall we invade them tonight? I'll pass on that, Jacques said, yawning and immediately laying down on the ground. However, Grieve stepped up. Ho ho ho, an invasion you say? That brings back old memories. Oh wait, I don't have a brain. Michael looked at the 3 of them and nodded. I won't say no to that, he said to them. The 4 boys hopped in excitement, dancing in a circle chanting Godforge pieces. Godforge pieces like little kids. Yuna quickly cleared her throat and stopped the celebrations. Ahem. We haven't even cleaned up this fight, and you're already planning on another one, Eunice said, massaging her temples. Aren't you worried about yourself? She took out her white handkerchief and began to wipe the burn marks on Michael's cheeks with a frown on her face. He tried to move away from her, embarrassed, but Yuna glared at him and grabbed him by his collar. I'm fine, he said, hiding the blush on his cheeks. Sit still, you rascal. Meanwhile, Lilia watched on from behind a tree with an elated smile on her face. It's working, she whispered to herself. Invading Flare Corp? Hee hee. I did like the prospect of eating the fear emotions of those Flare Corp soldiers, Vivi said, buzzing around with a hungry look on her face. Lord Michael, I have to advise you that it is not the optimal time for you to invade Flare Corp. We still have to settle our business here in this forest and consolidate all of our new territory. Give me 3 more days and we can start an all-out war against them, Shiina said. Yuna looked at Shiina and Vivi, betrayed. You too. Michael and the boys continued their celebrations, dancing in a circle and chanting 3 more days. 3 more days. Vivi was with them, taking her place in the circle and buzzing around. Eventually, Jocko also ended up joining in after finding out he can rest for 3 days. Meanwhile, Omissa finally got the courage to speak up. What about the results of the competition? Even though she was quiet as she said that, her words seemed to echo through the forest and turned everything into a standstill. Vivi quickly buzzed away from Michael and the boys, going over to Yuna and the girls. That's right. How could I have forgotten? Zion said, with a smug look on his face. Well then, Do you like to admit your loss now? Shiina smugly looked back at Zion. What are you talking about? We won. Michael and the boys looked at each other for a few seconds and eventually broke out into laughter. What's so funny? Yuna asked Michael, crossing her arms. We're the ones who defeated the most enemies, he replied to her. And to prove my point, I'll let Naruto and Sasuke tally the points. The two orc chieftains emerged from the ground out of their shadow form. BU-2. I am honored to say that the boys' team scored a total of 942 points. You have triumphed, boss. Michael looked over at Yuna and gave her a confident shrug. But before the boys' team could celebrate, Yuna raised her hand. Wait, Sasuke, please tell us the real scoring of points. In terms of how many bandits each team defeated, who was the team that won? Sasuke smiled, strumming his quills, and said, Ra-ta-ta. In terms of bandit scores, the girls' team has won with a score of 721 against the boys' team of 689. Michael shook his head. Wait a minute. We clearly defeated the most enemies. We almost single-handedly defeated all the Flare Corps soldiers. Yuna adorably wagged her finger at him. That's not the rules of the game. We clearly stated in this contract that whoever defeated the most bandits won the game. Soldiers do not count. Shiina, Amisu, Lilia, and Vivi all hugged Yuna for her smart moves. She instructed them to just focus on bandits, not the Flare Corps soldiers. Because of that, despite the boys' team defeating more enemies, it was the girls who won. I'll finally have help in managing the company, Shiina said, pointing at her two brothers. That can't be. Zion became as pale as snow. No, I can't do more chores. I need sleep, Jaka despaired. Ho ho ho, I don't remember signing a contract, Grieve argued. You did, Sir Grieve, Shiina said, pointing to his skeleton hand mark on the page. Instead of chores, you'll be studying under a teacher to fix your amnesia. Grieve's jaw dropped. Literally. Meanwhile, Michael fell to his knees. No, for 1 week, you will do all that we want. Yuna teased him. That's right. It'll be like old times, isn't it, honey? Don't you remember how good it was when we lived under one roof? Why don't we do that again? Lilia said, clapping her hands in excitement. Despite getting an ability that could change the very reality of the world, Michael felt even more powerless than before. After everything was finished, everyone returned home to their headquarters in Angor City. After such a long day, they all deserved a rest. The Dragonborns went home, with Shiina already barking orders at the two boys. And as part of the agreement, Michael had to personally transport Yuna and his mother to their rooms. Lilia would have wanted Michael to sleep in the same bed as her, but he quickly dodged that bullet by saying that he had a lot of things to do. Technically, he wasn't lying. There were a lot of things to settle in the aftermath of the battle. Now that the Bastard Bandits were disbanded, the Reborn company practically had complete control over this entire forest. The only thing left for him to do was to return to Virion and transfer her out of this place and into the nation of Reborn, where the rest of the fairies were currently staying. And once Vivi heard that he was visiting their village, she insisted on coming with him. Soon, they both transported themselves to the fairies' pocket dimension. Vivi used her innate skill to get inside, while Michael used his magic. They quickly went over to the village and met up with Virion, who had been packing her belongings in a mushroom case. You're back. How is it? She asked Michael. Mom, that's the first thing you say? You didn't even greet me first, Vivi complained. Oh, you're always going off on your own. But this is the first time that I have met and seen a natural magnetic. So, tell me, Michael, how is your ability? You can turn things on and off? Everything. That's amazing. Virion clapped in amazement after Michael told her all about his switch ability. I think it has something to do with applying technology to the world, he added. Very fitting, Vivi commented. Anyway, I just want to thank you for choosing to believe in me. If it weren't for Virion, he wouldn't have even known about magnetics and Diva. He also wouldn't have been able to awaken his ability if they hadn't given him their precious God-forged piece. Because of that, their pocket dimension was slowly starting to become unstable. He saw cracks on the dark skyline, with the real world slowly peeking out. Vivi too. Thanks. The supposed pixie queen blushed and turned her head away from Michael. If you're really thankful, then you better start working on that roller coaster. We're starving for fear. Meanwhile, you already got your payment. The God-forged piece. Michael tilted his head left and right. Not really. Virion's the one who gave it to me. Vivi turned to Michael with her hands on her hips. I'm the pixie queen. Every decision by fairies all come from me. If I didn't want to, then she wouldn't have given it to you. Michael waved her off. Yeah, sure, he said sarcastically. I am the pixie queen, she asserted. He ignored her and walked over to Virion. Do you need any help with your things? I can transport your mushroom houses if you like, but I'm sure that my engineers can build you a new one in the parched lands. What are you talking about? Vivi buzzed towards Michael. We're taking all of this. Vivi fluttered her wings, releasing golden dust spores to the ground. Eventually, Michael suddenly saw the entire village of mushrooms start to glimmer with the same golden glitter. A large amount of mana rushed out of Vivi, encompassing the entire pocket dimension itself. Michael's eyes widened as he realized that the mana power Vivi used was equivalent to a 9-star spell. She was in the same class as Grief. Vivi saw Michael's expression and smiled in content. Believe me now, she asked him. I'll take everything we have here and put it all inside me. Michael saw the air start to fill with golden dust. Then they started to crowd over towards the weird plants in the forest, the luminescent trees, the tentacle grass, and the mushroom houses. It wasn't just that, it was all the animal life too. The two-headed owls, the flying rats, and the mushroom king as well. Everything was being covered with the golden dust that spawned from Vivi's pinkish, opaque wings. Michael then saw the mana in Vivi's body spike up, and suddenly, everything that was covered in golden dust disappeared. They seemed to be sucked up towards Vivi's wings, collected as the golden dust that created its texture. The pocket dimension was completely empty now. It was just a dark, empty space with nothing around it. Michael, what are you doing? Vivi asked, floating in the endless void of space with Virion right next to her. Come and transport us to the nation of Reborn. He floated in the empty pocket dimension, still bewildered by the fact that Vivi was the real, bona fide Pixie Queen. After a few minutes, he used his shadow skill to transport them all to the parched lands. Michael, Vivi, and Virion arrived right in the middle of the plaza, with Lolo conveniently arriving to welcome their arrival. Welcome back, boss. The yellow hobman key mayor looked a bit haggard than normal. I have done my best to contain the fairies, boss, but they have been quite the troublemakers. He patted his shoulder and consoled him. Don't worry, Virion will take it from here. Lolo then led Michael and the two fairies toward a newly constructed district for the fairies. It was located in the middle of the Lamia River and the Satyr Forest. Since fairies were small, it was easy to squeeze them into a new space. It's just an empty plot of land because our engineers have no idea about the fairies' habitat. Shall I get them for you? Lolo asked. No need, Vivi answered. And just like before, she fluttered her wings and released all the golden dust that was stored inside it. As soon as these spores touched the ground, they immediately transformed into luminescent trees, weird animals, and even the mushroom village of the fairies. The entire ecosystem of their pocket dimension was copied and pasted into the new fairy district in Reborn. Home sweet home, Vivi said. This was great news for the fairies, but bad news for Lolo. Having these new animals and trees posed a problem for his management of the whole nation. For now, Michael let Lolo deal with the mess. Virion also took charge and beckoned for all the fairies to go home to their new village. At least now, Lolo wouldn't have to worry about them. As for what he would do, Michael decided to go back to the Queen's region and continue with the expansion of Reborn. Michael, don't forget about our roller coaster, okay? Vivi said, waving her hand goodbye. Michael nodded as he transported himself back to the East Forest. Now that he had all of this space in his hands, he saw a lot of potential for building a new base or small town in this place. The reason why people haven't developed this land for their own benefit was because of the bandits and the fairies. Those two worked together to scare anyone away from settling inside. But now it was just a regular forest waiting to be developed. The very first thing was, of course, resources. He immediately told Shiina to contact Priya so that she could create another mining project in this forest. The ores they would get from this forest would solve their current lack of resources. For now, though, Michael contacted the construction workers and let them know that they could start the Golden Road again. The next day, Michael visited McTony's and saw that the line inside the restaurant was already reaching towards the outside. The restaurant continued to grow more and more, especially with the implementation of the takeout order. He walked inside, pushing himself through the crowd, and went over towards the kitchen. As soon as he opened the door, he felt the heat of the stove waft over his face. 3 more chickens. Tony shouted to his staff. Plucking the chickens now. Remy answered. Putting the sauce now, chef. And surprisingly, even Chef Gustiu was here cooking McTony's chicken. The dark-skinned chef even looked happy as he worked under Tony. The rest of his chef entourage ended up being relegated to folding takeout boxes. Michael, you're here. Everyone greeted him as soon as they saw him. He then turned to Chef Gustiu. I didn't think you'd be working here. I was just here to visit. But I want to get my hands working and immerse myself in this, as you say, fast food business. It's the best way for me to adapt to this style of cooking, Gustiu replied. Michael nodded. Well, that's good. I'm just here to tell you that we have acquired a new location, the East Forest. I think it'll be good for your restaurant to be placed there. Chef Gustiu and his other chefs became elated when they heard this. Their original plan to expand their restaurant was in the East Forest. What can I do to repay you? Chef Gustiu asked. Well, there's one thing. Michael whispered to Chef Gustiu about his request. Oh, that's easy, the dark-skinned chef replied. I'll set it up whenever you want. Great, Michael replied. As for what this request was, he preferred it to be a secret. After all, it involved his mother. And he knew that Fudge, the ultimate snoop, could end up finding out about his request and spilling the beans to his mother. Those two were quite close and often schemed together, so it could very well happen. So for now, he kept his mouth shut and returned to Angora City. Once he arrived in the capital city, he immediately noticed a lot of change within the underground systems. The sewers and the indoor plumbing project was finally on its way. Since Angora City was unofficially part of the nation of Reborn, Michael wanted to modernize the city to become just like their nation. Looks like Castel and Shiina are already hard at work, he muttered to himself. Even though they had just finished defeating Blazel and the Bastard Bandits yesterday, they had already consolidated their winnings from the fight. Although the bandits lived in a cave, that didn't mean that they were poor. Rebornians raided the cave yesterday and found a lot of loot from their treasury, which they mostly gathered from robbing and pillaging travelers. Thankfully now, those loots were being appropriated to help the projects of Reborn, which in turn helps the common people. So, it all worked out in the end. The resources they found were just enough for the sewer and plumbing project of Angora City. So now, all they had to do was create it. Michael floated in the skies and looked down, occasionally seeing people in orange prison jumpsuits working in the sewer construction. This was another boon of the fight. Once the bandits were transferred over to the prison, the rehabilitation system quickly made them realize their mistakes. Those that wanted to repent their sins ended up working construction projects for Reborn, which helped a lot since most of them were in the 4-star realm. He eventually reached the Reborn headquarters, which was now located beside their department store. As he entered, he saw a lot of busy Rebornians working in their desks and sipping coffee. Lord Michael, you came just right in time. Shiina greeted him with a stack of paperworks. These are all the permits for the railroad system for Angora City. It's our next project after the sewer and plumbing system. He gave it a quick glance before using magic to sign them all. Castel, he called out to the CEO maid. We still have enough resources for this, right? Yes, young master. The restaurants that have reserved their place in the truck stop have given us enough resources as their fee. He spent the rest of the hour with Shiina and Castel, who briefed him with all the current happenings of Reborn. It consisted of boring stuff like graphs, stat reports, yada yada. Eventually, their meeting came to an end. Shiina, his secretary, then told him about his next meeting. Lord Michael, your 1 p.m. meeting is with the engineers. They would like me to tell you that they have finalized a design. Michael thanked her and immediately teleported to their warehouse where the engineers were currently working on the roller coaster. There, he saw Kong and the other engineers looking over a blueprint. Boss, this is it, Kong said. We call this the Extreme Canine Rapids. It's designed for canine demi-humans, but is also effective for other humans or demi-humans. Michael looked over the blueprint and saw that a lot of the features were implemented from their experiments with the bandits just a few days back. The ride consisted of near 90-degree falls, steep climbs, twisting turns, and most importantly, electric shocks. This was not one for the faint of heart. Did you do one that's normal? More vanilla. Kong nodded, taking out another blueprint in the chest. He rolled it out to the table, showing a much more tame version of the roller coaster, similar to that of roller coasters back in his previous life. Both of these are good, he said to them. One is for extreme enthusiasts, and one is for normal people wanting to experience a little bit of thrill. Kong and the engineers high-fived each other, celebrating their successful planning. Coordinate with the construction workers. You know what to do. And on the very next day, Michael transported himself back to the parched lands to survey the land where they're going to build the roller coaster. There is fine, he said to the construction worker while pointing to an empty spot on the outskirts of the nation. He wanted the place to be big so that he could accommodate future additions to the roller coaster. It wasn't just roller coasters he was going to build, but all kinds of attractions as well. Right now, this was just an empty plot of land. However, Michael knew that this was going to be a theme park. Just a couple of minutes later, a bunch of trucks carrying heavy metal pillars rolled out to the desert. Kong also arrived and began to oversee the construction. He used his innate skill, projecting a life-size 3D blueprint of the roller coaster onto the plot of land, making it easier for the construction workers to place the foundation. Oh, are you finally going to build it? Vivi said, buzzing behind Michael. Yes. But you can't rush them. It'll probably take 2 weeks? 3 tops. Vivi seemed very disappointed to hear that. She put her head down, floating down chaotically like a drunk leaf. But then, she thought of something and immediately perked up. "Why don't we help?" she asked him. She didn't even wait for his response before she immediately flew over towards one of the large metal pillars laying on the ground. This specific type of metal weighed almost 1,000 kilograms, making it hard for construction workers to move around. Their individual spells and skills were not enough. It needed a combined magic strength of about 20 construction workers to move. However, as Vivi flew over this giant metal pillar, her iconic golden fairy dust sprinkled all over its surface. Soon enough, the entire thing started to float, almost weightless. The construction workers were amazed, thanking Vivi for helping them. They could hold it in one hand if they wanted. Vivi then quickly flew back to Michael with a proud look on her face. "Did you forget who we are? With us fairies around, carrying stuff like that is easy peasy. We'll help you, if you admit that I'm the Pixie Queen." "Ugh, fine, you're the Pixie Queen," he said dejectedly. Michael had to admit that their dust powers were pretty amazing. It would shorten the construction time of the roller coaster by a significant margin. It would also give the fairies a chance to contribute to the nation now that they were a part of it. So, he asked for the fairies' help during construction. Just a couple of hours later, Vivi returned with the entire fairy village with her. They quickly worked in tandem with the construction workers, imbuing the heavy metals with their golden dust, making it very easy to handle. Michael visited the construction of the roller coaster every single day. He was there, personally helping the construction workers install the foundation pillars into the ground, giving his blood, sweat, and tears for the project. Some would say that he was being a good leader of Reborn. Others, like his mother and the girls, would say that he was just escaping the punishment of their game. Who's to say which one was true? But in all honesty, he really did want to get his hands dirty this time around. After all the high-stakes fighting that happened with the Bastard Bandits and Blazel, he needed to just turn off his mind and work with his hands. It was also a good time for him to connect with the Rebornian construction workers who had been the backbone of progress in this nation. Without them, they wouldn't be able to expand their territory so fast in just 2 years, coming up on 3. And thanks to the new recruits, the reformed Bastard Bandits, there were a lot of new handymen ready to serve Reborn through backbreaking work. After being captured in prison, these bandits quickly adjusted to a life of becoming a Rebornian. Sleazy and Deathclaw led the charge, guiding bandits into the right path. Having the founder of the Bastard Bandits personally gush about his dreams of becoming a real Rebornian really helped the other bandits to accept their new identity. Because of that, the Centaur police didn't have much of a problem taking so many bandits into prison. Those that exhibited good behavior were given the chance to work as a construction worker for Reborn in exchange for a reduced sentence. It would be such a waste to have perfectly healthy 4-star realm bandits sitting in prison doing nothing. Their talents could be used to help lessen the burden of Reborn. That was why so many of the construction workers working alongside him in the roller coaster wore orange jumpsuits. "I'm so excited," Vivi said, kicking her feet in the air. "The roller coaster is almost finished." They both looked on at the large mound of pillars in the ground. They formed a stable foundation for the railings on top that wound up and down, twisting and turning, to give an exhilarating experience for anyone that rode it. She and the other fairies were a big help in completing the construction in record time. The 2-week estimated time of completion was slashed down to just 1 week. Tomorrow would be their last day. "It all went by so fast," he muttered. "Though, I wish it would be longer." Vivi punched his shoulder. "You're only saying that because you won't have an excuse to avoid your punishment." Since this roller coaster was so important to Vivi and the other fairies, the girls' team all decided to let Michael delay his punishment for now until the construction was finished. Once it was over, he would be free game for Lilia and the others. Michael dreaded the day. "Should I destroy this roller coaster and do it all over again, Sisyphus style?" he muttered to himself, seriously tempted. On the next day, at the very zenith of noon, the construction workers welded the very last touches for the roller coaster. Then it was done, yippee! Vivi cheered, with the other fairies shouting, just beside her. "It's not done yet," he said to her. "We still need to do some tests to see if it's up to our safety standard." "Who cares about that? Just open it up to the public," Vivi argued. Michael shook his head. "It'll only take just one more day or a few hours at least. And besides, we have already scheduled the grand opening to be for tomorrow." Speaking of which, he wanted to check in on Castel and Shiina about that. So, he quickly transported himself to their headquarters in Angora City to meet with his secretary and his CEO. As he entered the meeting room, he saw Shiina, Castel, and Jimmy. "How's the promotion going?" he asked them. "Young master," Jimmy has already made a very compelling first-page news article about our new roller coaster ride. Jimmy, the news correspondent for Reborn, quickly slammed down his copy of the article on the table. Don't worry, Michael, and take a look at what I wrote. Michael read the paper and nodded in satisfaction. The content of the article was both an advertisement and a challenge. Instead of writing a boring description of the roller coaster, Jimmy basically told the readers that they wouldn't be able to ride this attraction without passing out at the end. This was enough bait to lure out all the adventurous people out there to try and disprove what was written in the article. This is good, Jimmy. Publish this and send it out everywhere. Jimmy flashed a big smile on his face and saluted at Michael before rushing out of the room. Since this was the first attraction for the nation of Reborn, Michael didn't skimp on promoting the roller coaster and spent a lot of money for newspapers to print advertisements on the front page. Angora City, the Grafted Cluster, Neo, Orcus, and even the entirety of the King's region. They had been the target of campaigns, inviting them all to visit the new attraction in the nation of Reborn. In every corner of every street, people could find posters of the roller coaster in the nation of Reborn. Lord Michael, our low shadows have been hearing a lot of chatter about wanting to go. However, their budget is tight, and they find it hard to pay for the transportation alone, Shiana said. Here's what you do. Make a limited event on all Reborn taxis and train rides, 50% off on fares going to the nation of Reborn. Make sure that you also send out Rebornian tourist guides in every city. They'll be offering an all-expense-paid trip to the parched lands for an entire week for a discounted price. Shiana and Castell both widened their eyes, amazed at Michael's ingenuity when it came to business. I shall make sure that this is done, Castell said, bowing. Oh, and since they'll be visiting the parched lands anyway, start a festival in our nation. This will also serve as our celebration for our victory in the East Forest. I know that it's late notice, but can you do it? He asked them. Shiana and Castell seemed offended that Michael would even ask. They quickly left the meeting room, with eyes of determination on their faces. They didn't deserve to be Michael's helpers if they couldn't cobble up a nationwide festival in 24 hours. After the meeting was over, Michael was left all alone in the room. He did feel a little bit guilty that he put all of the burden on them. Just a little bit. Of course, he did have a lazy bone in his body. Michael, dear, are you there? It's been a while since you and Una talked. It's not good to leave a lady waiting like that, you know? Should I invite her over here? As Lilia opened the door, she saw that the room was completely empty. But the chair did topple over, as if someone was just there and had quickly left the room. Meanwhile, in the nightly court in Angora City, a few of the squires and knights in training visited the Reborn department store to stock up on their chocolate bars. This had been their routine for the past few months. Train, eat chocolate, sleep. And just as they were about to enter the store, their eyes were suddenly drawn over to the poster right next to the glass display near the entrance. One teenage squire walked up to the poster and read its contents. Warning, do not go if you have a weak heart. The other squires were immediately interested when they heard that. What's that? They asked him. It's this poster. It looks like this roller coaster is a terrifying experience that only people with a brave heart should ride. Let me see that, one of the teens said, walking over towards the poster. And once he read it, he couldn't help but tilt his head in confusion. Why would this be scary? There's no monster or anything. And it even says here that it's completely safe. So, why would people be scared? Yeah, I wouldn't be scared by that. One squire with glasses said confidently. His other friends laughed, not believing him. Bro, you're the one who blinks his eyes whenever a sword is about to hit you. You not want to talk. Hee. I can't believe that the person with the weakest sword heart among us is acting like the bravest one here. The bespectacled teen pursed his lips, angry at his friend's teasing. I'm not scared, and I'll prove it. We'll all go to this roller coaster and see which one can last the longest. His friends laughed before nodding their heads. Deal. Meanwhile, in some other part of Angora City, a few people were having a conversation while staring at the poster on the wall. This roller coaster is in the parched lands? A gentleman said, surprised. I thought there was only a desolate desert out there. Another gentleman, his friend, quickly shook his head. Don't you know about the Reborn company? Of course I know them. Who doesn't? Well, their nation is located in the parched lands. I've never been there myself, but I have heard great things about it. They say that the stars land there in the night. The gentleman's friend said. They lowered the price on the taxi. Maybe I should go visit it with my family, said the gentleman. Great idea. I will do so as well. There were many such people like that in the Queen's region. Although they had heard about the Reborn company, the knowledge about the nation of Reborn wasn't all that spread out yet. After all, Michael hadn't really advertised their nation so publicly before. It was only now, when he promoted the roller coaster, did a lot of people finally know about their nation's existence. The fact that the advertisements for the roller coaster were so rampant in every part of the city made it hard for anyone not to know about it. Because of that, there were a lot of people who set out to the King's region to visit the nation of Reborn. The amount of people that took the Reborn taxis and buses was staggering. Almost half of the population in Angora City, the Grafted Cluster, and Neo Orcus migrated out towards the parched lands. Once again, a lot of companies were in complete awe and amazement at the Reborn company's ingenious methods of business. This was the first time anyone had ever used such a widespread advertisement. They never knew how effective it was. Eventually, the next day finally came and the roller coaster could finally be open to the public. Michael woke up early in the morning and transported himself to the parched lands. And as he floated in the air above the nation, he immediately saw the large amount of Reborn taxis coming in from the horizon. Every lane of the road was filled to the brim with automobiles waiting for their turn to enter the nation's gates. Lolo and the Rebornians were hard at work trying to accommodate the large influx of visitors. Thankfully, they had already prepared for this and quickly funneled all of the traffic onto a new parking spot for tourists. The amount of visitors today far exceeded the peak from before. The advertisement worked, he muttered to himself. And this was just the people from the King's region coming to visit. Those that came from the Queen's region would only come later in the day, which Michael expected the road to be even busier than it already was now. Some tourists went out and explored the nation first. They became astonished at everything. The electrical lights, the tall concrete buildings, the varied demi-human districts, and even the giant baseball stadium. However, some tourists were immediately drawn to the large structure out in the open desert just beside the nation. Whoa, it's even bigger than the painting on the poster, one of Squires said, peering over the metal fences around the roller coaster. It reaches up that high. It's touching the clouds. Maybe it is a little bit scary. Michael surveyed the visitors and noticed that most of them were strong in their own right. They all had 3-star realm cultivation or higher. These are adventurers, Michael guessed. It made sense why they would take up the challenge of the roller coaster. Seeing such a large line at the roller coaster entrances, Michael lowered himself to the ground and met up with Kong and the other engineers. They were all inside the control building right next to the roller coaster itself. Here, they could monitor the ride at all times and ensure that it was working properly. "Is it ready?" he asked them. "As ready as we'll ever be, boss," Kong replied, wiping his sweat. "I can't wait," Vivi said, looking over the glass window to peer at all the visitors waiting to get inside the ride. "I can taste their excitement from here." "We can finally taste fear," the fairies beside Vivi cheered. Michael noticed that even Virian was here. "What? Even an old gal like me feels hungry at times," she said, noticing Michael's judgmental look. Michael raised his hands, conceding. The fairies did deserve this reward after working so hard for an entire week. "Well then, what are we waiting for? Let's go and show these people the time of their lives." Michael pulled the lever on the machine, and suddenly, the entire roller coaster roared into life. The sign on the gates lit up in bright lights saying, "Extreme Canine Rapids." The crowd on the entrance wowed. Just then, Rebornian attendants moved to the gates and started taking fees for the entrance. They then took 10 of the first few people who arrived and showed them towards the loading area. Coincidentally, the ones who were lucky enough to be the first customers of the roller coaster was the group of 10 squires coming from the Queen's region. "Welcome to Extreme Canine Rapids. Please make sure that all your belongings are stored in lockers located to your left," said a perky dogfolk attendant to the customers. "Please follow me so that I could show you to your seats." The roller coaster attendant assisted all 10 of the squires, putting on their seatbelt for them. "This looks like a Reborn taxi, but without the roof," said one of the squires. "I don't need this seatbelt. I'll just hang on to this without problem," said the bespectacled teen. Once all of them were locked in place, the attendant left the loading bay and closed the entrance gates of the roller coaster. "Enjoy your ride," she shouted at them. The teens were still laughing and treating this ride as just a silly little experience. There was still excitement and innocence on their faces, with them having no idea about what was to come. TSSSHH. The sound of the roller coaster's hydraulic system booting up startled the squires. They thought they were in the presence of a huge monster bear. Then, the coaster train started to move, slowly climbing up the slopes until it reached a height where they could even see a bird's-eye view of the entire nation of Reborn. As the squires looked down, they realized how high they were from the ground. It was at this point that they stopped laughing. It was serious. Even with their enhanced physical skills, they would find it hard to escape unscathed from a fall this high. And finally, they reached the very apex of the roller coaster, giving them a brief moment of respite. But that didn't last long. As soon they saw that the rail tracks immediately led down to a near 90-degree fall. "Whoa, whoa, whoa. Wait, We're gonna fall. No way, click, click, click. Then, the coaster car sped down at speeds they had never experienced before. Their hearts almost leapt up to their throats. Ah, mommy save me. Kaya. The teenage squires let out screams that would have been mistaken for a girl's voice. They clung onto their seatbelts as if their lives depended on it. Each cart could seat 2 people at a time, so the squires ended up hugging each other out of fear, thinking that this would be the last time they saw each other alive. The worst part was that they were directly going down to the ground as if they were going to crash. But at the very last second, the tracks twisted to the side, making them all pull to the opposite direction. The coaster then went on to perform multiple loops that disoriented them all. Their screams rang out through the roller coaster and even reached out onto the streets of Reborn. The people waiting for their turn at the gates of the roller coaster couldn't help but look on with worry at the speeding carts on the tracks. What's happening to them? Are they dying? I didn't know it would go that fast. After the carts exited the loop portion of the ride, the squires couldn't help but breathe heavily from exhaustion. They couldn't even tell left from right after what they experienced. Is it over yet? As it turned out, the answer was no. The carts eventually entered an underground tunnel that was completely pitch black, leaving the squires completely anxious about what was to come. At least before, they could anticipate the twists and the loops. But now, they couldn't even tell if they were going to crash into the ground or not. All they felt was the pull of gravity as the carts sped through the course. Just then, electricity buzzed. The squires felt the hairs on their arms stand up. It sounded like there was a huge thunderstorm inside this tunnel. A large electric arc zapped above them, almost hitting them in the head. This scared them witless. The power of that electricity was akin to a 4-star magic spell. Even they wouldn't be able to deal with that if it hit them. Aya! They all screamed, thinking they were about to die before eventually the ride exited the tunnel and slowly came to a stop. The squires were still shouting to the top of their lungs at this point, thinking that the ride was still not over. It was only when their seat belts popped out of its lock did they finally open their eyes. "Have you enjoyed the ride, sirs?" the attendant asked them. The attendants helped them all get out of the cart. If they didn't, the squires would have stumbled forward and lost their balance. They were led to the exit, where a bunch of the people waiting in line looked at them with curious gazes. "Excuse me, young man. How was it?" The squires looked back at the crowd, with their eyes completely sunken and their faces as pale as snow. "That was scary. I thought I would die. I want to throw up." One of the adventurers on the line was confused. "It's bad then." However, the squires shook their heads. "Even though I felt my heart in my throat, that is still the single most exciting thing that I have ever been in my entire life. I don't know if it makes me crazy, but I want to do that again." And to prove their point, the squires all went back up the line again, ready for another go around at the roller coaster. Michael watched on as more and more people experienced the roller coaster. Each time, he could hear their screams echoing out to the nation and leading people to come over to this side and see what was going on. "It's a hit, boss." Kong celebrated. "It sure is," Michael replied. "Look at Vivi and the fairies. They're having a field day." Above the roller coaster ride were these blobs of light that were buzzing around the carts. These were the fairies who were getting ready for their meal. As each time the customers screamed, they swooped down and consumed every fear emotion they could harvest. "Tight, tight. This is the purest fear that I have ever tasted." Vivi screamed out like an addict. The fairies were so excited that the roller coaster ended up looking like it was filled with golden glitter. Each time they fluttered their wings and consumed emotion, they would release their gold dust in the air. Michael couldn't blame them. After all, as more and more people went on the roller coaster ride, the more people started to anticipate the thrill. Each person that rode in it screamed their lungs out. But still, at the end of the ride, they would pledge that it was the best experience they had ever felt. So, the mere sight of the roller coaster was creating fear from the customers, leading to more nourishment for the fairies. After seeing the success of the roller coaster, Michael had all the reborn prisoners be sent here to witness what was happening with their own eyes. The bastard bandits, who had worked on this project for a week straight, could now see the fruits of their labor. "This is because of your work," he said to them. The prisoners looked at the people crowding the roller coaster gates. Despite fearing the ride, there were smiles on their faces. "We did that?" asked one of the bandits. They never thought that something they made would make someone so happy, but it did. This experience was what truly made them believe in the Reborn system. The roller coaster became a big hit, so much so that it had gathered a bit of a reputation within the adventuring circles. "You're not really brave until you experience the roller coaster," they said. The ride had gathered a lot of extreme enthusiasts, warriors, adventurers, and just people who were seeking a new and thrilling experience. But of course, there were still people who weren't looking for a near-death experience. There were a lot of visitors and tourists who simply wanted to relax and enjoy their holiday. For them, Michael prepared a festival in the nation of Reborn. There were all sorts of food and drinks prepared in the plaza, ready for people to eat and enjoy. And thanks to Shiina and Castell's quick management, they were able to make a parade roll through the streets of Reborn, with live music playing and giving a magical, joyous effect on anyone listening. Everyone was celebrating, both Rebornians and tourists alike. Of course, Michael was in the mood for celebrations as well. But first, he wanted to visit his father, Bart. It had been a long time since the two of them talked face to face. He used a shadow clone to transport himself directly to the recreated Vanderbilt mansion in the parched lands. The place was completely empty, desolate of any maids and butlers. Even they were having a day off and celebrating the festival. The only one around in the mansion was Bart, who was in his office balcony, looking over the nation of Reborn with a bottle of beer in his hands. "Dad, I'm home." Bart quickly turned around, his face brightening up as soon as he saw his dear old son. "Michael, my boy, it's been such a long time since you visited me." The two of them hugged, exchanging smiles. "Yeah, sorry, Dad. Been a bit busy with the expansion in the Queen's region." Bart nodded, pursing his lips. "I know, son. The Queen's region can be a tricky place to navigate through. But still, you were able to triumph in the end. You've already conquered the southern tip." Michael scratched his head, a bit embarrassed after being praised. "By the way, how's your mother?" "Same old. You know, Mom. She's been setting me up with a good friend of mine," he replied, chuckling. Bart chuckled as well, but soon his smile faded. "She's been overbearing lately, hasn't she?" "That's my fault, son. She hasn't been answering any of my letters lately." Truthfully, Michael had already heard about this from Castell. Since Bart was working with Castell, she had noticed that he had not been himself lately. And, as it turned out, the Vanderbilts were having marital problems. The two of them had lost their spark after Bart lost his company. And because of that, the two of them were slowly drifting apart as the days passed. Eventually, Lilia moved out of their house and went on a trip to the Queen's region to be with Michael. That was the reason why she was there, and he was back in the parched lands. After that, Bart quickly tried to get her back. He was sending her letters to no avail. "Dad, do you remember what you told me about your first date with Mom?" Bart smiled, reminiscing about the good times. "Yeah, I fell in love with her at first sight. I met her in a restaurant called the Pyramidic Cuisine. Sometimes I wish I could turn back time so that I could go back and we could feel the spark we had for each other back then." Funny coincidence. Did you know that a chef from that restaurant visited Angora City? I tried to get a meeting with him and see if I could reserve a table at his restaurant, but it seems that I was not influential enough to get his attention. Michael smiled. "You don't have to worry, Dad. I got you. I talked with Chef Gustiu, and he'll be cooking a meal for you, just like your first date with Mom." That was the favor he asked from Chef Gustiu. He wanted the chef to cook the same meal that Bart and Lilia had backed during their first date. Bart immediately brightened up as he heard that. "Really, son? You were able to persuade someone like Chef Gustiu?" Michael scratched his nose. "Of course. Gustiu will be working with the Reborn company from now on, so this is just a small favor that I got from him." His father was overwhelmed with emotion that he couldn't help but shed a tear. Then, he quickly hugged Michael again, tightening his squeeze. "Thank you, Michael, but we have a problem." Michael looked at him. "What?" "Your mom. She won't answer any of my letters, so she won't know about the invite. And she leaves every time I try to find her." Michael nodded. "Don't worry, I'll deal with her." Soon, the night fell and the entire nation of Reborn was lit up by festive lights. Strands of LED lights were strung up in each and every pole, making it seem as if the stars have truly descended into the nation. This was a very pretty sight for the people of the Queen's region. This was the first time they had ever witnessed something so otherworldly. Michael then went over to their headquarters in the nation, where the Dragonborns, the Shadow Orcs, and everyone else was celebrating. "My dear son, where have you been?" Lilia asked, immediately smothering Michael with her chest. Michael ducked away from her and escaped. "Ahem, since I've been avoiding you for the last week or so, I've decided to make it up to you. Tonight, I have something special for you, Mom." Lilia's eyes turned into glistening starlight. "Really? How sweet of you. What is it? I don't want to ruin the surprise. I'll have to blindfold you, Mom." Thankfully, she didn't seem suspicious about any of that. She quickly ripped off one of her sleeves and tied it around her eyes, obscuring her vision. "I'll hold your hand and fly you to your surprise," he said to her. Lilia seemed all the more elated as Michael grasped her hands. Together, the two of them flew through the air high up in the skies. It took a couple of minutes, but eventually they reached their destination. On the edge of a tall cliff, there was a fancy table with white tablecloths and red plates that had beautiful-looking food already served. There were romantic candle lights in the middle and rose petals scattered around the ground. He slowly lowered his mom down and guided her to her seat. "Boy, is this a special meal?" Lilia asked, sniffing the air. Yes, Mom. But you can only open your eyes at the count to 3. 1. Lilia finished counting and slowly unraveled the blindfold on her eyes. Her vision slowly adjusted, seeing the romantic dinner in front of her. Michael? She asked, looking around but seeing no one around her. It was then that she noticed the fancy plates, the candelabra, and the exotic food in front of her. This all came from the pyramidic cuisine. Not only that, it was the same exact one when she met. Just then, she heard a voice behind her that interrupted her thoughts. Excuse me, miss, I couldn't help but notice your beauty. Lilia turned around, only to see Bart in an old-timey, dashing royal uniform. This immediately brought back memories for her, memories when they first laid eyes on each other. And those words, excuse me, miss, I couldn't help but notice your beauty, those were the first words he ever said to her. Now, everything made sense for Lilia. The candlelit dinner, the uniform, the words. Bart was trying to recreate the moment when they first fell in love. Miss, do you mind if I take a seat? Bart asked, going to the opposite side of the table and looking forlornly at her. Lilia's cheeks blushed, but then she remembered that she was mad at him. So she quickly turned her head and snubbed any of his attempts at conversation. I don't know you, she replied. That's why I'm introducing myself, Bart wittingly replied. I have a feeling that we'll end up together in the future. But Lilia still wouldn't even acknowledge his presence. Bart sighed. I know that I haven't been good to you this past year, but I can change. I can rekindle that spark we had together. Come on, please. Give us a second chance. Finally, Lilia looked at him and snatched the rose from his hands. This doesn't mean that I forgive you, Lilia harumphed. Yes, it's just a dinner date, Bart relented. Despite looking like it had failed, Bart knew from the look on Lilia's face that she was starting to forgive him. Isn't this pyramidic cuisine? She asked, looking at the expensive-looking full-course meal at their table. This was something that only people with high statuses could afford to eat. Yep, that it's the same exact one we ate back then. We looked so out of place in the restaurant, people thought we were beggars. I do remember. You didn't tell anyone you were a Vanderbilt. And I was just recovering from an adventuring mission. We stood out like a sore thumb in front of the royals. Lilia and Bart chuckled as they reminisced about the good times they had in their youth. Meanwhile, on the other side of the cliff, amidst a forest of trees, Michael and the others were spying on this romantic affair from these star-crossed lovers. Oh, that's so cute. Look, Michael. Una pointed at the table when Bart was trying to spoon-feed Lilia with a piece of steak. She seemed offended, but eventually ate from his spoon. Ho ho ho, it is indeed cute. Oh, how I wish I could implant my amnesia onto them, so that they could start again as new lovers, Greaves said. Guys? I kind of feel uncomfortable watching my parents have a dinner date, Michael said to them. I'm bored too. Can we go now? Zion asked, slumping down on a tree's roots. I, for one, like the atmosphere in this place. It's quiet, Joachim mentioned. The romantic atmosphere of the dinner date was all thanks to none other than Chef Gustiu. As expected of a top-tier chef from a prestigious restaurant, he knew how to cook food that blended well with the gentle night atmosphere of the surroundings. Thanks for your help, Gustiu. The dark-skinned chef tipped his hat. It's no problem. Since you're helping me build my own fast food chain restaurant, this is the least I can do. Chef Gustiu and the other chefs with him were immediately enthralled with Reborn as soon as they saw their nation firsthand. It was unlike anything they had ever seen. Yesterday, they toured the entire territory and could not believe how advanced they were compared to even the biggest metropolis in the Queen's region. They had even asked Michael if they could establish their new restaurants here in the nation. Michael accepted their offer and wanted to place their new establishment near the roller coaster. After all, restaurants and food stalls were a staple of roller coaster parks. Many would get hungry after that thrilling ride. By the way, I prepared 2 sets of food as a backup in case something went wrong during the date. But it looks like they won't need it. Chef Gusto looked over at the dinner table and saw that both Lilia and Bart were no longer eating. They were standing over the cliffside, with Bart behind Lilia and holding her close to him with his hands. They both looked over the horizon, seeing the starry skies in the night sky and the bright lights of the nation of Reborn on the ground. It was a beautiful sight. I still have some extra food here if you're hungry, Chef Gusto said as he took the tall chef's hat on his head and reached down, pulling out 2 more full-course meals the same as the one that he served to Lilia and Bart. As soon as everyone saw this food, their stomachs immediately grumbled. Yum! I'm so hungry, Zion said, subconsciously raising his hand to take a bite out of the steak. Me too, Fudge said, salivating. A good ninja needs some food. But before the 2 rascals could put their grubby hands on the plates, Shiina quickly swatted their heads and twisted their ears. Stop it, both of you, she warned. I thought you guys wanted to get out of this place. Chef Gustiu made me remember that there is still some paperwork to fill out regarding their restaurants. Shiina held both of them in her hands and slowly dragged them deeper into the forest. Come on, your punishments are still active. You'll have to pull an all-nighter to complete those papers. Zion thrashed around, carving his nails on the tree as he tried not to get dragged away. No, not paperwork. I would rather train. You can't do this to me. I'm the slime god ninja. Fudge protested, but Shina's deadly grip on his slimy body prevented him from escaping. Seeing the two of them get dragged away, Jaco couldn't help but laugh. Kukuko, that was his mistake. Amisu, make sure he comes too, Shiina ordered. Amisu nodded seriously before taking out her spear and waving it around. With each swing of her weapon, the air around her started to gather more and more, threatening to create a huge tornado that would sweep everything off its feet. Okay, I'll go. No need to go all out. Jaco conceded. Sometimes he feared his little sister's destructive tendencies. Ho ho ho, I forgot. Nope, Shiina shouted, still dragging the two. Sir Grieve, you're coming too. You have a lesson with your teacher, correct? Grieve, in an attempt to avoid studying, suddenly lost all of the necrotic powers in his body. His bones stopped floating in the air, falling into the ground in a pile, as if he was just a washed-up skeletal remains. Amisu quietly picked up each bone and followed Shiina back to the nation of Reborn. The only ones still left in the forest were Chef Gustiu, Shiina, and Michael. There was an awkward silence for a moment. Well, I gotta go too, Gustiu said, winking at Michael before scurrying off with the Dragonborns. Michael shook his head, muttering, not you too. Yuna looked over at the perfectly placed meals on the wooden table and turned to Michael. I guess it's just the two of us. Should we eat? Michael gulped. I guess we should, he replied to her. Normally, eating with Yuna shouldn't be that big of a deal. After all, they normally ate together during lunch and sometimes even dinner at their headquarters back in Angora City. But this time, they're alone with each other. Zion wasn't here to liven up the place. Shiina wasn't here to arrange everything. Even Fudge wasn't here, who usually sat beside him and Yuna. Not only that, but the candlelit dinner and the atmospheric surroundings made this even more romantic than it should be. Michael would even mistake this for a date. This is good. Try it, Michael. Yuna didn't seem to have any problem with the awkwardness as she continued to eat the full-course meal. Michael eventually shook his head. This is just a normal dinner with friends, he said to himself. No need to overanalyze. Once he was in that mindset, he found it much easier to pick up the spoon and start eating. But just then, Yuna accidentally dropped one of her knives to the ground, just in front of Michael's feet. Since he was closer to it, Michael decided to be a gentleman and pick it up for her. But what he didn't expect was that she would also pick up the knife. As he reached for the knife, his hand bumped into hers, making him feel the warmth of her touch. Once Yuna got her knife back, they both returned to their seats. Michael, are you all right? She asked him. Yeah, I'm cool, he replied. But she could plainly see that there was an obvious blush on his face. Yuna covered her mouth, giggling to herself. A slight blush also appeared on her cheeks as she stole glances at Michael. However, he didn't seem to notice this as he was too busy trying to act aloof and nonchalant at this dinner date. No, this is not a dinner date. It's just dinner. It's not even the slightest bit romantic, he thought to himself, just as the rose petals from Bart and Lilia's table got swept up by the wind and slowly went over to their table. Okay, weird coincidence, but still, this is not romantic at all. It was in that moment that Michael felt a cool feeling in his hands. He looked down and saw a single speck of white powder that landed on the back of his hand. But upon closer inspection, he realized that this was not just a powder. It was snow. Both he and Yuna looked up at the same time, witnessing as numerous beautiful and unique snowflakes rained down from the night skies. Michael raised his hand, letting some of it fall onto his palms. And with his supreme talent, he knew without a doubt that this was snow. After all this time, the special clouds that he had planted in the skies had finally grown large enough to change the very climate of the desert. These special clouds that he got from the Dwarven Kingdom consumed smoke from the ground and transformed them into all kinds of mana. This meant that if it had grown large enough, these clouds could even bring rain or even snow in this desolate desert. And with their factories constantly billowing out smoke from production, it had finally grown large enough to produce snow. It was a miracle. Snow in a desert? Yuna said, smiling. Is there anything you can't do? Michael shook his head. Okay, this is pretty romantic, he admitted. And it was at that moment that they suddenly heard a branch cracking to the side. Michael quickly turned around only for him to see his worst nightmare. Oh my God. Look, Han. They're having a date too. It's a double date, Lilia said, wiping a tear in her eye. She looked up at the skies as if the goddess herself had finally intervened and made her dreams come true. Our boy is grown up, Bart said, tapping Lilia's shoulders. Michael glared at him with a look of betrayal, as if saying, "Really? After all that I've done for you tonight?" "It's not what it looks like," he said to them to quickly solve the misunderstanding. "My boy here is quite the responsible man," Bart said, approaching Yuna. "He'll take care of you." "Oh, how wonderful. I hear church bells ringing." "I knew that this would happen," Lilia said, clapping in happiness. "Mom, this is not a date. And we're still too young to even think about marriage." Yuna backed him up. "We're not together yet," she said. Lilia and Bart paused for a moment before turning around to have a quiet conversation with each other. She said, "Yet," Bart whispered. "Our son still has a chance." She clearly is interested too. He just doesn't have the courage. "I tell you." Michael coughed. "Guys, we can hear you." But they didn't seem to care. They turned around and slowly backed away from Michael and Yuna. "Well then, we'll let you continue your friendly date," Bart said sarcastically. "Bye-bye." And before he could even catch up to them, Lilia suddenly manifested two giant vines in the ground that wrapped over them both and slowly lowered them down the cliff and back to the nation of Reborn. Michael sighed. "Why can't they all just act normal?" "Sorry about that." He apologized to Yuna. "It's okay. They're fun. Let's go back. I don't want to give them any more ammo." Since Yuna couldn't fly, Michael used the tablecloth from the table and summoned his diva. He took out the switch from his pocket and attached it to the cloth, making it freeze in place. Now, the tablecloth acted like a solid piece, which made it easier to use a flight spell on. He hopped onto the floating tablecloth and held his hand out for Yuna to grab. Yuna looked at the tablecloth and couldn't help but remember the iconic animated movie with a magic carpet. That was a pretty romantic movie as well. But from the look on Michael's face, he didn't seem to notice the similarities. "You coming?" Michael asked. "Yeah, Prince Ali," she replied with a hushed voice. "Did you say something?" Yuna chuckled. "It's nothing. I just said that the scenery looks pretty." Once they were both on board, Michael flew the magic carpet on the snowy skies, returning to the nation of Reborn. Yuna couldn't help but take a sneak peek at Michael, with his golden hair flowing from the wind. This is a very memorable first date, she thought to herself. On the very next day, the nation of Reborn was in a complete uproar as they walked out of their hotels, their inns, and their houses only to see a pile of snow in the streets. Both tourists and Rebornians alike rejoiced at this unexpected miracle. Who knew that they could play snowball fights in the middle of a desert? This seemed to symbolize what the Reborn company could do. They could bring snow to the desert. They could bring life to a desolate place. The day that Reborn made snow in a desert would be something that they would remember forever. Early in the morning, Michael met up with Shiina, Castell, and Jimmy at their large headquarters situated at the very center of the nation. "Lord Michael, I am pleased to report to you that the reception for the roller coaster and the festival has been exceptionally stellar. According to the low shadows patrolling the streets, there's been a lot of sentiment among the Queen's region tourists about wanting their quality of life here to be the same as in Angora City. I think that our renovation there will become even smoother than it was before because of this." Shiina presented Michael with all sorts of graphs and pie charts that depicted the steep rise of the Reborn brand name on the customers. "I don't know if it's intentional or not, but the appearance of snow last night was perfect. It will be a perfect headline for the newspapers," Jimmy said, writing down some words on a piece of paper and presenting it to Michael. It said, "Reborn makes snow. Parched lands, desert, no more. This will be an even better advertisement for people to go here. The best part is that we don't even have to pay the newspapers anything. They'll gladly print this story because of how unlikely it is. If snow in a desert still didn't make people go out of their homes and visit the nation of Reborn, then there was nothing that could have made them do so. I've also been approached by a lot of businesses and rich landowners from the Queen's region," said Castell. "The letters they sent me have filled up an entire room. After they have experienced the luxury that our nation could afford, they found out that they could no longer live without it. They want to have electricity, trains, and showers in their own homes when they go back. Young master, they have even offered to front the money, the resources, and the manpower so that you could hurry the construction and renovation of Angora City." Now that was a very welcome surprise. The problem he had before was that he didn't have enough materials to build all the renovations in Angora City at once. But now, it seems that the problem was solved. All it took was them getting a taste of comfort, and they came pouring out all of their money and resources to Michael. "I estimate that we can now simultaneously build the electric lines, railway lines, and the plumbing system for Angora City and the graphic cluster." That was a very huge load off his shoulders. Michael felt like he could float right now. "Boss Michael," Jimmy said, looking up at him with a smile. "With all things considered, I think that we can finally upgrade our rankings in the Golden 500. Breaching the top 400 will be easy." Soon after that very pleasant meeting with Jimmy, Castell, and Shiina, Michael soon met with a dear old friend of his, Cerberus Augendor. As the old man entered the room, Michael noticed that somehow the 8-star wizard with a great white beard looked even younger than when they last saw each other. The old man used to look like 100 years old. Now, his skin was very supple like that of a brisk 60-year-old. "What happened to you?" he asked Cerberus. "Oh, have you noticed? Spending my time in your nation has done me very well. I may have visited your hot springs once, twice a day to achieve this." Michael allowed Cerberus and the other mages from the Magic Tower to stay in the nation of Reborn to help the research about the mithril artifacts. But it seemed like the old man spent more time relaxing rather than researching. "It's been such a long time. Care to play a game?" he asked. "I thought you'd never ask." Cerberus smiled and waved his hand as a chessboard floated from behind him and towards the table in front of Michael. And just like old times, the two of them played using their wits and their intelligence. "By the way, Michael, I couldn't help but overhear how your renovation plans for Angora City and the Grafted Cluster," Cerberus said, pushing a pawn 1 square forward. "So, do you know what you've accomplished just now? You have now expanded your business to the entire southern tip of the Queen's region. And with the addition of the entirety of the King's region, this means that you now have full control over more than a quarter of the landmass of the entire royal continent." Michael made his move, developing his bishop piece on the board. "So?" he asked again, as if he didn't understand how impressive this was. "So? Don't you know that in terms of territory in the Queen's region, you're probably up there with the conglomerates? And you did all of that without conquering a single territory. That's insane." Michael wasn't really surprised by that, because he was actively not trying to conquer anything. "And also, have I told you how surprised I was when I saw those fairies running around the nation? Don't you know people used to consider them as just myths and legends? Now, you could see one anywhere you looked in the nation where there's strong emotions. I mean, it's absolutely bonkers that you have the fairies and the dwarves who are famous for being secluded as your allies. Are you going to keep on collecting these exotic demi-humans? Please tell me now so that I won't get surprised again." Michael once again had no answer for that. He didn't plan on doing that, but it happened anyway. It's not his fault that those kinds of demi-humans naturally flocked to him. Cerberus took a deep breath. "I need a glass of water after that." The Tower Master easily conjured up a glass of water in his hands and began drinking it without break. Michael chuckled to himself, knowing what was going to happen next. "Oh, and I forgot to tell you, but do you know something about divas?" As the power on his chest surged upwards, the empty space above Michael started to shimmer with light before a robotic, mechanical arm manifested into reality. Its internal lights disguised as veins glimmered, as if it was a computer starting to boot up. Cerberus' eyes widened as he saw the diva appear above Michael. And just like old times, Cerberus couldn't help it and ended up spitting out all the water that he just drank. PFFTTTT. Just as the mist of water spread out into the air, Michael quickly threw one of his pre-made iron switches to the air and flicked it to the off position in his mind. And as soon as the switch made contact with the water, his abilities surged and glowed a dim white light that encompassed the whole mist. The water droplets stopped in midair, frozen in time. Cerberus' eyes widened even more, unbelieving of what he was currently seeing. "You're a magnetic?" Cerberus shouted. Michael nodded, and as he expected, the Tower Master knew something about them. He had a feeling about it, because Cerberus was a mystic master of the Guild of Arcana. They were the leaders of the whole organization, just like how the Heavenly Knights led the Order. If there was someone who knew about magnetics, then it would be someone like Cerberus.
And that's the end of today's chapter from the Dimensional Diary. If you enjoyed wandering these worlds with me, don't forget to like the video, share it with fellow adventurers, and subscribe so you never miss the next story that unfolds.